And, oh my god, he's crazy. What? Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Please mark if you can hear anything. Can y'all hear, like, me? Can you hear? I'm feeding this into my virtual cam, so and Auntie Lushy is gonna have to control this when I show this program. Can you just fall? I'm underwater? No! Um, testing? Testing? Is that better? Do I still sound like I'm underwater? The sound is bad? Dang it. Hold on. Testing? Okay, it should be better now. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I'm just gonna stay here. Jessica, if you can... Okay, it should be better now. Okay. If you can be in the... I'm gonna basically leave this up, and so it'll... I'll leave a little banner scrolling, like... And then, because we're gonna have to...
Came out, she's like, I don't know. How does this look? I'm like, it looks so fantastic.
Oh my god. What is happening? They're playing I'm Too Sexy for my... whatever that song is. And there's people... Some of this merch is awful. Sounds okay to you? Okay. It should be better. I turned off all of the controls on the back end. A fashion show. They printed a jean jacket. There's no way someone would buy that.
Here's Nicole in our Love Is little French terry sweatshirt. It's really lightweight. She's got our Faith backpack in rose gold.
No way. That's ugly.
Beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Love it.
Oh my god.
And last but not least, I think these are very diva models back there. I think they're prepping. They might need someone. Oh yeah.
Okay, kid.
We've
Start
got
the show. Oh,
our little model
look
Sabrina.
Let's see it.
Woo woo.
Sorry.
Wow.
It's a kid.
So they're rocking our...
It's a kid, so I don't want to show the kid.
Okay.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Show him the jacket. Show him the jacket. Very nice. Matching her mama.
Love it.
Thank you, Tyler, for making that.
You're very welcome. Those are not for sale for tiny people. Sorry, that's special.
And here
for
comes the men's version.
Yeah.
Oh, here he comes. Come on out, Daddy. Come on out.
Come on out.
Daddy. What? Come on out.
Okay, no, it's still a kid.
Here we have
Now we got the match.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at them.
Sorry, guys. This is our event. We had to give them stage time. Woo! Look at these guys.
Good job, Graham. Say hi.
Matching Daddy. Matching Mommy.
Graham, say hi. Wait.
He doesn't want to say hi.
Wave.
Awesome.
This
We
kid's
wanted
cute.
to be a family brand, absolutely, with the faith on the back. God first in everything.
That's right.
Come on, let's go.
Thank you. Say bye.
Thank you guys so much.
So come visit us.
This way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That way?
This way.
Sorry.
Good job.
Yeah. Let's wait to see if they're taking a break. I have to go.
Good job, bud.
We can still hear
Got really
you.
quiet, didn't it? If you're parents, don't you worry when it gets really quiet. You're going going, what's going on? The kids are, there's something going on. There's nothing going on. All right, guys, got 3 very quick things. No one's in trouble. Number 1, just look at your watches. We're coming back at 1:45. So 1:45.
So 12:45.
When we come back in, the second thing is, want everyone to be on time. I like to say that early is on time is late, and late is unacceptable. We have an action-packed afternoon, and you guys know we've already had a brilliant morning. So number 2 is talk about your breakthroughs.
I think they homeschool.
You know, get to know people at lunch, talk about what are the breakthroughs. What are some of the things that you got from this? I mean, surely everybody's got something. Have a conversation with one another. Here's why. We're going to have a microphone and we're going to share it. So some of you will have an opportunity when we come back to share some of your breakthroughs, and we're going to take the opportunity to do that after as many of the breaks as we can do. And number 3 is, those of you that are blessed that have a super VIP ticket, you've got lunch next door. The rest of you are on your own for lunch. But what time are we back at? 1:45. All right, cheers, everybody. Thank you all, and see you at 1:45.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna keep. 1 second, let me try something. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down now, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to raise the purple up so I can have the background real quick. Unlock. Dang it, hold on. I'm gonna be here, and then let me see. That's better. I'm just trying to see if I can get it centered. That's pretty good. So I'm gonna go to my physical therapy, and I'm gonna leave this running. Jessica is gonna be in the back end, and so I won't be back in an hour and 22 minutes. So I'm just gonna put a little scroller at the bottom. The conference is taking a break. The video should continue when the timer counts down fully. But because there's music, Jessica's gonna have to come in and unmute me. What happened? Oh, dang it. The conference is on a break. Please, when the timer gets to 0, the video should continue. Scroll, add banner. Scroll at the bottom. No. Edit. Save. All right, so I'm going to turn myself off, but the conference should... Oh, I'm not going to turn myself off. I'm going to mute in StreamYard, and then Jessica should be able to unmute it in when it counts down. So... All right. Thanks so much. I'll see y'all. I'll see you in a bit. So Jessica, I will mute me. Okay, perfect. I will see y'all in a bit. Jessica, I am going to do y'all want music to be playing while y'all are waiting? I mean, it would only be one type of song. So, okay. All right. I'll just mute it and y'all hopefully it'll be fine. I think the red at the bottom should be noticeable, but all right. And then Jessica has to log in to unmute. Yeah, it's obvious. It's like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons at the bottom that say mute, stop cam, settings, present, invite, leave studio. The mute is going to be red with a slash on it, and you should just be able to click it to unmute it. So.
Hello. So I can't figure out how to unmute DC. So yeah, I see DC and I can't unmute her and I don't know what to do. Oh my god. Hi people, so I can't unmute DC, so I don't know what to do. I can edit her name, but I can't edit her mic. Well, if I can't unmute it, then this whole situation is pointless. Have I been muted this whole effing time? Like, oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure I've been muted this whole time. Not a professional. Oh, or not. How can you hear me when my mic was muted? None of this makes sense. Technology. No, I figured it out. I had the wrong mic selected. DC keeps on popping in. No. DC wants to know if we should just end the stream. Let me know what you think in the chat. She's not recording it, but like if we can't hear it. That would make sense. You can't unmute your guests because they choose to mute themselves. That's the error I get.
Man, y'all. Yeah. This is for the burly dude.
Hey.
What's up, bro?
What's up? How's life?
How
Yeah,
are you?
good.
We're excited
Doing
to
good.
have you with us. We would love to learn a little bit more about what you do, Brock, how it started, where did this idea come from, and where are you taking it?
Absolutely. Sounds good. Well, yeah, thanks for letting me come up and speak with you guys. So I was in the Marine Corps. I was an infantry guy. And so when I got out of the military, I had to start developing myself and kind of getting into that rhythm and breaking off some of that shell that a lot of us have. They do a fantastic job of getting us ready to go do what we need. Best in the world at it. But when we come out, it's maybe not quite the same as far as getting out and doing those things. So
Why
I headed heavily into personal development so that I could learn and grow and be the best I could. And so that's when I started my business. That was actually 2013. And so I just hit 10 years in business anniversary. So thanks, appreciate it. It's been exciting. But so what I do is companies bring me in to train their employees on personal development, team cohesion, leadership. And over the years, and that's a co-ed, high energy. It's a lot of fun. It's awesome. But over the years, especially guys and men just kept coming up to me and saying, "Man, that was awesome. What do I do next? What's my next? Do you have something like just for dudes? Like what's that grittier version of that?" And I was like, I'm a jarhead. We can come up with something, right? So that's when I created the Lion Chasers, and that was in 2021. So already coming up on 3-year anniversary, but which is exciting. But this is now men are absolutely under attack out there. The whole role of men, the way that we're perceived and put out there is not the way that we were designed, not the way that the Papa said that we should be, right? And so, yeah, absolutely. And so the idea is let's sharpen our spears together, right? And the Lion Chasers comes from from, we all have those lions in our life, that stuff that's just yapping at us and kind of growling at us, that 2 a.m. voice that says we're not good enough and then we're not doing what we need to do. And so now I'm not a fan of running from enemies, right? That's not how I was taught or designed. And so, but I found myself running from lions in my life, right? And we know as faith people, community, that the lion is the enemy, right? And so now it's time to stop running from the lion, turn and face it, and then start chasing it down. The only way that it's smart enough to do that, right? Because if a lion walked in right now, that's 900 pounds of teeth and claws, and that's bad news.
Right.
The only way that that would be successful is if you turn and you face it together, shoulder to shoulder with your brothers, and you get your spears out, right?
Love that. Right.
And so one of the first things we do when you walk in at the retreat, it's a 2.5-day retreat, and it's a total immersion retreat. We get in there and do things mentally, physically, emotionally, attack obstacles together. But one of the first things you get is issued a survival spear with an 8-inch blade on the end. It's awesome. You get to keep it. It looks really cool on the walls of your office for sure.
Love that.
But yeah, that's the goal, is to go out there and kind of sharpen that spear and be strong for each other and help each other push on those lions that they've had their turn, and now it's our turn for sure.
You know what I've noticed about men? Men tend to be more introverted than women. Women are the socialites, they'll go out and they'll have fun with their friends, but men tend to retreat. And it's not because of fear. I think it's just because it's I guess maybe personality, but I think there is also a trust issue with men of being hurt, and that masculinity behind being hurt, that they would rather not have to meet new people and do new things in order just to protect themselves. I've seen it. I've seen it with my brothers. I've seen it with my own husband. And I think being able to offer something like this to men and get them out of that comfort zone where they can start trusting again and they can start serving again and serving in a brotherhood is how I think God really intended. That's how he built us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're really missing that in our society.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think it's such an incredible thing that you're doing.
It's huge. The adversity, so you bond together, men especially bond together through adversity, right? And so that's why we're so tight. You know, I've been out of the Marines for a while, and we still talk daily with the guys who are in my platoon. And so you want to come together, guys that were part of a sports team or part of a band or part of any of those things. You almost miss that brotherhood when you get out and you don't do that. So this is a chance to have that back again. We have a blast with it. We've got an app that we all talk every day with it. We do a banquet every year at the end of the year and get everybody together. We just did couples retreat, and so it was awesome. The ladies kicked butt way more than us guys. They were killing everybody at different races and all kinds of different challenges.
Awesome, yeah.
But yeah, it was really cool to see. Ray, actually the man, the myth, right? Actually came through the Lion Chasers and did it himself back in April. He was part of Delta One, baby. Delta One all the way. And so that was his team name. But he got out there and he launched spears. He had a pretty decent throw, actually. I was impressed.
Wow.
Ray getting it out there, and he hit the targets that he needed to with his spear, because we do use it that weekend.
That's amazing.
Awesome. It's interesting being on the other side of it, because when he was, planning to do that, he's like, I have no idea what to expect. I don't know what's going to happen. Is it going to be like dropping me from a helicopter naked and afraid? Or
please keep your clothes on, guys, if you come through, okay? Right?
Yeah, and so it was interesting to hear just how amazing and how transformational it is, because to your point, Nicole, everything you said totally resonates. I totally agree with you. But it's also like, for guys, like, if they don't have the ability to sort of express themselves in some way, in a way that's healthy, in an environment where they feel totally safe with people who really get what it means to just be a dude, it's hard to step into your power. It's hard to step into your purpose and feel like you're in the right place, you're in the right lane. In this profession, it's about, 85% women? So for the guys watching, like, is this resonating? Drop a comment. If you drop the number 2. We're gonna go with 2 because we already did 1. If you're resonating with Brock's message and you're like, there's nothing that I would like more than to have a brotherhood of people get me, that I could just let my guard down, be myself, and not have to feel like I've got to always be buttoned up and being in charge and taking care and controlling everything, right? And so if people wanted to learn more about being a part of this is why I was going to ask you about staying in touch after you do these kind of retreats. Does it become like a brotherhood? Does it become like a community where they can stay connected with one another? And how do they get involved?
Yeah, absolutely. So we call it the tribe for sure. We want to earn your tribe, your place in the tribe, and we have all kinds of different things, guys that have helped each other in different ways, you know, from all the way from, hey, what workout do you recommend as you're trying to get in shape, all the way incrementally up to, we had a guy that woke up recently and his wife was having an active stroke next to him, and the way that the tribe bonded together, and he said, you know what, no matter what happens, I know that I've got people that have mine and my family's back now.
What a gift.
Really, yeah, you can't see it, but I got goosebumps.
I did too.
It's amazing the way that the tribe comes together and supports each other, for sure. And so I guess the best way to get involved is to go to the website, and on there's an events page, and those are all the higdengroup.com/blue vase. Right. Blue like the color, vase like a flower vase.
Right.
And there's a story behind that name, of course, but
my mom always told me that if it's inexpensive, you call it a vase. If it's expensive, you call it a vase. So when Patrick put this down, I was like, oh, higdengroup.com/blue vase. And he goes, it's vase. And so I put the line there so I wouldn't say it.
Okay, yes, good. Also, it feels much more dude if you say vase.
Right, yeah.
You're like, I can't represent the guys here if I say vase.
I got that.
Yeah, for sure. But the retreats are going to fill up quick. I cap it at 10 per team. Because you want to keep that small unit feel, that cohesion. And so I know a lot of guys have signed up, and ladies are actually signing up their husbands as well. Because that's some of the biggest testimony of they coming out and they said, wow, I haven't seen my husband this hungry, this confident. He's got that, and they say he doesn't have that lion kind of on his back anymore.
That's amazing. Do you have people who come from other countries? Like my husband's in Canada. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've got retreats right now in Ohio, Kentucky, down by the North Carolina border, and then also we just are opening up this year a new location, Florida location in 2024.
Nice.
So you guys will see it on the website.
That's amazing. Congratulations.
All right. higdengroup.com/blue vase. In case you didn't catch that. Thank you so much, Brock.
Of course.
So nice chatting with
thanks.
you. Really
appreciate it. It's been fun. All right, guys. We'll see you around.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
Thanks.
Bye. That is so awesome. I love that.
Yes, we have 2 minutes before we're going to begin, and we're so excited to be here with you. We actually couldn't wait to get in front of the cameras with you guys.
I know, because we couldn't do it this morning. So
wasn't Brock amazing?
Yeah.
Wow,
super cool.
I love it. I love that. It's things for guys, right?
Yeah.
Being able to bring guys out of their shells and start showing their strength. And I feel like in our society that men are kind of squashed a little bit right now. It's just kind of the thing. It's like the latest fad. Let's make guys look stupid.
Yeah, which is not cool, but
not cool.
yeah. I mean, that's so needed, and it's such I love when people find a way to bring people closer together and create a business around that. It's just so ingenious, right? Yeah, I love it.
Absolutely. We need more of that.
For sure.
We are so excited. We're almost 30 seconds out from getting back in that room with our second part of the day. We cannot wait for you to see these next speakers. Ooh, it's going to be powerful.
I know. This afternoon is jam-packed, guys. It's going to be very exciting. So one more reminder, if you have a coaching session booked, check your email. Make sure you know where to be and who you're going to be doing that with. If you haven't scheduled one, higdengroup.com/FOF coach. There's still a few spots available. Take that 20 to 30 minutes and get on track to changing your business in the way that you deserve and have the breakthrough that you've been working for.
I saw someone come out of the meeting today, and they were so excited, and they were talking to their wives. So they said they were just like on fire. So we can't wait for you to have that same experience, kind of put that passion and that fire back into your business. They're so good. So I don't know, I think we're still here. Are we still here?
Oh, music. Music. At least it's working. I think. I I'm not gonna comment because not gonna burn down DC's channel. I'm just here to control shit. We'll see how long that lasts. Oh shit, the husband's coming. I'm streaming. Oh, you're not coming this way. Yeah, I'm a behind the scenes kind of person, not like on. Oh, that's a lie. That's a lie. Happy Thursday. Hope y'all had a nice short week. Yeah, been there, done that. I was accidentally a producer on a podcast last year. My fashion, yeah, I don't think the bar is that high there.
Braver.
Oh my gosh. I think we have like 8 minutes. Because, yeah, I have a timer set with the OG time. So I think we have about 8 minutes until this starts back. So I'm gonna hang out on the back end for a few minutes and come back when they come back. Because I could entertain y'all, but that wasn't my life plan today. So we'll be back.
Last night, we were at a speaker's dinner, and I was sitting down with John and Nadia Melton, Bryn Lang. There were lots of us sitting down last night having a conversation. Brian Crothers was there, my wife was there, Todd Falcone was there. There was a lot of us having a conversation. And part of what we talked about is some of the things that are not taught as often as we think they should. And they're things that are hard to really understand unless you've gone through it. And it's better to learn from someone else's example than from your own, which is, how do you build as a couple? How do you build a business as a family? Because so many of us understand we would love, how many of you would love with more intentionality, with more certainty, be able to live your life with your faith first, with your family next, and then your business coming after that? But some of us find it challenging to do so. Let's be honest, true or not true, or is it just me? I'm the only one that struggles with this one. Thank you very much, sir. Both of us raise our hands. You're a good man. But the truth is, we all struggle with it at some point. And if we don't, we haven't really reviewed it and asked ourselves the question, how can we do better in these areas? Would we all agree that the greatest challenge you have in this room for many of you is going, I've heard this before. I've got that one handled. I've got nothing to learn there. The truth is, when we shut our minds down like that, we're not open up to the learnings that are possibility. So let's get on our feet. We got Richard and Mary Amado. They are absolutely fantastic. Let me say something about Mary. If you ever have an opportunity to pray together with her, she's one of the most prayerful, articulate people who will leave your soul filled up. They have figured out over 30 years of entrepreneurship and business how to live their lives with their faith first. You know, how to live their lives with their family coming next, and then becomes their business. But they've been able to do it in a way that they can teach all of us. So let's get up on our feet and bring to the stage Richard and Mary, and how you crush your business without crushing your family.
Be shouting it out loud. We are in an amazing atmosphere with amazing leaders. Congratulations to you guys.
Go ahead, y'all can woohoo. It's okay. All right, listen, some of y'all have a little bit of food coma, okay? So I'm gonna give your neighbor permission to nudge you, punch you, sprinkle some water on you, because now is not the time to fall asleep, okay? So no food coma. I rebuke the spirit of food coma in the room, okay, in Jesus' name.
You guys, this is my personal opinion, our profession. Now, even as an entrepreneur, now, I started before going into network marketing, I was a small business owner. I was an entrepreneur. But even you think of the people that we are and the types of people that we attract, this doesn't happen by accident, right? You paid a price to be here. Your family back home paid a price to be here. And what I want you guys to do is I really want to make sure that you give yourself permission to let this event change you. You've got people counting on you, next to you, back home, extended family, whatever it might be, your teams, your coworkers, your employees, but give yourself permission to let this event change you, because that's what we did all along the way, even before Mary and I ever got together.
You know, one more thing about that is, if you're here and you have left your family and you've taken money out of your family budget, do not steal from your family. Be here. Soak it all in. Get as much information as you possibly can so that you can bring back that to your family and produce fruit. Because this is a seed that you're sowing. It's not just you that's making the sacrifice. Your kids have made the sacrifice. Your spouse has made the sacrifice. So don't squander this time. I know I'm preaching to the choir. It's the people outside the room that I need to be preaching to. But don't squander this time. So these are just, we can tell you a lot about us, but just a little bit about us. Richard and I have been married now 21 years, and it has flown by. You can and shout at that because we've had to fight all 21 years, most 21 years. And we've got a lot of awards and accolades in our career, but the things that we're most proud of really are these leadership awards and these times where we've been able to really raise up the next generation of leaders because that's our passion. It's not just about our network marketing business. It really is for us to raise up leaders to create a ripple effect for the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. That's why we're passionate about families. We love, 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 love families.
And, you know, more importantly about these milestones that we've hit along the way is our family's been there every step of the way. They've been a part of the celebration. They were a part of the process. Our kids, most of our kids are here today. Only my son is not here today because he's in school and he's 15 and he would be asleep right now in here. But we didn't have to ask, beg, or pay for our kids to be here. Every event they've wanted to be at because they've enjoyed the process. The one thing that I never wanted for Mary and I is to have our children, they don't have to do what we do. They don't have to go do anything of what we do. But I didn't want to repel them from the profession. I've met a lot of people. We've heard some church hurt, right? Well, I've heard some MLM hurt, right? Yeah. I've heard some small business hurt where kids did not want to pursue any aspect of what their parents did. I wanted to make sure they get the full perspective of what was possible all along the way, and that's what we've done here. So I'm very grateful and honored that our children are here with us today. So you can clap for that. It's fine. It's a little personal accolade there. So this little cutie on the left is me. I don't think I still have that teddy bear, but maybe I do.
You do. It's in our garage.
And what little Richie there on the left, you know, transitioning all the way to Rich on the right was, he didn't know he was going to go through a lot of hurt, a lot of trauma. Some verbal abuse, some physical abuse, some sexual abuse, some chemical abuse. There was going to be a lot of abuse between those years. And so I created that Fabio-looking guy. Those of you that are old enough to know who Fabio is, I thought the long hair was going to help cover up some things, right? And I had a small business, but what I knew is I didn't have enough to have a life that I would be happy and proud of because I came from a home that I didn't want to duplicate, that I didn't want to replicate. And I sure as heck was not ready to be the man I needed to be to have an amazing wife such as I do today.
Yeah, so me, completely opposite. I'm one of 7 kids, okay? My parents were immigrants. We grew up very, very low middle class. There were seasons where my parents were on welfare. It was borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. We lived in the projects. I remember driving through a big city, and I was telling my kids, oh, those are the projects. And they're like, how do you know? So when you've lived in the projects, you know what the projects look like in any city that you're in. So my parents worked really, really hard, and that's all I knew. Work really, really hard, get a good education, and get a good job with a 401k, and that's what I did, only to find myself very, very empty. How many of y'all could relate, right? Do that path. So we came from very different backgrounds, yet we kind of ended in the same place. We were working all the time with no quality of life and nothing really to give back. I remember seasons where I would give everything I'd have to our business and there was like nothing left for my kids. And I was this ugly, can I say this? I'll say it. Bitchy, not nice mom that my kids, like I literally could see the terror in their eyes sometimes when I would speak to them because I had nothing left to give because that was my upbringing. Like this is how you create a life. And we found ourselves wanting more. So this was our first time our family was featured in an industry publication. Our kids were little itty bitty. I look at that picture and I think, oh my gosh, that was 2011, and the time flew by, and I think that started to kind of become a little real for our kids, you know, that there's this business that mom and dad are in, and really at that time is where we started to really incorporate our kids into our business because now they were literally in our business. They were in this magazine, and I remember Brittany, my daughter, my oldest daughter, she's now here, 27 years old, and she looked at that picture, go back, and she looks at that picture, she's like, oh my God, you have to go back.
I did.
She goes, oh my God, Mom, my hair looks so good. And then this is our picture now. These are our kids. They're grown and they're big, and I am so blessed You know, I wasn't going to share this story, but a few days before we left, actually 2 days before we were leaving town, a girl reached out to me by text, someone I had met 6, 7, 8 weeks ago at my friend's house, a women's event, and she reached out to me and asked if I could meet. And normally before a out-of-town trip, I would say no, I would put it off till next week, but something called me to meet her. And Rich was like, well, why are you meeting her? I'm like, I don't know, I just know I'm called to meet her. And so I meet her, and she is faced with, she's pregnant, and she's either looking at abortion or she's going to keep this baby. And I said, you called me because tell you cannot abort that baby. You see, I shared at that time the story where I was in college, and I was a good girl, and I did all the right things. And for a season, I just wanted to be a little irresponsible. And I was irresponsible and ended up pregnant with a guy that I barely knew, and it was a disaster. It was a complete disaster. I kept the baby, but it was one nightmare after the next, only to discover he was a drug addict. I became depressed. I became suicidal. I was in a very dark place that I did not want to be. And at that time, the faith that I had walked in was one that it was all about works. It was you do good and God will reward you. You don't do good and you would be punished. And that time, I thought God had forsaken me. I thought I had done something so heinous that God now wrote me out of the book of life. And I was so desperate, and it's such a dark time. And by the grace of God, my life turned around. And so when I look at our family, I know that that's God loved me so much that he brought me Richard, and he blessed me with this. And so I share that with you for you to know that God can redeem anything. It doesn't matter your history. Your past does not dictate your future. It never has, and it never will.
Absolutely. So time flies by really quick if you're not paying attention, and sometimes it still flies by pretty quick. I wanted us to have a house and a family of memories, things that mattered, right? We've never been very much and big on things per se. We've been questioned a lot on why haven't you upgraded this or this, that, and the other. And it's like, because my focus has always been on my family or my wife. And so along the way, about 10 years ago, we started doing these marriage vision trips just on our own. And we wanted to have a foundation for our marriage. We wanted a foundation for our family and a foundation for our business. Because what I did not want, because I experienced being on the other side of the fence of this, I did not want to be a professional success and a personal failure. I wanted the respect of my kids. I wanted them at least to say, you know what, I could do that, or I could do something even better. And the only way I knew to do that was if we created a set of family values. Now, I'm not asking you to take on these values. I'm just letting you know the work that we've kind of done on this. These aren't made up words that we thought of one night. We spent a lot of time articulating what we wanted to have in our family and our marriage so we could actually live a life by design.
Yeah, the other thing we did is we created a family vision, and this got developed over time. And one of the practices, and we're going to talk about in a little bit, is some of our vision trips that we do annually. And over the course of several years of vision trips, we developed this vision statement for our family that we really do color everything by. And it's living a life by design, inspired by God, creating the best outcome in each moment and playing full out in all areas of life with excellence. So that's not just in good times, that's in bad times. It's when times suck. It's when things are rough, when you're in financial hardship, when you're scrounging in the couch cushions for change to put gas in the car. It really is a vision of how to be all the time. And so one of the things that we do is these annual vision trips, and we're going to go through real quickly about them, but at the end, we're going to give you a QR code so that you can get a resource, a workbook that we've kind of developed over time after doing these vision trips for the last 10 years. So we do it every year, and every year we work on ourselves, we work on our marriage, we work on our kids, and it's a lot of preparation. We spend 3 or 4 days, click ahead, and we calendar the whole year. So we get out this board and we calendar the year. The first thing we do is we put in all the important things about our family and what we're going to do. Then we put in the non-negotiables for our business, like convention and our leader advance that we do. And then we intentionally look at, okay, where do we need to start investing time with our kids? What are the things that we need to do? And then we put those in, and we're very intentional about it. And we spend 3-4 days, we get a place where we can spread out, and we have posters on the wall, and it looks like all on the windows. And we really work on our marriage. You know, I tell people all the time, especially couples that are getting married, people spend more time on their one wedding day planning every little detail, and they spend virtually no time on their marriage. And your marriage and your family is something worth investing in. And maybe you're single. Maybe you're not married. Invest that time anyways. Set yourself aside. Spend that time. Calendar the year. Create what you want to create and be intentional about your life and create it by design.
You know, one of the things that we'd also do every single year, depending on our kids' activities, and I know a lot of parents are in here, you do a lot of effort to make sure you're at every practice, every game, and this, that, and the other. And I'm just going to kind of share you my own personal story. When my parents were never at any of my practices. I've probably had almost 300 sanctioned fights back in Texas in martial arts, and my mom has only seen me competed twice in my entire, 15-year career that I had there. And I did not need my parents to be at karate. Now, maybe that's what you want to be a part of. I understand that. But keep in mind, I want you to think what they're going to remember. They want you to be at the important things. They don't necessarily want you to be at everything. So I'm just going to ask you to consider, if you're finding any stressors around being at everything for your kids, then I want you to probably have a conversation and find out what are the absolute critical ones. When Brittany was heavy into dance and competition, we'd ask her, what are the ones you definitely want us to be at that you want to have a memory of, because we'll make sure we're at those, but the other things are optional. So that's part of organizing the year, is to make sure that your kids and you are in communication about what's important to them versus assuming what's important to them, because it could free you up to do something else that provides more for the family.
One note on that, when you make a promise to your kids, have integrity and honor the promise. Don't keep putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. That's where your relationship degrades. That's where they have less confidence in you, your business. They lump everything together. It's all the same. And what will happen, I tell my team this, our team this all the time, listen, it's not okay for you to have this huge, incredible business and then have your kids hate your guts, or you have your kids hate the business because they're resenting that you've pulled away and you've given everything you've got to your business and nothing left for them. So we have this distinction about there's family business of what runs the household, and then there's the family business.
You know, you got things that take to run the house, right? Responsibilities, you divide that stuff up. But then you look at the family business. If you got a small business, you're direct sales, you're a solopreneur, whatever that might be, make sure that the kids understand that, the family business, they benefit from also. It's not the thing that mom and dad do or that mom does on the weekends. You got to make sure that everyone is involved and understands. This is why the vision trips are so important, is because it gets everyone on the same page with the vision. It's no longer taking away from little Timmy. It's like mommy's doing this so Timmy can have that, and they're a part of it. And you're transparent on the wins, the losses, and also what the reward is down the road.
Now, what you learn, go back a minute, what you learn in network marketing, you transfer into with your kids in that business. So, Ray always says, you got to let people participate at their level of desire. So if they want to make just $100 a month, let them make $100 a month. If they want to make $100,000 a month, let them do that. Well, your kids are the same. Let them participate at whatever level of desire they have. So when we were in our last company, we were running for this really huge promotion. And one of the things that we did was we incorporated our kids in this promotion. We took off everything on the biggest wall in our living room. We made this huge display with all these things, and there was a lot of moving parts. How many of you can relate, right? A lot of moving parts, a lot of things to happen. And we wanted our kids to understand what it is that we were producing. But more than that, what we did was we put pictures of all the people that we were helping on our team, and we put pictures of their families on there. So that when we are talking to Chad, it didn't just affect Chad, it was Chad and his wife Shannon and their son Kale. And when we had a conversation in a three-way or a launch Zoom with this person, this couple or this man or this woman, it affected their kids. And so they knew, like, if I can give this and my parents can do this for them, it's going to help this kid that's my age. Like, it made it real for them that this wasn't just a thing where we're shuffling papers and making calls. It was really about people's lives. And so we put this whole vision up, and then our kids participated. So at the top left, there was the cruise that we were going to go on, and Brittany cut out the pictures and pasted it on these random people. Those are our pictures of our kids. And then we had this Bible verse on there. And then there were seasons where I could not sleep in the mornings, and I would wake up and I'd be in prayer, and I would get scripture for each one of these people, and I would write scripture on there, and I would pray that over these people, because I knew the growth process for them to get to a certain rank, there was something internal that had to transform in them. And when our kids would wake up and see that, then I could say, listen, in your life, you're going to be praying for people that you work with. It's not just for your family. Prayer is for everybody. When people called them the disciples Christians, it wasn't because they had a cross on their car, right? It's because they were doing the things that Christ did, which was praying publicly for people.
And then part of the way that we included the kids is Vivian, our middle daughter here, she decided to, when she would decorate these things, when someone would hit that rank, she would put what is known as these squiggle booms on
That's
it,
what
right?
our team coined them, squiggle booms.
And then the guy above saw he didn't get any squiggle booms, and he wanted to know why he didn't have any squiggle booms. So then we had explained why he didn't have any squiggle booms. But so squiggle booms became kind of important, right? But the kids now are starting to really understand what we're doing, and our team got to know them as well, and they really fell in love with the process and fell in love with the profession.
And Brittany was a little older, so she was our little auditor. So there were particular things that people had to do before they could get their name on the board or get a Post-it taken off. And so she would do the little auditing in the back office. So we just let them participate at whatever level they could participate. And then these celebrations are things that happen for us, and we had our kids participate. They got to be around John Maxwell, and they got to, when we hit our ranks, they came to our conventions. They participated in the celebration, because it was just as much their accomplishment as it was our accomplishment.
And those aren't golfing tournament jackets. I mean, I do play golf. I shoot in the 70s on the front nine, but yeah, those are special. But what I can tell you is that more is caught than is taught, right? This is our middle daughter's first plan to sell.
Her first business plan.
First business plan to sell American Girl dolls to buy a MacBook. And she was going to make $100 on every American Girl doll she resold. And I said, honey, that looks a lot like a pyramid. And she's like,
she was going to make the money, reinvest it, buy more dolls, reinvest it, buy more dolls, reinvest it, so she get her money.
So she created her first binary at the age of about 8 years old, and we're very proud of her for doing so. But you just got to realize, guys, your kids are watching. They're always doing and looking, no matter what you think, whatever you think you're hiding, right? No one is going to care more about your marriage and your family than you, right? I'll catch my team sometimes, like, hey, put your phone down, go on a date night. But I only catch that every now and again, right? Your sponsor, your upline, your company owners, none of them are going to be able to care about your marriage and your family the way that you are. So that's your primary responsibility. And so what we want to leave you with is this, is if you'll take a picture of this, a QR code, it's going to take you right to where you can download the workbook, the guide. A lot of thought and effort has gone into this. I promise you, if you do the exercise in it, you will move your marriage and your business to a different level than you experienced before. More importantly, your kids will love you for it, and they will want to follow you in your journey. We thank you guys for your time. Have a great rest of your weekend. We love y'all.
Thank you.
You know, one of the best pieces of advice I got before I got married was someone said to me, and it's so in line what Richard and Mary have been sharing with you, and it's worth writing this one down. No amount of success in business will make up for any failure in your family. No amount of any success in your business will make up for any failure in your family. That doesn't mean that we don't fail, that we don't fall, that we're perfect or anything like that. It's just a mindset for us to have, which is some of us over-sacrifice with our family, with the thoughts that there's a payoff, but not being intentional about the moments that are passing and the resentments that can be building. Here's another one. That same person in that same conversation said to me, Garrett, when you get married, the love that you have for your wife or the love that you have for your family is not the most important thing. And I thought, of course that's the most important thing. He goes, no, it's not. The most important thing is how much love does your wife feel that you have for her. What the most important is how much love does your family feel that you have for them. You don't want to just have it inside of you. You want the people that love you and that you love to feel your love, to learn how to express it in ways that are both appropriate but early and often. So those were great strategies, Marion. Thank you very much. We just appreciate you guys. It was absolutely fantastic. And Richard, for all that you shared. The next person is going to come up. How often have you heard people say, let's do the hard work? But I think we should also do the heart work. And the hard work is really important. If we're going to hear John C. Maxwell talk about, if you've ever read the book, Winning with People, he talks about, it's people don't care how much you know till they know what? How much you care. It is such an important thing for us to understand. And Tom Chenault is one of those people, when I say real friends, not deal friends. My wife and I, we're blessed to have 3 beautiful children. We have a 35-year-old, 37-year-old, and we have a 16-year-old. But our oldest at one time was on heroin. There was a time when broke in our family would have been a good place to be. There was a time in our family where our son was on heroin and we didn't know every time the phone rang, was that the police or was it to be told that he has passed away? His friends that he went to school with are either dead or incarcerated. Our daughter, who was on the honor roll list, started to run away and not go to school anymore. We had time when Sylvia became pregnant with Liam and we had no medical insurance. And Tom Chenault was the person that really helped when Sylvia and I were going through that difficult time with our son Philip. And sometimes you need a piercing soul to be God's hands, mouth, feet on earth. And he said to us, you're killing your son under your own roof. That is a powerful message and one probably no parent ever wants to hear. But when it's followed up with, I'm going to get in this together with you, I will be there with you, and I will help you. I also want to say, those of you that know Laurie Boilard, who I've had many conversations with, who also had a daughter in the same place, also passed away. And I know that this is a very difficult journey for many families. But Tom Chenault is one of those souls that is a good example of the type of friend you want in a foxhole. Let's get up on stage and bring to the stage Tom Chenault.
I can stand here because I don't need a teleprompter or notes. Ray Higdon last night gave us a little pregame warm-up. He's like I don't know if you guys know this guy from Boulder, Colorado, like a block away, who lives in Longmont, where I live. His name is Deion Sanders. And so a little shout out to that guy. He did the impossible, and that's what you're doing today. But Ray said, there's a chance that when you get around these people, your speech is going to go absolutely to heck in a handbasket. And whatever you do, don't worry about it. And I left there and threw out the speech. So what you're going to get is what you're going to get. And it might be bad, it might be good, but it's going to come from my heart. But before that, I need you to go to the store and tell them that this was your favorite shirt. Whatever you do. So thank you very much for that, because I'm a very competitive guy. And so my life is all God. All God. All God all the time. And I happen to have a doctorate. And I know there's a lot of doctors in this room, but I'm one of the lucky ones with a doctorate in drunk. And, oh, I forgot to tell you something. I was really, really scared about doing this thing because I'm like not the most religious guy in the world, so I kind of feel like I'm like an out of body. So I lost 30 pounds. And I said, I know that's awesome, isn't it? So then the last time I wore this suit, it was like I looked like Bilbo Baggins. And I put this baby on, and it's literally a little big. So I was all duded up, and I had the slacks. But then Ray said that, and I said, sheesh, I can't go up there and be somebody I'm not. I don't wear suits. I am a hot mess express, and what you've got is that. So instead of that, I'm dressed like this. And you're wondering what my shirt says. And I'm now living in heart rate zone 2, which means you run like a tortoise for a long time every day. And people see this galloping elephant coming at them, and they see BLTS on the front, and they go, what the heck does that even mean? So I had it put on the back too, because it's like a BLT sandwich. But it is the crux of what we do here. What is so important in every part of your life is that people know they belong in your tribe. They need to know that you love them. They need to know that they are safe with you, and they need to know that they can, safe is there, trust and safe, yeah. Whatever that said, just think of a BLT sandwich. But that's the whole show. That's who we have to be in all areas of our life. You are not a network marketer. You are not your company. You are your magnificent self. And that's it. And stop treating people like prospects and treat them like human beings, and everything is going to change. And the more, Jesus, I had something in my mouth, and I looked down, I thought it was a tooth. And it flew out of my mouth when I was walking away, which is another, that's God again.
He said I had something in my mouth. I thought it was a tooth.
So as a result of that, and I took some notes because I'm like never prepared, and I had to do this. And so I used two things on this conversation that are both really critically important. I used the first form of artificial intelligence, which is my incredible wife, Denise, who is the nicest, deepest, most unbelievable person. And she gave me quotes from Elizabeth Gilbert, from Albert Einstein, from some other guy I'd never heard of. And, because she's that way. And then I use this NowSide AI. And what they did was they made me Tom AI, so it now knows how I think and how I speak, and I just pour everything in there. And that book that I'm 72 years old, that book I've been writing for 50 years has never been written because I don't think I deserve it, number one. I don't think you would read it, number 3 or 2. And the second, whatever the numbers are. And the other part is it's just too much work to get started. So all of a sudden I poured all this stuff, the quotes that my wife gave me and everything else in, which was pretty cool. And it wrote a manifesto, which I don't care about because I fell asleep halfway through it. The decision to believe in a friendly universe has a transformative power in various aspects of our life. In Alcoholics Anonymous, network marketing, and religion, it nurtures connections, purpose, and growth by stepping away from spiritual materialism and the trap of comparison. We allow ourselves to fully embrace our unique journeys and unlock our highest potential. May we remember that we are not alone, and by the recognizing the inherent friendliness of the universe, we can live our lives filled with abundance, grace, and fulfillment. That's all we want. That's all we want. And I am a terrible network marketer. I am a great place to visit. You do not want to live here. I am the hot mess express. But here's what I am. I am in love with me. I am in love with God. I am in love with you. And I have a mission on this earth that is so much bigger than network marketing, and that is to let people know that we don't have to throw shade at people. We do not have to hate. In fact, we can do the opposite of that and love like crazy, then love more. We can fire our brains, hire our hearts. We can look at everybody and interview them and figure out what they want. And instead of interviewing them with our eyes, we're interviewing them with our ears, and we're seeing what God saw in them to make them so terminally unique that we actually block them out because our ego said they aren't, they're different than us. I don't want to know. I'm a little scared. And that's your ego edging God out. And what you want to do is get rid of that in every area, with your wife, with your spouse, your husband, your children, your parents, everybody. Let everybody be their greatest instead of having an agenda for you to be the person that's telling them how they should be, even in your thoughts. So in other words, you're dropping people right where they want to be, not where your agenda sends you. And the second thing you're doing is understanding that literally everybody in this room is not where you want them to be in life, but I will promise you definitively that where everybody in this room is exactly where God's got them. How cool is that? And that's who I want to be when I grow up. So I've been a network marketer for over 30 years. I quit drinking alcohol on September 29th of 1988. I will have 35 years at the end of this month. And that, my friends, is a very long time between cocktails. But the beautiful thing about that is that it's given me my voice. I have a doctorate in drunk, and my phone rings nonstop. And the reason I read a book called The Surrender Experiment by Michael Singer. He also wrote The Untethered Soul, which Oprah fell in love with, but the real one is The Surrender Experiment. And the reason my arms are like this, and I can almost make them touch, is that the life of pi, that pie called our life, I spent 37 years manipulating that piece of the pie called what Tom Chenault knows, and I spent the same amount of time manipulating that piece of the pie called what Tom Chenault knows he doesn't know. And what ended up happening is that's where all the horrible stuff in my life happened. I was manipulating the user, taking over for God. And I read The Surrender Experiment, and I realized everything that happened to me, you people, my wife, Denise, everything happened out there in that 70% when I wasn't playing God. And I just said, now I never say no. I say yes to everything, especially the things that I don't want to do. So my phone rings 6 months ago, and it's somebody on the phone. And this somebody gave me a unbelievable ask. And I had to remain pure to my core value, which is always say yes, even though I wanted to say no. So I'm going to tell you this story because it sounds like total BS, and you're not going to believe it if I tell you because of the Tom Tall Tales. So here's what we're going to do. I want you guys to meet Tina. She's here, and she came out, and she's the reason I'm on this stage. Come on out, Tina.
Hello, peace. Hello, joy. Hello, love.
How are you, baby? Tell these people a story.
Oh my gosh. Okay, first off, hi everybody. I'm Tina, and thank you for being here for
She's
number 2
speaking later, so you'll
on
hear
my
a lot.
bucket list. Checked off. So thank you. Okay, so gosh, big long story. Isn't he the most handsome, most well-dressed man in the entire industry? Give it up for Tom. So 6 months ago, I called Tom, sent him a message, and the only time I had ever talked to Tom was I'd sent him a birthday message and told him that on my bucket list was a picture in that bathtub. And for those of you that know, you know. And I told him my story, that I had been a drunk for, I don't even know how many years now, but And I was 1 week sober, and Tom, in his true potty mouth fashion, congratulated me. And
I cuss a lot.
he does. And I told him, I said, okay, so here's my story, and I've got a really big favor. And I said, I am going to speak on Ray's stage this fall, but Ray doesn't know it yet. And when I get on that stage, will you give me my 6-month pin? Because I've calculated it. It's perfect. It's divine timing. And so just a couple days ago was my 6th month of sobriety. I have had a bathtub picture with Tom. I've ranked 4 or 5 times. I don't know, my income has gone up, and it's not all of that, but God told me. He said, if you quit drinking, I will bring abundance to your business. And here I am on this stage, and tomorrow I get to tell you more of my story. So thank you so much, Tom.
And one thing she said, would I fly out here and
Oh,
do
yeah.
that?
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
said, no.
No, you did not.
Oh.
You don't say no to anyone.
I don't say no.
He said, well, that's a really big favor for me, because I'm like, will you fly? He goes, that's a really big favor, but it's only an airline ticket.
Yeah.
So here we are, number 2 on the bucket list.
Yeah, so have you said, is that amazing? So she doesn't look like a drunk. But I don't look like a drunk. I used to look like a drunk when I was like laying in a bowl of puke, but not anymore. So go get my other guy.
Okay.
And I have a microphone, and I'm using the microphone. I don't speak in public very often. So this next guy is cool. And come on out, please. Model, actor, not bad to look at, right? So I need to tell you what happened to him on November 22nd. For the 2nd time, he overdosed on fentanyl, and he died. And they brought him back. And I met him in the rooms of recovery. He's been in treatment 4 times. And here we have my incredible friend, EC, the bravest guy I know. Look at him. You interviewed him with your eyes. You never dreamt that this guy could have been dead 9 months ago. Give him a round of applause. Take it away. Thank you.
I love you. I appreciate you, brother. Sometimes the angel shows up in the shape of Tom Chenault. I did the thing I promised myself I would never do again. After almost 11 years of continued sobriety, I decided I don't have a disease. I can control this. I can go back out. I went back out. And what happened? I crashed and burned like no other. As Tom said, November 22nd, I overdosed on fentanyl. They had to Narcan me back to life. And my sponsor says, that was God in the Narcan. It wasn't your time to go. You're going to use your story to empower and help people who are stuck in that dark place you know all too well. So share your story. Help people out. And give hope, because it is possible to get over this pernicious disease if you work on it. My family spent $30,000. I didn't have any insurance, nothing. I was like, no, I'd rather die. I'm suicidal. I'm dual diagnosed, bipolar disorder, manic depressant. So I'm like ready to kill myself. I want to die. And they're like, your life is priceless. You can't put a dollar sign on life. And today, I'm here in front of you by the grace of God. Foundation here, God, anything is possible. Believe it's possible, because it is. I'm living proof. I love and appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for letting me share. Tom.
I love you. Thank you so much. Take the mic. So here's the deal. You never know. You never know who's in that boat. You never know whose ex-husband is in that boat, whose kids are in that boat. Garrett's kids. I am an absolute stand for spirituality and God. It's all about God. Nothing comes even close. And standing inside of that, going to AA, kicking and screaming, everything that's happened in my life, I now realize happened for a reason, to serve me and help me help other people. And it's all about the giving. All about the giving. And they talk about the opposite of addiction. And most people think that that is sobriety. It's not. The opposite of addiction is true human connection. Is that cool enough? We want the BLTSs. We want to belong. We want to love and be loved. We want to be able to trust people. We want to be trusted. We want to be safe with people, and we want people to be safe with us. And if you start working on that,
Oh my God.
We can't hear it. Yeah, we can't hear
Can't hear
him
it?
now. No, as soon as you popped
You can't hear?
on, he's really quiet.
Dang it. What the heck? 1 second.
Hi.
Can you hear now?
It's super quiet.
I'm echoing?
No.
much she
What's
was me.
happening?
And God had us meet. And
I don't know.
Oh God. Can you hear? No sound? Oh my God. Oh, 1 second.
My company was definitely anti-cold messaging, which a lot of people might be. They really wanted us to probably do more of the attraction marketing. But they saw my journey.
Can y'all
and
hear it
in
now?
that first year that I was using all of his teachings,
I can't hear anything.
you know, my name started to come up on the leaderboard, and then every month I was on the leaderboard for recruiting. I started earning all these awards, top in recruiting every single year since I've done it, top in recruiting in my entire company. Then my volume started coming up because, look, I'm recruiting all these people, they're buying all these things, and they're sharing it. And so here, my group volume, highest in the company every single month. Then, of course, I was winning these big awards like, you know, it was, you know, Pet Pro of the Year, which this is a pet company. So, which is another thing I want to say. The fact that this method can help in such a niched down business, pet nutrition. So our only clients are people who have pets and those people who can afford our products, really. So small percentage of people. So, and then I was winning all the leader awards, like, you know, I had the most builder legs, the most active legs, just all of these accolades coming just from this system of working. And I wanted to share. So how many of you guys have those type of people on your team that are not attraction marketers, don't want to spend all the money on vendor events, and don't know what else to do? I mean, lots of you should have lots of those people on your team. That's most of the people in these companies, right? And so the method is very simple. The way that I got here is reaching out to people every day, following up, because it doesn't matter how you recruit. It doesn't matter if you're doing attraction marketing or cold messaging or vendor events. You have to follow up with them. We follow up until they buy or die, right? We don't ever stop following up. And I used this 90-day journal religiously. This is something that is in the swag shop. Actually, you guys can get them for your teams if you want. There's tons of good stuff in here, and it just helps them keep track of their follow-ups. And it also focuses on activities, because we need to marry the activity and divorce the results, right? We can't control what people do, but we can control our activities. So we can go to bed every night knowing I did my professional development, I watched my Ray daily, I filled out my journal, I did my follow-ups, and I did my reach outs for the day. And you know, it's a small amount of money to pay for your team members to pay for the rank makers. I think it's like $30 a month to be part of it. And it's so helpful. It's free training. You get free coaching on Fridays. You get all of this good stuff. So all that just to say, this system does work. And I know some people might not feel good about messaging people, cold messaging people, but the way I look at it is you're just being very upfront and honest about what you're asking them. Ray has a whole psychology and science behind it, so you don't just want to go start messaging people without knowing how he does it and listening to his trainings first.
How do I open this?
It's just, it works. You can expand your circle infinitely of people of prospects that you might not have reached out to if you knew them or they were in your warm market, or, you know, if you're an attraction marketer. So I recommend that you do those things with your team, and hopefully you guys will all get the success that I have gotten. And I have all of my success to thank from Ray. Like, he has been teaching this for years, and he knows what he's doing, and he found tons of success through it. So I am so honored and humbled to be able to introduce Ray Higdon.
Ew.
And he's going to be coming out.
Sir.
Go Colts.
I can't.
Okay, awesome. Isn't that a great story? So cool. They, so like the first time she got awarded #1 recruiter in her company. They're like, so how'd you do it? And she's like, oh, I did raise cold messaging. And they're like, oh. Like they didn't, because they had been teaching not to do that, but now they had someone that had beaten all of their influencers in recruiting, so they were kind of torn a little bit. And so that doesn't mean that I think it's the only way. It doesn't mean it's even my favorite way, but it's a way. And there are people in your organization that's what they'll gravitate towards.
Charlene,
so why not?
Thank you.
And by the way, that's in any industry. People will use cold messaging. How many of you know my friend 𝐔𝐒𝐄 𝐃𝐈𝐒𝐉𝐶? I mean, he had a lot of people on his YouTube, so like some of you got to know this guy. But I loved it that he talked about how his sales teams across all of his different companies send 15,000 cold messages a week. And I know there's a right and a wrong way to do it.
Oh my God,
right?
I love
And I'm not actually teaching cold messaging in this segment, but we are going to talk about the components that will make you crush it in your business. Because after all these years of training and working with people in insurance and real estate and financial planning and network marketing, I've really boiled it down to 4 components that really make the difference in your business. Would you like to know those?
I love it so much.
Okay, handful of you.
Oh, Grumpy
Perfect.
Ray's here.
Does this side want to know, or is this side? You guys, we're good?
I love it so much.
So some of you have heard this. You may hear it in a little bit different manner. I found that, for me, it's not how quickly can I go through content, to just consume, but what does it take for me to get it? For example, this morning I talked about, faith and fear. I talked about faith without works, is dead. I mean, it took me 100 times of reading the book of James to actually catch that and get that wisdom. And there's been several things
Why can't I hear anything?
that have come from the continuous study of a thing, not the how quick can I go through it. Right? Done. Got it. And so there are 4 things. I call them the 4 P's. And that's pipeline, posture, position, and perspective. Pipeline, posture, position, and perspective. So pipeline, same thing in any performance-based industry. Just how many people you're following up with, how many people you're reaching out to, how many conversations are you having? It's just pipeline. So when I was in mortgages, we had a whiteboard, and we had, last name, Gonzalez. What's the status? Oh, they're in underwriting, or oh, we're waiting on appraisal, or oh, we're waiting for documentation. Next family name, I mean, it's a pipeline.
I love it.
Who am I working? Right? That's in the process that I'm following up with, that I'm bringing closer to the sale or the join or whatever that's like. And I truly believe, and so you heard from my wife earlier, about I think it's been about a year, maybe a little bit longer. She decided to pursue one of her passions, which is real estate. She just loves real estate. It's funny, like. I would come up to her, at night, I'd see her on her laptop, and she'd see me, and she'd close it real quick. I'm like, were you looking at real estate again? Maybe. I mean, she's just constantly scrolling, looking, right? Looking at, she just loves real estate. She loves real estate projects. And she understands, if she doesn't talk to anybody, if she doesn't tell people that she helps them find their dream home or luxury home or whatever, if she doesn't network with anyone, if she does no marketing or advertising, she's not confused that she's not making any money in real estate. It's not confusing. Very simple, right? Pipeline. And so, I mean, I think her first like full year in real estate, she'll cross $20 million in sales. Not bad. And that's not for me. That's not for me. That's her deal. But she's not confused, and most people aren't confused. But I've found a lot of times those in network marketing are confused. They're like, I've been at this for 4 years and I'm still not making money. And I say, well, how many people did you talk to last week? Well, you know, I
Here he
was pretty
is.
busy last week. Business cards haven't come in yet. I thought of a new tagline. Working on my brand. So none. Got it. And I really think that there may be a touch, because network marketing for a lot of people is a gateway, right? They would not be an entrepreneur or business owner without it. And so they come from a job mentality. I think a lot of people, job mentality, they come into network marketing. And job mentality, most people in a job, they think tenure over performance. Right? I've been here a certain amount of time. I should get paid more. Don't worry about my performance. I'm still here.
You don't know anything, Ray.
See the correlation?
Ew.
Is that interesting?
No.
And so I believe that's part of the problem. And, you know, understanding that anything performance-based, tenure doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. How many people you talking to, following up with, setting appointments with, some of you sending samples to, dropping off jugs of water. Where's my water, peeps? Yeah? Okay. One. A couple of you admitting that. All right. Hey, I love the water. It's awesome. And so pipeline is very simple. How many people are you asking if they're open to taking a look at what you do, at what you offer, at what problem you solve? That's baseline. Because I can only help you so much. I can only help you be a great closer, but you still have to talk to people. You can be a great closer, not talk to anyone, not make any money. That's kind of silly, right? That's wasted potential. And so the best thing that you can do when you aren't great skill-wise is talk to more people. Just ask. Ask more people. And you know, one of the books I'm very proud of that I co-authored was Go for No for Network Marketing. And you know, in that book we talk about all these different scenarios of just simply asking the question more times will lead to more results, whether you improve your skill set or not.
Sorry.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm encouraging you to improve your skill set, and we'll work on that today. But just asking the question more often, not being so dejected by rejection, not being afraid of rejection, not being so worried about the acceptance of others, and being more concerned about possibly helping them. If you have a great thing that you believe in, which I hope that's the case, because I can't teach you how to sell something you don't believe in.
We love you. I'm sorry.
Can't do it. And only a certain type of personality can do that anyway. Sell something they don't believe in. And I remember, and I experienced that. So when real estate started crashing for me in like 2008, I think, 2007, 2008.
That's okay. It's okay.
2008, real estate starts crashing for me.
We're members only right now.
You know, and so there was a guy that told me, he goes, "Hey man, you should go on the road as a speaker." And I'm like, well,
when
I'm
I
deeply
mute this,
concerned about
does
my
he
real estate.
mute?
You know what? I'm going to do that. So
No, it's okay. Don't
22
worry
days
about
a
it.
month,
Don't worry about it.
Vegas, Chicago, Phoenix, Miami, LA.
I know it's devastating, Shelby.
I'm on the road.
so sorry.
Selling a $7,000
Is
real
he
estate
still muted?
education system in a
Maybe he isn't.
90-minute pitch to a
Unmute.
cold audience that we bought lunch or dinner for. So kind of almost like a timeshare deal, right? So
We
people
love
are
you,
like, yeah, what are
Shelby.
you
I'm
selling,
sorry.
Right? What is it? Ooh, pasta? Ooh, right? They peer in, ooh, pasta night, right? Like those that come to your meetings get the free cookies, right? And so I had to, get them riled up and get them, excited to buy this $7,000 thing in 90 minutes, and they didn't know who I was, right? And so, and I was doing it. We were making it happen. It was working.
Why can I
And I would give my
anything?
business card to people, and I started getting feedback that the company wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. I started getting feedback that people that I had sold this program to were messaging, support, no one's responding to them and things like that. And I started kind of not feeling great about that which I represented. And I remember the last time I presented, Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm talking to this lady, and she's probably in her 70s.
This is the worst audio I've ever
It's
heard.
before I do my presentation, And this thought came in my head.
I know what's wrong.
I hope she doesn't buy. And I caught it, and I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing here? I can't continue this. Now I knew that this was it.
Oh my God, we're back.
Because all my investments weren't working.
I can
all
hear
my
it
real
now.
estate had crashed. So I knew this was a choice.
I can hear it
But
now.
that was the last presentation I did for that company, and then went into foreclosure, lost everything. If you're trying to represent a company you don't believe in, you need to change that. Because I can't make you, a scammer. I just can't do that. And most people can't. Most people can't sell something they don't believe in. You have to believe in what you got and be willing to go and talk to people and be okay if they say no. And the perfect example is the waiter or waitress. If she's like, well, hey, would you like a slice of our homemade key lime pie? And you say no, she doesn't go,
sounds
why?
so haughty.
She doesn't go in the back and smash dishes, right? I'm such an idiot. How did I blow that? No, she's like, all right, here's your bill. It's not a big deal. So when someone tells you no, they're not rejecting your theology. They're not telling you you're worthless. They're not, right? They're just saying, no, it's not that big a deal. It's really not that big a deal. You'll survive. I promise. I promise you.
I wonder if the
And so pipeline, just talking to more people. Posture. Posture is, really two things. First, the belief in what you have, regardless of external acceptance or approval. So people, would come to me and tell me, oh, that won't work. Well, I had already seen it work in my own life, so that was just nonsense. I'm like, all right, that's their opinion. And you are postured around some things in your life. All of you are postured around some things in your life. If you go to the playground and your little Timmy's running on the playground, and someone says, hey, is that your kid? Yeah, it's little Timmy. He's kind of ugly. You don't say, no. He's got a great personality. He's really cute in the morning. Right? He does this little thing when he eats cereal. You say, get out of here! You're postured around the look of your kids.
Can you hear him now?
You don't start defending or trying to convince. See, some kids are just ugly, but they have a great. You don't start this weirdness, right? You don't want corporations, so there's someone at the top, right? You don't defend. You don't convince. You're just like, whatever. Got it.
Let me know if y'all can hear.
If you're in the Northeast, they say your kid's ugly. You punch them in the face, right? That's the response. But your posture around certain things, you got to be postured around your business.
Oh God,
people are going to tell you that it's stupid, it's not going to work, they're going to make fun of you. I got tons of that. I got tons of that.
How about now?
And I truly believe if we tie this back to when I started this, is these are things you're actually meant to hear. You're meant to hear these rebukes. You're meant to hear these things, these remarks. And I remember one of the most beneficial things I overheard by accident. I was working in one of my last jobs. I was working for a county government. I was in the IT department. And strangely enough, there were 2 Rays in the department. 2 Rays. That's kind of rare, right? And so there are 2 Rays in the department. And so I was at this satellite office, and I'm working, at this desk, and I hear the 2 secretaries talking, and they say, hey, Ray from IT's looking for you. And the other one says, which one? And she goes, the fat one. And at the time, I was like 260 pounds. It's about
what an asshole.
60-ish pounds heavier than I am right now.
You're a fucking asshole.
But in the next 6 or 7 months, I'd lost 50 pounds. So it's your reaction to some of this negativity that matters, not the existence of the negativity. Does that make sense?
Ew.
So I needed to hear that. That was a blessing. Thank you for letting me hear that. Right? Didn't feel good at the time, right? No discipline feels good at the time, but painful. And so posture is also the management of the conversation. managing the energy of the conversation. And so I found that I need to give examples for this. So some of you have heard these examples. And so one of my favorites, I always like to pull this one out, is I'm on a phone call, and Ashley in Alabama has me on with, I don't remember his name. And we start, the call starts like this. He goes, I've tried a bunch of these things and none of them ever worked. It's like, great, right? It's a good start. Looking forward to this one. Winning, right? We got champion. I can't see real good. Is that Mike Jordan? All right. And so, how would most people respond? Most people would say, well, this one's different. It's ground floor, billion-dollar opportunity, right? They do something. Patent pending, right? Whatever. Like that's, oh, I had no idea it was patent pending. Oh my God. I literally had no idea. Now I'm all in. No one ever says that. No one, right? Oh my goodness, patent pending? Whoo! Right, no one says it. Why do we use it? I don't know. And so instead of all that doesn't work, which is basically like playing fetch. When your energy is being managed by them, you're playing fetch, right? He's just chucking the frisbee, and you're like, it's patent pending, right? You know what I'm saying? You ever feel like they're calling the shots? Dance, boy! Right? Don't dance. Stop dancing for them. You know it works. You've seen it work for people. So why are we dancing? And so instead of all that, he says, I've tried a bunch of these things and none of them ever worked. I said, what makes this time any different? He was kind of confused by that. He's like, well, I'm really coachable. I really need to make money. Okay. Now we can talk, right? Now we can talk. So we continue. We have a couple more conversations. And then he pipes up, tell me about the comp plan. Right? Just like that. Pardon me, Ray. Could you please, if you have time, could you dive into the comp? No. Tell me about the comp plan. So what would most people do? There's two legs, right? There's a binary, right? You'd play fetch. You just throw the frisbee and you'd run it, right? But I know that's not his problem. It's not his problem. There's nothing I could say that all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, this one makes sense. So I have information. I use that information. He says, tell me about the comp plan. And I said, did you know the comp plans of those other companies? And he says, I sure did. I said, guess it didn't matter.
Wow.
Right? Isn't that doesn't that response make sense? I'm actually trying to help him, not placate him. Not just like play this little game of let's weekly move forward so you can have the same experience you had in every other company you've ever been in. And so I said, maybe it doesn't matter, right? I said, listen, if you want to study the comp plan, you can. There's a video. I'm not going to explain it. But apparently that wasn't the key to your success. If you're coachable, I'll tell you what to do. That's what I said.
This is 𝐔𝐒𝐄
Needs to be led.
AF.
See, people, they shoot themselves in the foot, right? They don't have success, but they're so cynical and skeptical, they don't realize that it's their unwillingness to be coachable and look at things from a different perspective that keeps them in that same little bubble of not creating success. And so management energy, that's why I just never cared. It didn't matter to me what objection they're throwing at me, because I'm just going to manage the energy. I'm just going to look at, what makes sense to help them think differently than the mind that created that objection. That's different than just a script book, or that's different than just if they say this, right? You look at the whole thing. Where are they at? Why are we talking? What are they looking for? Can I actually help them? And that moves us into position. So position is, where are they, not me, right? I'm all in. Whatever it is that I'm offering, I believe in 100%, or I'm not offering it. If you have something you're offering that you don't believe 100% in, then you shouldn't have success at that. it just shouldn't work for you.
Yeah.
So if I'm offering something, I believe it. I'm not talking about my position. I know my position. I'm all in. I love whatever it is that I'm representing and offering. Where are they? And it's incredible how similar network marketing and Christianity is. Because a lot of times we're coming at them in a way more from our position than their position. So that's when you get judgment. That's when you get shaming. That's when you get the, oh, you still one of those JOBs. Yeah, that'll convert someone. Oh, you know what? You're so right. You're so right. It is just over broke. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that clarity and that wonderful wisdom and kindness, right? No.
Oh my God.
Right? So it's where are they? And there's power in where are they? Because one, you shouldn't get frustrated, right? Because if they don't, everyone out there, if you don't know any information about their willingness, openness, desires, problems, nothing, then they're at position 0. We don't know. Position 0 is very easy. Would you like to learn more? Would you be open to more information? Would you like to see what I do to help blank blank, whatever, right? They need more information. They're not ready to join.
Sure.
And they're not an idiot for not joining because they don't have enough information. And so you guys see, where are they? Now, as they move up the position ladder, if they raise their hand, say, okay, I'll look at more information. Great, position 1. I'll review a video. Did you review it? Yeah, okay, great. Position 2, right? So as we get higher in the position, our job becomes easier. But at no point should it be confusing or frustrating. Let me give you another example.
Oh, dude.
So my friend Amy used to be an HBO executive out in LA. And she gets on, we get on a 3-way call. And you broke the rules, right? She broke the rules. And so she didn't edify me, she edified the prospect. Okay? You ever have that happen? It's not that fun. It's just me, I guess. And so
what an asshole.
She's like, Ray, this is Barbara. And Barbara runs a talent agency in Hollywood. A lot of celebrities use her services. Everyone in town knows her. She's been doing this for 20 years. And she has just got a rock star business. And Barbara, here's Ray. So I know what's going to go down. I know it. I know the playbook. I know exactly what's going to happen. So I'm just little guy, little hands. Hi, Barbara. Right? That's me. Just Ray. Yeah, he's available 24/7. You can just call him anytime. He'll answer. Right? Hi, guys. And so, sure enough, as most people will, she stepped into her posture. Right? She just strutted her stuff, came on board. Right?
No one walks like that.
So we start the call with, hello, Ray. I told Amy I'd look at her little home business. How are you doing? I swear to you, that's exactly how she said it and exactly what she said. Her little home business. Oh, thank you, Barbara. 1,000 thank yous. Right? So I'm just a little guy. She's towering over me. Hello, Ray.
Look, this
Right?
lady's
She
not
can
having
barely
it.
see me down there. He's so cute. And so I got to correct the energy of this conversation. So what can I do? Well, I can use position, right? So I asked to me an obvious question. A lot of times posture and position they're just obvious questions. Posture and position dictates your percentage close. Doesn't dictate your results, because if you don't talk to many people, then, whatever. You don't get paid on percentages. But if you talk to a lot of people and you mix in posture and position, you're going to have more sales. You just are. And every single person I've ever seen that's a good recruiter, whether it's in real estate and franchising and network marketing, if they're a good recruiter, they have posture, they understand position.
Anything's possible now.
Every time. Never seen it different. And so here we are. She's got the posture. She's towering over me. And so I got to change it up. So I use position, and I also use a little bit of posture. And I say, well, I guess I'm confused. If you're doing so well and your business is rocking and rolling, why are we even on the phone?
Oh, shit.
I mean, isn't that right? Doesn't that question make sense? And so it's not arrogance. It's like kind of clarification. Why are we on the phone? Right? You could be doing other things. Why are we on this phone? And so most people are scared of that question because they want to nice their way to the sale. Oh, thank you, Barbara. But if you're out of position and out of posture, you're probably not going to make that sale. And so I said, I'm just curious, like if you're rocking and rolling, like why are we even on this call? And so she's like, well, and if I hear a sigh, like, I got you, you're on board, welcome to the team, right? I mean, just easy. Because now we're speaking truth. You speak truth to me, I'm gonna speak my truth, you're probably gonna work with us. And so she goes, well, you know, the business has changed over the years, I've lost a few clients, and, you know, things have gotten a little tougher, and I'm like, oh, got it, okay. See, now she went from up here, hello, little Ray, right? Now we're having a conversation. And position is really sheer magic. It's how I recruited hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that hated the presentation. See, most
That's
people,
better.
if they have a opportunity presentation or a video or something that they use in their system, and they send it to someone and they say, I don't like it, they're going to their upline, right? I told you that video sucked. When are you guys gonna make a good video? I'm out here working really hard. You're missing the point. They watched the video. No one in the world goes around saying, oh, Harold, Wednesday night, opportunity video night, let's go. I queued up 3. One's collagen, one's aloe. We got some training pants, right? Like no one.
He's being an asshole this whole
No
time.
one is queuing up opportunity videos. They only watch an opportunity video if they're looking for an opportunity. They're looking for something.
This is the real
looking
Ray.
for some kind of solution. That's all I need. And so when I would go to someone and say, hey, did you get a chance to watch the video? If they said yes and it was awesome, I'm like, great, right? Tell me what was awesome. What was your favorite thing? And we would just go, sounds to me like you're ready to join. Awesome, welcome to the team, right? If they said, no, yeah, I watched it.
I'm gonna send
and
this
it
to her.
sucked. Terrible. So step 1, act shocked. Oh my God, did I mess up? Did I send you the wrong video? The one with the plane? And if Jess is around me, if I'm on the phone, if Jess is around, Jess, they said they didn't like the video. Oh my God, did they watch the right video? That's what I asked. She knows. I don't care if I've heard it the last 99 times. I don't care if I've never met someone that liked it. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna act surprised. Huh? What? And then I'm just gonna ask the question. And I can ask this question because of position. So in the absence of progress, fall back on position. Can I progress? Hey, the video sucked. Great. 2 cases or 1. I can't go forward. I can't progress. So in the absence of progress, I fall back on position. What position are they at? They watch the video. So first, shock and awe. Oh, really? I sent the right one. Did I screw up? Wow, you watched it. She watched it right, but the next question is, what were you hoping to see? What were you hoping to see? And I never, not one time, got a weird answer.
We heard Jessica this morning.
Not one time did they say, well, I was hoping I could pour it on my lawn and
Twice.
a Bitcoin tree would spew into the heavens and rain upon me cryptocurrency, right? Like, I was hoping to grow my arm back, right? Whoa!
Yep.
I never heard anything crazy. Every single time they ever responded, it was something we could actually help with. But maybe they misunderstood the video. Maybe they thought you had to be married, or maybe everyone in the video had a nice suit on, right, and they don't own a suit. Maybe they thought you had to do it full time and quit your job, and they weren't ready for that, right? Every time it's a misunderstanding that I could actually help them with. If you utilize pipeline, just talking to more people, If you utilize posture, just manage the energy, not letting them get you down, not letting them steal your thunder. If you recognize position, where are they? That'll reduce your frustration. Now, perspective, totally different topic, but that's where you spend the majority of your time in your mind. And I'm going to be covering that in day 3 in the morning.
Oh.
We're going to talk about money mindset. We're going to talk about mental rehearsal. We're going to talk about where, how can you start to live more in faith, in the hopes unseen, so you can live more into your future version of yourself than your current circumstances. And so I hope this was helpful, covering the 3 Ps, and we'll get to the 4th on day 3. So thank you. Thank you.
Is the music muted right now? Can someone blink blanc for me?
It can really change everything. It's not what you say so often, it's how you feel about what you say that really changes the energy, correct? It's such an incredible lesson for all of us to learn in all the things that we do. I just love the way Ray teaches that. He could have been a comedian, correct? He is so expressive. He's such a great teacher and trainer. One of the things I love that Jessica says is that we do not need anybody's permission to be successful. And too many of us are waiting for permission. A realization for all of us at this point should be that you and God, me and God, you and God are what? A majority. You are the majority. And a great example of this we're going to bring up on stage in a minute is Michelle Barnes.
Oh, God.
So Michelle is an incredible teacher. She teaches out of an incredible amount of experience. Imagine being in the position that you're smart enough to get accepted into law school. You go to law school and out of your own volition and choice, you decide, nuts is not for me. I'm smart enough, I'm hardworking enough, but I just don't want to be an attorney. And she goes out and she becomes a network marketing professional. By the age of 30, she had already earned over $1 million. She is a single mom. She is a fabulous leader. She is someone who has cracked the code on social media. She is one of those people who is great one-to-one and in person with teams. She is one of the incredible leaders within our profession. But she definitely knows how to be present for her kids as well, and how to make the time that she has and everything that she does count. She is super intentional, someone that you can really learn from. So let's get up on our feet. Let's welcome to the stage, Michelle Barnes.
Oh my God. Flashing lights. Please read the warnings. Oh my God, what is happening? Who is doing this? What? What? Why are they disappearing?
Hey. All right, wait, you gotta shake it out, because I know y'all have lunch butt, right?
Ew.
Yeah, you have lunch butt. Just admit it. Just admit it. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to be here today, you guys. Whew. I gotta take a breath because I'm a spaz, okay? And a lot of people are like, God, you talk too fast. And I said, no, you listen too slow. So you gotta listen fast, all right? Because we're gonna crank. How many of you have such an amazing time? Yes? Because, I mean, today's already been amazing, you guys. Look, am I moving? Because I want my next slide. You said the big green button, and my time is ticking, bro. Okay. This first download that I got when I was putting together my PowerPoint. How crazy that this stage is set for miracles. How many of you truly believe that? This stage is set for miracles, okay? And I truly believe that it is a blessing to be here. Repeat after me. It is a blessing to be here. Oh, come on, louder than that. All right, I'm an energy person, y'all, so you better bring it, because I'm going to bring it, okay? It is a blessing to be here. And I will tell you straight up, guys, I was a little, how many of you ever had imposter syndrome in your business? Okay, I've been doing this business for 28 years. I'll get into that in a second. But when it comes to scripture, when I put expert or not, I am not an expert at scripture yet. Okay? I've been studying it every single day. Since December 20th, I have not missed one day of learning at least one new scripture a day. But I'm not an expert. How many are not an expert at scripture? Oh, good. I'm not the only one. All right. Well, you guys just made me feel so much better. But one thing that I can say that I am somewhat teeny tiny bit of an expert on is mindset and faith. Okay. I've honestly had faith ever since I was little. Okay. When I was 5 years old, my mom was raised Catholic, so she did not raise me any religion. She kind of strayed away from it a little bit, but I went to everybody's church, okay? I was 5 years old, and every single Sunday, I was on the Joy Bus one Sunday, and I was at the Happy Church the next Sunday, and then I was at Jehovah's Witness Church the next Sunday, and then I was at the Mormon Church the following Sunday. I mean, you guys, my mom was like, what is wrong with you? Like, whatever, okay? But, so I'll tell you that it's always been in me. It's always been a part of me. And I love this. Faith and fear both demand that you believe in something you cannot see. The choice is yours. My mentor used to always say that. This is Bob Proctor. He's a very dear friend and mentor of mine. Passed away last year. I miss him every single day. But I love this. So I'm going to give you a little bit of what this 23-year-old, this month right now is my 28-year anniversary in network marketing. Crazy, right? Full-time, 28 years. I started when I was 4. For those of you doing the math, go ahead. Go ahead. But one thing I will say is this 23-year-old, I did everything they said. Go to school, get good, go to college. I went to college, I went to CU Boulder, I went to law school out in LA. I wanted to be an attorney since I was 13 years old. And then I got to law school and I was interning for some attorneys who are the most miserable people on the planet. And I looked at it, I was the only female in the law firm at the time, and I was interning with them. And what's so crazy is they were working 80 plus hours a week. They were making a ton of money. They never saw their kids. They never saw their wives. They had toys and cars and things like that they never got to see or play with. And I was like, well, this is not all it's cracked up to be. And I thought, that's going to be me in 20 years. And I was like, my entire internal GPS, which I know now is God. But back then, my entire internal GPS was like, you are going the wrong way. You are meant for something different. And I knew it, you guys. I just knew it. So I'm going to give you 28 years in the next 15 minutes or so on what has made a big impact on me. I backed everything up on my mindset training with scripture, and I was like, there's no way this is going to happen in 20 minutes. So you're just going to get what I gotcha, okay? So we're going to crank. So I dropped out of law school. I fell in love with this industry, guys. I fell in love with helping people's health. I fell in love with helping people's financial situation. I fell in love with teaching people how to think differently, okay? I fell in love with it. I became so obsessed with this business. I accidentally made $102,000 my first year. I didn't even know how the comp plan worked, nor did I care, because I was like, I'm the richest person I know, you know? So it was fantastic. Made my first $1 million before the age of 30, and that is not to brag, because the longer I'm up here, the more you're gonna be like, oh damn, if she can do it, I'm gonna be rich, okay? I promise you. So fast forward 28 years later, I'm a single mom. I'm the sole provider of these 2 amazing, awesome teenage boys. They are my everything. They are my why. A lot of people use their kids as reasons why not to do this business. They are my reason why I get up and I do this business every single day, whether I feel like it or not, which is another thing that has to do with faith and mindset. So they're amazing. We just added a new family member. This is Truman.
Oh my God, we love a floof.
Stands for faithful man, probably the most faithful man I've had in my whole life. So that's my little True Bear. He's the new addition. He's amazing. But here's the deal, guys. I truly believe that we were designed for success, but programmed for failure. Okay? You are God's highest form of creation, y'all. All right? You are God's highest form of creation. One thing that I learned at a very, very early age, this was the first book that I ever read when it came to personal development, Think and Grow Rich, okay? And they talked about that 3% retire financially independent, 97% retire financially dependent on friends in the federal government when they retire. How sad is that, guys? We're doing 40 years to retire to depend on somebody else financially. It's crazy. And so this whole book is like years and years of study of the most successful people in the world. Some had education, some didn't, all different backgrounds, you name it. But the thing they had in common was they thought differently than the 97%. So we're going to talk about that. This book
Oh
was
my
dropped into my
God.
lap while I was doing my presentation. I read this book 25 plus years ago, okay? It didn't even have the same cover. And I thought, and all of a sudden I heard this book, right? I, got that download that I was like, oh, Jesus CEO. I was like, God, that was such an amazing book.
Word
And
a
then I'm
word.
thinking, wow, I've been on this walk for the last couple of years. It's almost like God threw a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle on the floor, and what he's doing is just handing me piece by piece over the last couple of years. Like, okay, here's your next piece. Okay, here's your next piece. And I'm like, just get the damn thing together. Like, I want to see it. And it's like, yeah, be patient. I'm like, God, please grant me patience and hurry, Okay? But this book made such a huge impact on me 25 years ago, guys. And I am a completely different person today than I was 25 years ago, and especially with my walk with Christ. And so this book, but when I read this book the first time, you know how when you read a book like 10 years later, it's like a totally different book? Well, I've been listening to this on Audible since I got that download. Totally different book. Crazy, okay? But one thing that I realized is that for the last 25 years, I have been walking like Christ, and I have been doing my best, okay, to follow the principles in this book. So I highly suggest reading it. Here's the thing, guys. There are 4 things right now. The one thing you got to do first is figure out what is your burning desire. In Think and Grow Rich, this is the first step to riches. Riches meaning happiness in life, not just financially, right? But the first step to riches is desire. Guess what? The second one, it's faith. So with desire, you got to know what you want. You got to have a burning desire for a better life. I had 3 things going for me when I was 23 years old. I had a burning desire for a better life. I was sick and tired of being broke. I was super, super coachable, and I was willing to work.
Oh my
okay?
God.
So you got to figure out, what do you want? I'm giving you a free gift. My ultimate goal setting training. It's something I do every year. I've done it for 27 years now. Every year my goal is to make it better and better. That is free for you to figure out what the heck you really want. What do you want your life to look like? If time and money weren't an issue, what would your life look like? Faith and the right mindset. That's what we're talking about today. And making a decision, guys, to cut off any other alternative. Yes, you got to run like heck, but you also got to have that long-term vision. Okay, it's not going to happen overnight. And obviously, the most important thing is execute and systems and actions. Other people are going to be talking about that this weekend. But sometimes our mindset, guys, needs a damn reset, doesn't it? How many of you have a mind that needs a reset? All right? So sometimes we need more mental toughness, more belief, more confidence, more faith. We need all of those things, right? So here's the thing, guys. This is a very simple principle that has served me so well for 28 years. All right? Your thoughts lead to your feelings, which lead to your actions, which lead to your results. All right? Positive thoughts, positive feelings, okay? Positive thoughts, positive feelings. This is what's in your body. If you don't like your results, change your feelings. Okay? Your thoughts lead to your feelings, which lead to your actions. So positive in, positive out, negative in, negative out. If you have negative thoughts, you're going to have negative feelings. You're going to be low vibe, and you're going to attract low vibe things and low vibe people and low vibe circumstances into your life. But your thoughts and your feelings, the inner create the outer. The invisible creates the visible. Yes? Okay? So your thoughts and your feelings are invisible. That's the inner, and that's what's going to create the outer. The action is the bridge that takes you from one to the other. So the inner and then the action is what takes you to results. It's like the roots create the fruits, right? If you don't like the fruits on the tree, you got to work on the roots, all right? So here's the thing, guys. Everything is energy, and everything is energy, okay? Energy is everything, and everything is energy. I love, this is one of my favorite examples, because if you look at the very top, it says God consciousness. Okay? Gratitude, freedom, empowerment, appreciation, enlightenment, I can't see, peace, joy, love, happiness, all those things. Don't those words just feel good when I say them? But look all the way down at the bottom, you guys. At the very bottom, it's death. It's shame, powerlessness, despair, guilt, insecurity, apathy, depression, grief, fear. I mean, those are low vibes. So whatever you're feeling is what you're attracting, okay?
Wow.
And I go fast, guys, so if you want the slides, just message me. I'll send you the whole thing,
What
all right?
the fuck?
All right, so here's the thing. This is where it all starts, with taking absolute personal responsibility. When you take 100% responsibility for where you are or where you aren't in life, everything will change. I promise you, everything will change. But we got to stop being the victim. Are you going to be the victim, or are you going to be the victor?
Oh, God.
Which one are you going to be? All right? So we got to be bigger than our problems. This is something that has served me so well for the last 28 years, okay? And being bigger than your problems does have a lot to do with faith, okay? If you're a if the problem is a 5 and you're a 10, is it a very big problem? No, it's not a big problem at all. If the problem's a 5 and you're a 10, but if you're a 2, same problem. If you're a 2 and the problem's a 5, is it a big problem? Yes. So we just have to become bigger than our problems. Does that make sense?
Great.
Here's the thing, guys.
I'll
We
tell
all
my
have a
endo
story.
that.
You will see all these speakers up here, and for 28 years now, I've heard like people say, "Oh, God, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. Oh, you guys have it so easy. Oh, easy for you to say, And what's crazy, guys, is we've all gone through crap. We all have a story. I'm going to share a little bit with you. Makes me very uncomfortable to share some of this stuff.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
very good at being vulnerable until now. I'm working on it. But I know that if, in order for me to help the person that I used to be, like I was trained for many, many years to never show weakness.
Look.
And I always thought being vulnerable was so weak. Okay, I'm realizing
I
more
don't know
and more
why.
it's not. So I'm going to
Oh,
share
it's
some
because
things
it's a
with
green
you.
screen.
My
Hold
mom
on.
had me at 18. She was divorced and a single mom. Got divorced when I was 9 months old. My dad had
There we go.
addiction
You
issues.
got it. We'll
She
fix
and my
it.
mom was very abusive. He's amazing. I love him now. He's been married 5 times. Not someone I go to for relationship advice or anything. Okay. I grew up in the hood. I was the only white girl. They used to beat the hell out of me because I had blue eyes. I won't even tell you that my name was Michelle Barnes, the effing hunky white bee. Okay, that's a great name to have. I was like, who are you? I mean, it was terrible. Okay, I was $80,000 in debt when I started my business. I had 2 companies get shut down by the FTC after building them up to a strong 6, almost 7-figure income. Others that went out of business. I had companies go out of business, companies get shut down. I had to build and rebuild 5 times from scratch, guys. I became a single mom when my boys were 1 and 3 because of their father's addiction issues. What started off as a prescription turned into an addiction, and it has never stopped for 15 years. And it went from bad to worse. I lost a baby, my second baby at 12 weeks. Just when you think you're in the clear, I was the sole provider of my family, so I had to, and I was in the grind. I was in grind hustle mode, man. We were doing 8,000 home events, parties, meetings, farmers markets, expos, pouring samples like a Costco lady. I mean, you name it. All right. So it was brutal, guys. I don't think I ever even took the time or had the time to really deal with that. I've always been the sole provider of my boys their entire lives. My youngest son is dyslexic, also has pretty bad anxiety. It was tough coming here because he kept saying, do you have to go? Do you have to go? I have 3 quizzes. I'm like, you got this, bro. And Jenny Potter taught me to teach him that this is my divine mission and that God has put me on this planet to do exactly this, to change
Your
people's
kid
lives.
needed your help.
And that he should be so proud, and that I hope he finds his purpose and his calling, which is all in, right? That we heard earlier today. Amazing. Okay. I dealt with some crazy health challenges. I was passing out 15, 20 times. I had a neurologist tell me that I had epilepsy. I knew I didn't have epilepsy. I was like, dude, I'm a single mom. I'm taking short naps. All right. So, which then turned into really bad anxiety and panic attacks. I found I was vasovagal, which I'll always have. I just have to manage it. The one relationship that I have had in the last almost 12 years that I've been single, I thought was amazing and the one, and it was so great. And guess what? He was cheating on me the entire time. He was a narcissist. Also had addiction issues. It was absolutely horrible. My brain, I'm a Pisces, I'm an empath, I'm a good person, so I can never wrap my head around people that do horrible things intentionally. That's so weird to me, okay? I'll never be able to understand that. And just in the last 2 or 3 years, my boy's addiction actually went from bad to worse. He was in and out of rehab 3 or 4 times in the last year. He's been in and out of jail at least 4 times just this year alone. My boys haven't seen him since last December. And he has another hearing today. We're probably going to end up back in jail. And so explain that to your boys, So this is the last 2 or 3 years, guys, have been the hardest of my entire life.
Oh, my God.
But guess what? We can be a victim or we can be a victor.
Oh, my God.
Right? Whew. So we got to cut up the victim card, y'all. Okay? You can always tell signs of a victim. Victims complain. They complain about everything. They complain about their upline, their downline, their sideline, the economy, the president, right? And they blame everybody. They complain, they blame, and they justify. They're like, oh, well, money doesn't really mean anything anyway. And I'm like, really?
100% Alex.
What if you said that about your spouse? So imagine what you're putting out there energetically when you're like, oh, money doesn't matter anyway.
You're talking about your kids.
So if you catch yourself complaining or blaming or justifying, you're being a victim. So just stop the madness, right?
You stop the madness.
How many of you truly believe that everything happens for a reason and a purpose? How many of you believe that?
No.
Okay.
Hell no.
I truly, truly believe everything happens for a reason and a purpose. And sometimes when you're in the middle of it, it just sucks. Let's be real. Sometimes you're like,
I'm sorry.
What the hell? Why? And it's easy to go into victim mode and be like, why,
What
God? Why
the
are you doing this
fuck?
to me? We've all been there. There's been times in the last 15 years with my ex's addiction where I'm like, why? Bring me a kingdom man, Lord. Bring me someone that has their shit together. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but true. Okay. But I do believe that everything I'm just looking for a partner,
I'm
not
a
a
nice
project. How many of y'all with me on that one? How many have had some projects in your life? Okay? All right? But I do believe that everything happens for us, not to us. Okay? Everything happens
Fuck
for
off.
us,
Fuck all
not
the way
to
off.
us.
Oh my God.
I love this quote by Steve Jobs. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust, have faith that the dots will somehow connect in your future. And gosh, guys, looking back at everything horrible that's happening in my life, it's so crazy. Sometimes it's, 6 months later. Sometimes it's 2 years later. Sometimes it's 10 years later. When my last company got shut down, I was at the most powerful women in network marketing on a Sunday, came home on a Monday, and lost $700,000 in income overnight as a single mom and sole provider. I went without an income for 8 weeks until we decided to come to our current company. And I had no idea what we were going to do. And guess what? I had so much peace because I knew that God would never put such amazing humans through something so horrible unless there was something better on the other side. I even bought a bracelet that I was in a store and it said completely blessed. And I just picked it up and I walked over to the counter and I bought it. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? I just bought a bracelet that says completely blessed and I don't even have an income, and I don't even know where I'm going or what I'm doing. So the biggest thing is let go and let God. I always say you can tell the size of a person by the obstacle that stops them. Okay? And in Think and Grow Rich, and I've heard Ed Milet say it too, in Think and Grow Rich, it talks about you gotta outlast the temporary. All of it is temporary. You gotta outlast the temporary. My favorite saying is, this too shall pass. All right? So life's about choices, guys. My favorite thing, I'm gonna leave you with this story. Some of you may have heard, I know if you're in my team, you've heard this story before. It's being the spin master, okay? This is me when I was 4 years old. This is my mom. She was 22 years old, you guys, okay? 22 years old. They got divorced when I was 9 months old. Single mom. Here she is, 22. Here I am, 4. We didn't have anything. We didn't even have furniture, okay? That was a little card table that my cake was on. I love the scales of balance thing in the back. That's always been like one of my favorite things.
Looks like furniture to me.
Comes back to you tenfold, and ironically, it's like right behind me and my mom. How cute is that? But I used to live, before I was 4, I lived in that bottom apartment where the blue car is down there. That was our little 1-bedroom apartment, no furniture. Then we moved to a house, this little house that also had no furniture. It did have a stereo and a little black and white TV, and we had a mattress on the floor. So not no furniture, but otherwise it was totally empty. 2 doors down was Kimmy's house. Well, Kimmy's family was loaded, according to my mind, at 4. She lived in the big house, okay, like huge, right? I mean, they added on to the house. She had the Barbie dream house. She had the Nike tennis shoes. Like, I had the fake Barbie, the one that had like plastic arms that were like, and I never had Nikes. I had like Kmart or whatever it was, okay? And so, but Kimmy had furniture. She had 2 parents, like all the things, right? And I remember coming home to my mom one day, and I said, Mom, I don't understand. I said, why don't we have Kimmy has furniture. Like, why don't we have furniture? And here's the thing, like, my mom is amazing, okay? Like, we would dance, we had so much room in the house, so we did flips and gymnastics and danced, and it was...
Just think that this is the type of conference that people are bringing their team to, and this is the type of person, just like the pastor that claims to have raised 12 people from the dead, just like Yahya, the cult leader for Ray Higdon, just like all the other twisty people who have spoken, and then they're getting religiously manipulated at stuff like this, listening to people like her. And then they're going to stay stuck in multi-level marketing, and they're going to get dumped on for their sacrifice. So
every time I tell this story, she looked at me and she said, Shell's just like, where would we dance? And it was such an incredible example, and has been my entire life.
Yep.
Because you know what? She gave me everything that money couldn't buy. And I've always prayed that I'm half the mom that my mom has been. She's home with my kids right now. She took my oldest to get an MRI this morning because he hurt his shoulder playing football. She's dealing with the puppy. She's dealing with my 12-year-old with anxiety and tests. And she's 70 and she's just rocking, you know, but she's amazing. And she has always been that person that's been what I call the spin master. So I'm going to challenge you. Every situation, it's never what happens to you. It's how you respond to what happens.
Hopefully I'm getting the
So I
downloads
pray
today.
that you become the spin master. And the one thing my mom gave me, she always said, you can be anything, you can do anything, you can have anything. And she said, don't you dare let anybody ever tell you anything different. So if no one has ever told you that today, you guys, if no one in your life has said you can be, do, or have anything, I'm here to tell you that you can be, do, and have anything. I believe in you. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. Stop. Why are you hugging people? Like, seriously. Look, there's the extended hands on her. Get your hands off people.
So how many of you have got your mind over the matter? You've made your decision. You are worthy. You see a new vision for you.
Same.
You are
Same
not
time.
looking for permission. You're just going to make it happen. And one of the things I love talking to Michelle about, one of the things we talked about before, is that sometimes we feel like we got to be perfect. And what I mean by that is this. How many of you beat yourself up, like Ray said, Michelle said, when you go to an event like this and you meet a situation and your first thought is not worthy of being expressed out loud, but you catch yourself, you self-edit, you say something different and do something different. In other words, you didn't react. What did you do? You responded.
Welcome back.
And that is progress. And what happens over time, we catch ourselves sooner. But we need to stop beating ourselves up. It's not the first thought that counts. It's the thought we act on that counts. Write that down. It's not the first thought that counts. It's the first thought that we act on that counts. So often what happens to us is we beat ourselves up with the first thought. But the truth is we can learn to have a second thought, and that becomes the one we act on. And the one we act on is the one that's going to change our world and the world around us. So Michelle, thank you so much. We appreciate you. You're absolutely fantastic. The next speaker. So we've talked about here being God's hands and feet here on earth. Talked about, in a minute we'll bring up Dr. Kimberly Olson.
Look what Charlene made me. It's a cat hat. Oh no.
Things I love about Dr. Kimberly Olson, she is known as the goal digger, G-O-A-L, the goal digger. And she has got something that she is brilliant at helping people identify what is it that they want to bring to this earth, how they want to be a person that makes a difference. But she also has a 501c3. She has a charitable organization like so many people that are here. They do it more than just for themselves. They take the earnings and they're good stewards of it to help other people.
Oh my God, that's so cute.
What she's going to talk about here today, I think, is one of the most valuable lessons in network marketing. John C. Maxwell said, all things being equal, people will do business with people they know, like, and trust. True or not true? But the next part of the sentence is the most important part. He says, all things being unequal, people will do business with people they know, like, and trust. You really want to embrace that, because if we live in a world where the products and services and everything we do just becomes a commodity, where it becomes a race to the bottom on price and service, where's the place that we as a community of network marketing professionals can win, and Jeff Bezos can never compete in the same way we can?
Ew.
It's community.
Ew.
It's when the community becomes so strong, people feel like friends. In fact, ultimately, they feel like family. that's when everything becomes sticky. That's when you can make a difference. That's when you can walk into your power. So let's get up on our feet. Let's bring to the stage Dr. Kimberly Olsen so we can learn how to tap into.
Oh my, flashing lights, avoid. Also, now that I can do this in StreamYard and Ecamm, I'm going to be sending the links out for whoever wants to join. I just can't get on Instagram right now because I don't have my phone.
Hey y'all, who is ready to talk about Facebook groups? Oh, wait a minute. All right, who has a Facebook group? Raise your hand. Let's see. Okay, who would like to really 10x their Facebook group? And I'm talking engagement. I'm talking true connectedness. I'm talking you're getting so many leads from your Facebook group that are converting into sales that you can't keep up. Raise your hand if that sounds exciting. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And I would love to share with you and take a second to share with you why I'm so passionate about Facebook groups. But we're going to say Facebook groups, but this is the word I want you to write down.
I think she's
I really want you to think about this.
She's something.
Community.
She's not an MD.
All of you are here because you're part of a community. Maybe some of you are newer to this community. Some of you have been here for a decade. This is what community feels like. You have the opportunity to create community within your own business, your own online presence, a nonprofit. Community is what we're talking about. So I actually have been in the online space since 2011. I was an online marketer who had a blog and thought I was going to be rich. Anyone else try that? And 6 years later, I was still in corporate, wasn't making enough from my online business to be able to quit my job, which I desperately wanted to. And then in 2017, my friend reached out to me about her network marketing opportunity 7 times. She was like a dog with a bone. She would not give up. And so follow-up is truly important. So finally I said, you know what have I got to lose? So I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I jumped in 2017, first paycheck, $1,000. Raise your hand if you've had a $1,000 paycheck, a comma check. How good does that feel? You're like, what? This is amazing. I was just excited it was real. I was just very skeptical. The next paycheck was $1,800. Yes. I was like, I could see the vision. I was going to quit my job. I was going to be a millionaire. I was going to travel the world, telling everybody about it. The next paycheck was $200. Anyone have that happen? Those newbie bonuses drive quick, don't they? And I sat there and I thought, are you freaking kidding me? I'm doing it again. I'm self-sabotaging. That's what I did. I woke up every morning with guilt, self-loathing, blame, shame. I was really alone, to be honest. Are any of you alone? Do you struggle with that? You probably don't want to raise your hand and admit it, but this last few years has really messed a lot of us up. I know what it feels like to be alone. Shame is very lonely. I had been struggling with alcohol abuse for over a decade, and it was a secret. And so one morning I woke up and I looked at my beautiful babies. They were 1 and 2. And I looked at my husband, he loved me so much, even though I couldn't love myself. And I said, you know what? I'm going to fight for them. I'm going to fight for them, but in order to fight for them, I need to fight for myself first. So I enlisted professional support. I did the work. I got the help. Stepped into sobriety August 1st of 2017 and have been celebrating ever since. And why that is so important to share, and a lot of us have shared that today in different ways, is because my life truly transformed in that moment. For the first time ever in my entire life, I could hear God. He was there the whole time, but I couldn't hear him. And you know what he said to me? He goes, hey, yeah, so if you want to, build an empire, you need to go live on Facebook. And I was like,
what?
I don't have people. Like, what do you mean? So I thought, well, I'm going to go live. What can I go live about? I don't know anything. So I went live and I started talking about lemon water, like vitamins. I have PhDs in natural health and holistic nutrition, and I had 1 live viewer. I was like, yes. And later I found out it was my aunt-in-law. She loves me, and she'll do anything for me. So then he said, I want you to start a Facebook group. I'm like, a Facebook group? I don't know how to do that. I don't have any people. But I was obedient. I said, I will do whatever you say. Just show me the way. And I started a Facebook group called All In with Kim, which is funny because that term has come up a few times today. All In. And I said on Facebook, hey guys, I have a personal training background. I love setting goals. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to coach you for free for 30 days. I'm going to be hard on you. We're going to set goals. I'm going to hold you accountable. Who's in? And 100 people. in my network said they wanted to do it. So I had my first Facebook group, just gave, serve, serve, serve. That Facebook group and a couple others have grown to 70,000 members over the last few years. And because of that, through the power of community, I've been able to build a multi-million-dollar coaching business. I've reached the top 0.5% in network marketing, but most importantly, and this is the most important part, because you'll see when you do achieve success, you achieve it and it's not what it's all about, right? The most important thing that I've been able to accomplish in my own community and what we're doing here at this conference is I've created a space for people to be seen, for them to be heard, to know that they are valuable and they have worth, and they feel like somebody cares about them.
Even
so
if you actually
would like
don't.
to do the same thing in your own community, that's what we're going to cover today. And I'm going to go fast because we're going to cover a lot of content, so get ready, okay? So why do you need a Facebook group? Well, first off, community, as we just talked about. We're also going to talk about collaboration. Really, really important to have an abundant mindset.
Oh my
if you
God.
look at how Ray put this conference together, he chose to put a lot of people on this stage in front of you. Do you guys notice that? There's conferences you'll go to where it's that person the whole time, and that's fine. But he knows the power of collaboration. We can do so much good in this world when we lock arms, right? That's the fundamental parts of network marketing. So collaboration is really important, and as you'll see, we're going to talk about connections. So building your Facebook group foundation. Here we go. The 4 C's of Facebook groups are, number 1 is community. So this is what I want you to start thinking about when it comes to Facebook groups. When you are in your neighborhood, if you live in a neighborhood or have, and your neighbors, you know, Tom and Sue walk by and you say, hey, Tom, hey, Sue, chit chat a little bit, right? You're on your front porch. That's your wall on Facebook or whatever your primary platform is. That's your wall, okay? So you can only go so far on your wall getting to know somebody, right? They're not going to, well, most likely air their dirty laundry right out on social, right? Then with the community, though, what we have is another night, Tom and Sue are walking by. Hey, Tom and Sue, hey, by the way, love to get to know you guys better. Why don't you come in and have some sweet tea? I live in Austin, Texas, so we have sweet tea. So they come on in, right? Grab some sweet tea by the kitchen table, get to know each other. Doesn't that feel different? More intimate, right? You get to know each other. That's what the Facebook group is. They're coming into your community. Pipeline. Ray just talked about a pipeline. You have all these friends on Facebook, but are they contained in a space, right? And we're talking about community with Facebook. You can translate this to other platforms, right? You can create community in different ways. So the first thing is the community. Number 2 is the content. And I know we're going to have an epic training on content after this. This is what I want you to think about with content. You absolutely want to have a plan, which we'll get into in a second. But with content, I want good content in there. I want you to be thinking about what can you put in there that people will want. If you're not excited about it or passionate about it or engaging with it, it is going to fall flat, okay? So if you have a dead Facebook group, which I hear all the time, it's because you haven't done it long enough. You haven't mastered it. You haven't really poured into it and made the effort. Number 3 is conversation. So this is what we're going to do. When you have people interacting in that Facebook group, I want you commenting back. I want you replying. I want you to go over to their Facebook group if they have one. Go to their Facebook profile. Go see what they're doing on Instagram. And I want you to give them love back.
Tangent.
I want you to interact with them because other people don't do that. So that's how you're going to stand out. Is really show people that you actually want to get to know them better. Okay, it's so important. Conversation is also going to happen in the DMs. Okay, so what you're going to do is when you have new Facebook group members, I want you to DM them, okay? And I want you, and you can go back to your current list, and I want you to say, hey, Sarah, I saw that you're in my Facebook group. So excited to have you. Hey, listen, I would love to know how I can best support you in the group. I have a ton of resources. When you, whatever your group topic is about, when it comes to building a business online, what do you need the most support with? What do you struggle with? And then when she tells you, you're going to refer her back to the Facebook group, okay? You're going to tag her on some videos, some trainings, your guide section. Hopefully you've got some value in there. And you are going to say to her, when you're done with that, let me know what you got from that, and then we can go from there. Now she's starting to come into the Facebook group. She's starting to see the other stuff you have in there. She's learning. She's getting value from the Facebook group, okay? And number 4 is conversion. This is the part that people miss, is the conversion. So the conversion is going to happen over time.
Why does this C not line
Things
up with
have
this
changed
C?
online in the last few years, right? Everybody was online, and then they weren't online as much. But also,
this.
people got a bit fatigued, right? So the interesting
Who
thing
did
about
that?
being a network marketer, online marketer, coach, whatever you do, is that times change, and we have to evolve, okay? So with conversion, what we want to know is it's a slower process, meaning this isn't where you invite somebody to a
Same.
Facebook group and they're going to enroll that day. Could it happen? Yes. But I want you to think a longer game here. Who's in this for the long haul? Are you in this for the long haul? Like you're going to build an empire in the long haul? Let me hear it. You're in it. Okay. If you truly are in it for the long haul, you will stop bouncing around on strategies and tactics, and you'll find your thing and go all in with that. That mastery is going to serve you, but part of that is knowing that the buying process, there's a cycle to it, right? So we want to plant the
Your
seeds.
thumbnails are great.
We want to just, nurture those seeds, get those plants growing, and then we reap the benefits, okay? So just be patient with the process. I don't want you to bail on your Facebook group and say it doesn't work until you've given it more time. How to fill up your Facebook group. You might want to take a picture of this because we're going to go fast with this as well. Number one is a Facebook post or an Instagram post. So this is what we don't want to do, and I see it a lot. Hey, guys, I'm so excited. I'm starting a new group. It's going to be all about, being happier and more confident.
I'm going to take the purple off
and
for
you
a
drop
second.
the link. Okay, you don't want to do that. People are a little group fatigued. Okay, most people have over 100 groups they're in, right? So what we want to do is we want to start talking about community instead. And instead of dropping the link,
What?
because if you do that, they might click through or they don't.
Why is
but
this
you
not
have no
centered?
idea, right? So if you don't give a call
Why
to
is this
action
so close
in your
to the
post,
bottom?
you won't know who's raising their hand. So instead, this is what I want you to do. If you have a Facebook group and you want to revive it or get a new one going, I want you to put a post up on your wall about something you have in the group that people would want. What's something in your group that's great that you could just post about? Or maybe you create something and put it in there. But what you could do is you could put
She's
up a post
in,
that says, let's say you're in the
we looked
health
at her
and wellness
yesterday.
space and you
She's
made
still
a,
an MLM.
a keto meal plan that's, a 1 week keto meal plan. You could put on your wall, hey, I'm getting
She's
ready
in,
to do a 7-day keto reboot. If
look.
anyone wants to try it with me, just say me below and I'll get you the meal plan, right? And they say me, what do? You put the keto meal plan in the files tab in the Facebook group, let them know where to go, and you can tag them on it. Are those leads? If you're in health and wellness, you just built a brand new leads list from your Facebook post, and now they're in your Facebook group. If they're in your Facebook group and you happen to talk about your network marketing products, are they going to see that? Yes, and they're right there. It's awesome. And then they start to see other things in there. They start binging. It's just amazing what can happen. The next thing are stories, and this one is something I want you to be thinking about this every single day.
Oh,
And in
she's
some
retired. You're
way,
right. She's
I
retired.
want you to promote your Facebook
Nope.
group. Okay? Again, we don't want to say, join my group. It's so awesome. We'll just swipe right past, right? What we want to do instead is say, I just dropped a new Facebook Live in there on XYZ. Click here to jump in, right? Or send me a DM to get in. Lives, obviously, you can fill up your Facebook group by going live. And let me give you an awesome hack, because people will say, oh my gosh, you want me to do all this content? They're so tired, right? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go live on our wall, and we're going to give a little teaser about the full Facebook Live in the group, okay? Put your
Yep,
best
bravenly.
stuff in your Facebook group. Don't give away everything on your wall, okay? Because you don't know who's watching. Get them into the group. So what you'll do is, let's say you're going to do a training on time blocking. You're going to go on your wall, and you're going to say, hey, guys, let me talk to you about time blocking, okay? So maybe instead of laundry every day, you are going to throw, you're going to do laundry on one day of the week. So you're talking about it on your wall, and you're going to say, hey, if you want my time blocking tracker I made, it's how I set up my whole schedule. I get 8 hours of sleep, still go on date nights, all the things. Just put tracker in the comments, and I'll get it for you. And then you guide them to the Facebook group for the full training. Is that making sense? Okay, so we want to put the best stuff in there. Reels, similar concept. Give them a little taste. You could do a recipe in a reel and then put the full recipe in the Facebook group, for example. So use the reel as the teaser to drive them into the Facebook group. 5, 6, 7, 8 all kind of go together. So what you're going to do is when you have new friends on Facebook, maybe sending somebody a birthday message, you have new friend requests that come in or new Instagram followers, you are going to reach out to them. Now, this is important. We are still going to tell them about what we do. Whether you're leading with the product or the business, you're still going to have that conversation. But how about when you get to the end of that conversation and it just goes flat? You know what I'm talking about? You're like, what do I do now? It's like awkward. So what you can do is say, hey, by the way, and this is mine because I have a Facebook groups for mompreneurs. Hey, by the way, since you're an entrepreneur as well, I have a Facebook group all kinds of tools, tricks, things you can do for social media. Would you like an invite? Okay. But you need to ask, would you like an invite? Do not just add people to Facebook groups. Really important. Okay. So you guys are like, we know, we get it. Good. So when you are interacting with people, you are going to be able to get people to go into your Facebook group. I'm positive if I said, okay, guys, for the...
Can I just say, absolutely fuck off with using people's birthdays as a way to promote your multi-level marketing business. There's people, and you know, like that might be the only time they get a birthday message is when the MLM reps come out to recruit or target them. That's such a that is such a shady way to start warming up a market. It is predatory, in my opinion.
People online virtually. I've met. How many of you met somebody virtually that you came here to meet, or you've met here that you didn't know? So powerful and impactful. Absolutely. Okay. Number 9 is you're going to post your group on your social profiles. Milkshake, Linktree, Stand Store, whatever you use. You have spots on your Facebook profile where you can put your links. It needs to be a clickable link. Make sure you check it. But we want a call to action. So this is what you can do. On your Facebook cover, when you get home, just go on Canva, make sure it looks pretty and it's not, you know, pixelated and like part of a flower, like a real one, okay? So you've got your Facebook cover, and on it, I want a call to action. Something like this. Join my community for XYZ, click here. And they click the cover, you can actually put the link there. Do you guys, what would that be like if you got home and you started having member requests and you're like, what's happening? She said this might happen. It's because you're setting yourself up for success. Okay. And number 10 is host a fun event inside the Facebook group. Okay. You're going to host a fun event inside the Facebook group. So what we're going to do, we're going to create engaging content that converts. The 5 ways to crush your content: follow a content calendar, have a plan for your Facebook group. If you do the whole, it's been like a week or so since I've been in there, right? What happens is the notifications stop going off for your members, and they're not even going to see your stuff, okay? The second thing you're going to do is go live every week in there. You can schedule it, but I do recommend going live. Include CTAs, a call to...
Can I just say, you are on Canva, you could have gotten a phone. You have not adulterated this image like this, okay? Like, it's squished to hell. Who did this? You did this. Oh my God.
In our Facebook groups very often anymore. We schedule guest trainers, but when I come in, we do a big event, okay? We do a free 5-day challenge or 3-day. We do fun, exciting things in there, which is obviously the name of the game. So themed content calendar, how can you create content that stands out? So John and Nadia are going to be talking about content next.
Oh,
so
God.
Make sure your pen and
John
paper
and
ready
Nadia
to go for
Melton.
that. And then we're going to convert conversations and close more sales, okay? I will create more opportunities for conversation by utilizing the following. The group entry questions, ask them questions, right? When it comes to blank, what do you struggle with? A pinned welcome video. They need to see you at the top of the video, okay? Excited and engaging with them right away. Welcome new members every week. You can do that automatically with the Facebook group itself. Acknowledge the top 10 most active monthly.
Here.
Now, if you're new, you could just acknowledge your top people, number 1, 2, or 3. The reason why you're going to do that is that's going to fire them up, and you can get that from the group analytics. And then you're going to utilize the guides so new members have a quick win. Use those guides. Take your best content and sort it by topic, okay? Selling strategies. All the content I share inside of my Facebook group will be positioned so that what I'm selling will be the next logical step.
Who did this?
Okay.
Who did this?
And I'll have some examples for you. If you're selling health and wellness products, do a meal plan giveaway. Water challenge, okay?
It's not even lined up.
Event. Come check out what we got going on, okay? Oops. And then I remembered what he said. Okay, abundance boot camp. Could you do a fun boot camp on abundance and mindset and prosperity and then talk about your business opportunity? Heck yeah, back to basics. Do some fun trainings on, getting back into fitness, whatever it is that you sell, and make sure it makes sense. We did an event called Girls Just Want to Have Funs. It was so much fun. It was just, we all took turns sharing our business stories, our why we joined our team. It was absolutely incredible. So what I'll do for you guys is I'll flip this into a
She's a
PDF for you. So
PhD.
just shoot me a DM on Instagram, okay? Now you guys can see it on there. It's at the Gold Digger Girl because I make my own money. You know what I'm saying? So if you shoot me a DM at the Gold Digger Girl and just say I want the PowerPoint for it, we'll get it into a PDF for you guys, okay? All right, thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You have marketing ideas. Are you gonna give her a hug? Oh my God.
We're chatting with Dr. Kimberly Olsen last night is a lot of people, you get to know them first of all on social media, true or not true in this room. Then you meet them as speakers. And some people just live up to their image. They just are in real life who they are in social media. And Dr. Kimberly Olsen definitely does not disappoint. Take the time to get to know her. She is who she says she is. She's an incredible ambassador and example, someone worthwhile of you getting to know. So I want to give her another huge round of applause. Thank you very much for your teaching. Thank you very much for example and for all that you stand for. We really appreciate it. All right.
I'm so tired.
There is going to be social media. The next few speakers are really going to crush it. You're going to absolutely love it. One of the things, when I look around this room, I see some people, and I say to you, you know what? We were schooled in the old ways. We're just not stuck in them. In other words, there is a better way. It doesn't mean that the previous way doesn't work. There is a place for face-to-face. There is a place for in the home. There is a place for events. There is a
Jenny
place
Rose,
for friendship
no.
in real life and meeting people and building a...
Save yourself. Go to the shower. Rinse yourself off. Holy shit, that's so scary to me.
This. How many of you have heard of ATM? Add, tag, message.
Jesse Lee's
and
gonna
I will
be
tell
pissed.
you, one of the very early pioneers, this is John and Nadia Melton. I will tell you guys, you know, so often people that pioneer something, familiarity breeds complacency. They're saying, take my advice because I am no longer using it. This is definitely not the case with John and Nadia Melton. They are super current. They lead by example. You know, they're leaders that visibly lead in terms of the numbers that you want to see: personal recruiting, personal customers, taproting their business, growing their company, visibly leading from the front, because they understand that you cannot hold someone to a standard that you're not willing to hold yourself to. Well, at least you can do it with integrity. Or you can't do it effectively. They are leaders by example. If you follow on Facebook, I loved Stacey Hall's interview that John Melton did on his Facebook page, the one that he did recently with Tom Challen. They're always giving out free content to help raise up our profession and make it better. They're going to bring the heat. So let's get up on your feet and let's bring to the stage John and Nadia Melton.
Oh my God, Jesse Lee's gonna be pissed. Mortal Enemies number 2. I mean, guess number 1. Oh, he's recording it. He's recording it. Wow. Wow.
Ooh,
unprofessional.
Hello, guys. Welcome to Orlando, where all your dreams come true thanks to the Higdon Group, baby. Say a little something.
Clowntown, if you want to join, here's the link.
Okay, I will say a little more. Hold on, baby. You guys, before we get started, let us get the energy going, right?
If you don't, that's
because
cool.
Momentum starts, let me explain to you, from the bottom up. And for some of us, if the blood is in your toes, if your blood is in your butt, it is a fair formula for snooze, and then you lose, okay? So let us all get up, please, quickly, promptly.
First tip, you got to be coachable.
Please.
Look at your neighbor, say, be coachable. I can't hear you. Say it again. Look at your neighbor, be coachable.
We've been here for a million
okay,
hours.
You guys, we're gonna. Okay, so let's massage, right? But before we massage
No
each
worries.
other successfully, how many of you guys are single? And maybe you're looking to mingle. So next time, be strategic with where you're sitting, right? Opportunities are everywhere. Take a notice. Okay, so we're going to turn to our right and let us massage. You guys get some blood going. Breathe in some oxygen.
Find some shoulders. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Shoulders
Thank
only.
you.
You have teeth.
Want to keep it PG up in here. There we go. Come on.
John's
you're not very
sweating
coachable.
already?
Put your phone down. Massage some shoulders. Let's go.
Says
He'll be okay with it.
Ew, no.
Good
All right,
job,
guys,
Coach
let us
Brian. I
turn.
see you. All right, now
let us
switch.
No thanks. Don't touch me. Absolutely
There
not.
we go.
Baby, massage your wife.
Oh, yes.
Wasted
Oh,
opportunities.
there you go, baby.
Good job, guys. Yes,
You didn't do
don't you
shit.
feel so good? All right, high five your neighbor and say you're awesome.
There we go.
Say you're gonna crush it. All right, let's get started, baby. Let us get to it.
So how many of you need leads? How many of you feel like the conversation that Mr. Ray Higdon had earlier was fantastic, but you're also thinking, I need some peoples to do the 4 Ps, right? I also need the 5th P, peoples, to talk to. Concur?
What?
So we want to help you get some leads. Are we excited about this
What?
conversation? Okay, we're going to get into it.
We are
Nadisha?
gonna get into it. Hold on, baby. Stay calm. I
He
don't see
doesn't
these
come
lights.
across
Okay, guys, we're gonna
like
talk
We
he
see
about.
them.
likes
We need
her.
them on the screen.
Yes,
very
can we
much.
please?
Por favor. The man or woman behind the curtain.
Okay. Well, you guys, let me go ahead and get started. So John and I, so our anniversary is coming up. We're going to be married 19 years.
Oh, there we go.
Now, if you're curious, yes, network marketing brought us together, hence our strategic move to make you guys massage each other, right? You're a network marketer. Sometimes you got to network through people to market yourself to find you a spouse. So John and I succeeded, you know, back in the day when we met. Oh, God was really smiling upon John when I came into his life. It's true, baby.
very
You're
blessed.
so grateful, baby. How do you do it? Every day so lucky.
It's not
But-
easy.
So lucky. So when we met, you guys, we were like 2 hot messes, right? So John was not confident enough to present on stage, which is crazy because all he does is talk, you know? And then me, I was constantly getting criticized because I was too much of an aggression session, you know? And my upline would say, Nadia, you know, you're in the people business. They should like you, right? Like, stop scaring them to death. I don't know why they would say that to me. I'm usually easygoing, baby.
So laid back.
Yeah. So anyways, you have to kind of like a little bit groom up your skill set. So I took some comedy classes. I'm like, you know what? If you can make them laugh, you can make them buy, right? Funny equals money. Boring means you lost them, right? A couple of tips. And we kind of started to evolve. Can you believe it? So in 20 years, we went from this. So for those of us, how many of you guys ever go to an event and you go, wow, I could never be like that person on the stage, right? Because we are so good at comparing ourselves. And also, we don't realize that you can't see the picture when you're in the frame.
Right.
God has a plan. Your time will come. So if John and I could do it, baby, look at that photo. Seriously, thank goodness you found me your wife. You know?
Count my prayers every day.
But also, I believe, you guys, in a
Stephanie's
marriage, right? A man is the
We're
head.
barely
I think
surviving.
it's important to recognize. But then the wife, where the neck. So whichever way the neck goes is where the head goes. I love that one, baby. Notice.
Oh, we're noticing. All right, so you can see some of our stats, and you know, really, this is just us bragging on our
Good job,
team
baby.
because you know we always talk about you know the story, but a lot of us don't necessarily. We want the glory, we don't know the story, right?
Yeah.
We want the testimonial, but we don't want to be tested, right? We want to go to heaven, don't want to die. How many of us know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Right? The beauty in a business like this is you get to help other people. So our team is the reason we're on this stage. Our team is the reason we've had
she's
so
either
much success.
from
But it was because we put
Ukraine or
systems in
Russia
place
or
to teach
I don't remember
people
where she's from.
using a lot of what the Higdons taught us so many years ago to leverage social media. Because it doesn't matter what works, it matters what duplicates.
That's right, baby. You said
How many
it.
of us would agree with that statement? And because of this business, yes, we were able to accumulate wealth and build this multi-million-dollar business, but also go to all our sons' baseball games, travel, right?
Are you
Be at
supposed to
home.
match
you know,
your
back in the day, we had like major
square to the
MLM
inside of your
PTSD
jacket?
because anybody else have MLM PTSD at some point? Right? We were
stop
out doing
it.
meetings every single night, and it was such a grind. And we were doing these, they called them PBRs, private business receptions, and we would do them 6:30, 8:30, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. Friday night leadership, Saturday training. These were in hotels. These were in other people's homes. We were never home. And we used to have this joke. It's the only home business where you're never home, which is like, sad.
Although it's not funny, baby. It's
Depressing,
not a
yeah.
joke.
So 10 years ago, we
What
made
a
that.
depressing sentence.
We made
really.
that pivot, and we started. I don't know why I just thought of the friend pivot. Anyway, we made the pivot, and we started doing video. We started to master the attraction marketing conversation and figure out strategies that didn't just work but
Who
duplicated.
made the slide?
Because at the end of the day, if you can teach other people how to generate leads, generate sales, leverage
Who did
TikTok,
this? Who
leverage
did this?
Reels, leverage
Who?
Facebook, whatever that looks like, right? Kimberly talked about Facebook
did
groups.
this?
That becomes quite powerful. Why? Because you create independence. How many of us are like, you know, not wanting to be in a business where the people are dependent? You guys have to pay attention. I know she's a distraction.
Sorry, baby.
But don't say sorry. It's cute. But the point is, we want to create independence within our organization. Yes?
She sounds very similar to Eric Worre's wife, and Eric Worre's wife is from Ukraine, but I don't know where she's from. She could very well be from Russia. I don't know.
Yell it out. Go ahead. It's freedom. That's why we're in a business like this. Like we went to this Patrick Bet-David event last weekend, the Vault event in Fort Lauderdale. It was amazing, but it made me appreciate the simplicity of network marketing.
Yeah.
How many of us have had a traditional business, right? There's a lot of responsibility, a lot of risk. There's a lot going on. So
It's
what I love about a
exhausting,
business
baby.
like
Don't call it-
just
don't
talking
bother-
about it, right?
bother-
So we got burnt out. The MLM PTSD was real. We really wanted to figure out a way to be able to help more people. And isn't that why we're all in a business like this? Yes?
They're not insane.
Now here's the other caveat. I know a lot of us, how many of us love the attraction marketing conversation? Building a brand. Doesn't that sound fabulous? People coming to me. Isn't that like kind of a neat thing? But you can't sit back twiddling your thumbs waiting for people to ask you about your products and opportunity. You must be proactive. In fact, I think as much as I love attraction marketing, you still have to learn to create curiosity. And the top sellers within our organization, they consistently promote product. They tell their story on the products. Like they are selling the product. You know, you ever hear those people go, oh, we just share. We're just sharing information. No, we are selling. It's okay to be in sales. Yes, there's a lot of marketing involved. It is funny how a lot of network marketing companies teach you how to network spam, network sell. They don't really teach you the network marketing, the marketing piece, right? But you do want to do both. You do want to learn both if you want
He
to
has a
build
good tailored jacket,
significant
though, I
income.
will
Like
say
when you
that.
see, let's say, a Marina Simone, a Bryn Lang, you see some of these leaders on the stage, they're out there building their brand, sharing their story, doing their thing. But what you got to understand, and you're probably going to hear from like Nicole Domre, Stacey Hall, like those are two rock stars that are crushing on TikTok. But they worked their face off for years and years and years and years to get to the point where they have people blowing up their inbox.
Yeah.
So until that happens, you got to keep it real with your team. You got to see, a lot of us, we make it sound too good to be true, right? We make it sound easier than it is. And it's kind of like what Ray was talking about. Like people get frustrated because they're like, oh, it's not working for me. It's like, well, how many people did you talk to today? Oh, today was a long day, busy day, got a lot going on. Cool. What about the day before? What about the day before that? What about, right? And then all you got to do is just challenge them. Like, how many Facebook friends do you have? Write it down right now. How many Facebook friends do you have? Let's do this. Let's have some fun. And then what is the percentage of people, and I'm not even talking about the other platforms, I'm just talking Facebook. What's
You're a
the
champion?
percentage of people you've spoke to about your products or opportunity in the last 6 months? Percentage-wise. Go ahead. Let's hear some numbers. 10%. Who else wants to be honest? 7%. Okay. 1%, 0%. How many of us have big goals? Big dreams? You're talking to 10% of the people you know. What's up with the other 90%? And by the way, that's the standard answer, right? 90% of those people he has not spoke to. How many Facebook friends? 6,000. So you went past the max. Somehow you got past the followers. Got it. But 6,000 Facebook friends. You've talked to 600 of them. So you have 5,400 people you haven't spoke to. You're up here taking notes. Awesome. Love it. But would we agree that we need to find the time to talk to those 5,400 people? And I'm telling you, all of you leaders that have teams, challenge anybody that tells you they're struggling, have this conversation with them. How many Facebook friends do you have? How many people are in your cell phone? And how many of them have you talked to about your product's opportunity in the last 6 months? And the answer will blow your mind. 1%, 2%, 10%.
Because
but they want this 100% big time.
they do not want to sacrifice their relationship for multi-level marketing.
Baby, we're so fascinated. We just cannot express it. Thank you. Yes, that was great.
That was my
Let me say
rant
a
for the
little
day.
something beautiful. Yes. And you guys, you know what I love? The sentence here speaks so much volumes because for some of us, if you've ever felt like you've been
I just ate.
buried and then
Thank
you
you.
recognized you've actually been planted, right? And you have to let go of the good to be blessed with the great. And sometimes our biggest disappointments are God's greatest appointments. So check out the Higdons. We have just this beautiful relationship. This couple moves mountains. Every time I
What
see
the
them, their
hell?
pictures are everywhere. Did you guys see the branding of this event? Yes, Ran, Jessica. So this is back in 2015 when John and I really started to pivot. And I do believe God miraculously puts people in your life to elevate you. And how many of you guys, first of all, are so grateful, whether you're here live or you're watching this virtually, that you're at this event? Like, how many of you already got so much value? Let's hear it for the Higdons. I absolutely love these guys. Literally, when we met, we were a little bit
No, you're good. I
struggling.
don't think you're
It
being
was a little
bossy.
depressed.
I appreciate it.
You know. But then some things are taught, some things are caught, right? And you do be
My physical therapy appointment was kind of painful, so I'm like fixing my brain on like focusing on this now. So I'm like managing pain and also so if I'm snapping a little bit, that's why. So I appreciate all y'all.
This one internet marketer said a video a day gets lots of
It's my sneakers.
paychecks coming your way. Look at your neighbor and say, lots of paychecks. Lots of paychecks. Now, how many of us also know money is not everything, but it a little bit ranks up there with oxygen, you know? It's good to have. It's good to have handy. Like, how do we
That's right.
graduate from scarcity into abundance, right? The magic of video. Oh, I cannot talk enough. You guys notice
Wow.
my energy immediately next level, right? So there's live video, there's short form video. How many of us are doing video? Let me see a show of hands.
Wow.
I love you extra because here's what this tells me is you're not selfish.
Yeah.
Right? For some of us that are a little
Hell yeah.
nervous to get on camera, is it because we have insecurities? And the question is, how much have those insecurities have cost you?
Right.
Let's jot that down. Let's evaluate. Because I also believe if you are stingy with your goodness, the bank account is going to be stingy with you. The marketplace is going to be stingy with
attraction
you.
marketing.
Now, we also know that anything you are like new at, you're going to suck at it. You know what I mean?
You're
It's
sweet.
okay.
I appreciate
we
you.
were really, really bad at video. Today, people go, you guys are so natural at video. I'm like, no, we're not natural. I probably deleted, baby, right? Like hundreds of videos. It was so brutal, you know, cringy content, but that's okay. I'm like, if I'm gonna like succeed, we have to quickly rip off Band-Aid. You know, if you're gonna be bad at something, let's get to it. And you guys, let us take a look at the slide. Settle down, get excited, okay? AI technology. I have been obsessed. How many of you have tried ChatGPT? Yes.
Well, first,
Look,
how many of you struggle with creating content?
Oh, look who did this.
What to talk
Who did
about?
this? Oh God.
Anybody else struggle with that? Anyone else struggle with like the branding conversation? Struggle with like, what do I put in my bio? Like, how many of us, right? What's my niche? Anyone? Okay, most of you. Cool.
So this is where
They
AI
messed
technology
up
comes
their
in.
slide.
And here is where we're going to immediately get to work. Guys, take a little bit of a snapshot of this. Some of us, how many of us are guilty of overthinking it? Now, doing videos, building a brand, building a business, it's like playing a sport. You can't meditate your way into success.
What?
No, I love to meditate. How many of us meditate? We pray, we visualize. Some people go to the gym. I like to visualize my six-pack. No, there's nothing wrong with it, right? But sometimes you do need to do some crunches. I don't know. It sounds exhausting. So I like to visualize
She's
when it
kinda
comes
funny.
to that. But when it comes to video, when it comes to building your brand, we need
Right.
to get to work. Now, ChatGPT, this is a tip I got from Bryn Lynn. Shout out to Bryn Lynn. She's a super genius. She's going to train tomorrow. But she said, look, you open this like app, right? ChatGPT, you open it on your desktop. And the first chat, make it your
I'm disappointed in everything that we've been exposed to today. This morning, the church service, the worship, the pastor who raises people from the dead, like just everything's been awful so far. And that was me having skipped part of it because they came back early and I was at PT. So I don't know how I'm going to make it through the next 2 days.
But what if you had AI
right,
for next head? That's fantastic news, guys. I don't even know how we're still
Kind
sitting
of.
still. I'm already on fire. My legs are burning. Baby, do you notice the energy rising? How do you do it,
In
John?
fuego. And the beauty is you can
It's
literally
unbelievable.
tell ChatGPT what you're struggling with, what you're trying to accomplish. Like, how many of you have already used ChatGPT? I mean, it's just mind-boggling. So there shouldn't be that excuse anymore. Like, I don't know what my brand is. I don't know what kind of content to create. And listen, one thing that we've been teaching for years is just test it out for 30 days.
Yeah.
Go buck wild. Write that down in your notes. Buck wild. Because you got to go buck wild for 30 days. That's how we figured out TikTok. Now, we don't do TikTok quite as much now because we're in a different stage in our business. But for 60 days, we did what, 120?
128 videos.
In
yes.
60 days to make sure that it worked.
Yes. And we threw everything at
Yeah.
it but the kitchen sink,
Right.
you know? And we just did different formats, different modalities.
Right.
And then you're also looking to figure out, right, what content you enjoy creating, what content really hits home, and what content is snooze fast that we unsubscribe from. And then you watch your analytics and you go, okay, do more of what works, do less of what doesn't, you know, and work on your energy. Like, you know, also step it up, mess it up. But, baby, I love when you teach this here. Notice, proactive audience engagement converts.
Yeah, so
look at this statistic, right?
A lot of us are also guilty of like, oh, we're getting 5 comments, 16 followers on a recent bit, and then we're like, oh, this sucks. I don't have that many followers. I don't have that many views. I don't have that many comments. But the likes, the comments, the views you are getting, are you reaching out? Are you connecting? Are you building those relationships? Because listen, this isn't really network marketing. It's really relationship marketing.
Oh, God.
Right? And the
Yeah.
more relationships you establish and you have, how many of us just need to start treating it like a real business? Right? Like a lot of you just don't have the CEO mentality. Like if you put 100,000, 500,000, $1 million into your business, how would you show up every day? Like you'd be talking to every follower, every like, every comment, people watching your stories. You love the stalkers, right? Because you could swipe up and see who's watching. Like you need to be doing this. Like some of us, we get new followers, we never reach out. I know because I follow some of your accounts. I don't get a message from you. People are always blown away. Like, damn, dude, like you send like audio clip messages. Like you reach out. Like, yeah. Like I'm literally still doing it today, unless I get put in Facebook jail. That's a whole other conversation. Was in it twice last week. Anywho,
Settle down, baby.
bottom line, you got to be proactive. So the biggest trends, short form video will dominate. It'll continue to dominate this year and next year. Content where you're edutaining or entertaining, right? You're having fun, but you're teaching. Rule number 1, don't be boring. Facebook, in our opinion, is still number 1, but
Yep.
TikTok is also a beast for lead gen.
So it's Facebook, TikTok,
Then Insta.
and then YouTube Shorts.
Oh, yep.
You guys, hello. Say hello to the idea.
I
Proactive
unfollow people when they do
audience
this.
Engagement. Thank you, John. Those are the hottest trends. You guys, but I have to tell you, ideas are plenty, but implementation is key, right? Does that make sense? How many of you are going to do a video today? Can we challenge these guys?
Yeah.
Or for the next 30 days? Like if you really want to play big and you really
Yeah, and
want
it gets painful after a
to,
while.
you know, kick it up a notch or 10 or 100, then that's the key to success. I would challenge you to do a video a day for 30 days.
I love it. Last slide.
This is the last slide, baby. We're done.
there's
Can you
one more.
believe it? Success! You guys, was this good? Was this valuable? All right. We love you. I want to challenge you to kick it up a notch with your energy as we keep on going to the next trainer. We love you guys. Thank you for having us.
Love you guys.
Don't you love it that your disappointments can become your appointments to greatness? Because think about this. Most people have challenges. You know, my first 2.5 years in network marketing, I was going broke enthusiastically. I really was. And then I got good enough to bring other people with me. That was my claim to fame. And if you look at that, people go, why do you embrace that? And the reason I embrace that is that most people that you're going to coach are not going to get off to a fast start. I tell people all these years after a 30-year career, after hitting so many milestones that people would love to hit, that I was blessed with a slow start.
Oh shoot, I forgot. It's
Blessed with a
I'll
slow
mute it
start.
out.
I
Thank
think
you.
there's some people
I'm
in
so
this
tired.
room
I'm
that
like
need
not
to
even paying
hear
attention
that.
anymore.
Because you can be the greatest gift to some of the people that you're going to lead. Instead of believing you need to be a zero to hero story, you need to embrace that and understand there's power in that, and you can restart and reboot with that, and you can make anything happen. Remember, you and God are a majority. It can be day one going forward from here. You just have to make the decision. Who is making that decision today? All right. So the next speaker that we have,
For the love of God, how long
Cap
is
Chatfield.
this?
My wife said to him, you were the last person we saw before we went to bed last night. And Cap looked at her and says, what are you talking about? And he goes, oh, we were checking you out on YouTube. And I go, you don't use the word checking you out when we're in bed together and you're watching YouTube together with me. But we were chatting about who he is.
There's an hour and
because
15
I was
minutes
super
left.
enthralled by the thumbnails that he has for his social media. This gentleman knows what it is that he is doing. Imagine in 6 months going from 5,500 followers to 1,000,005 followers, 500,000 followers, 1.5 million followers. Do you think that's a growth? That's incredible growth. Do you think he knows a thing or two? He's going to teach you about how to be bold.
Oh my God.
But whether you're in this room and you're in real estate, whether you're in this room and you're a teacher and you're trying to figure out how to be better, whether you're in this room and you're a dad and you're trying to figure out how to be a better dad or be more present for my wife, maybe you're in this room and you're a wife and you're trying to be more present for your kids and more present for your family. Maybe you're in this room and you are a small business owner and you're trying to figure out how to be more present and make more happen. Maybe you're in this room and you're a network marketer, but you may need to hear this. Because if you're not participating in this room, I like to say I'm on team love. This room is team love. This room is team transformation. If you're afraid to express what it is that you're up for in here, what are the chances you're going to express it out there? You know, what is it that God said? What is it Jesus said? If you're not embarrassed about me in front of people, I will not be embarrassed of you in front of my Father. God. How many of us need to hear and embrace our story to move from not being embarrassed about it, but being bold about it? Understand that there is power within us. understanding that we and God are a majority. Understand that there are people that are looking at our story. Understand that our past and everything we have overcome can become a beacon and light for someone else. Let's get up on our feet. Let's bring to the stage. Let's bring it home with lots of energy. Let's bring Cap Chatfield to the stage, guys.
Who? Oh, this dude. Flashing lights. Avoid looking at this.
I know it's been a long day.
Yeah,
we gotta
no
turn up the
shit.
energy a little bit, okay? Can we just do something real quick? I want who here knows that there's a lion on the inside of them? We got a couple people. If you know, hold up. If you know, let me start with this. If you know that your business is not your own, your business is not for your own personal welfare, but God has given you a vision to serve people, to empower people, to employ people. If you know that your mission while you're on planet Earth is to lower the degree of suffering in somebody's life by 1 degree, I want you to give me the loudest shout right now that you can.
MLMs cause suffering, so what the hell are you talking about, my dude?
And I want you to shout like you mean it. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Woo! Come on. Okay, you guys can have a seat. High five your neighbor. Give him a little fist bump. Little side hug. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm gonna take off. No, I just needed to kind of get out some of my energy because I'm so pumped to share with you the story of what God has done in my life and in my business over the past 7 to 8 months now. But it's been a pretty phenomenal journey. I want to just quick show of hands. You don't need to shout anymore. But if you're a coach, an entrepreneur, a marketer, or anybody that knows that your face and your voice are your most powerful brand assets, hold up your hand right now. That's pretty much the entire room. Okay, so this is a great audience to be speaking to today. Now, I know that we've had a lot of people share amazing tactics and strategies around building a personal brand. And so the last thing that I want to do transparently is pretend like I got the corner market on this thing. There's so many different ways to build an audience and to serve people online. And so it'd be pretty arrogant of me to say that your boy's got it all figured out. But I am grateful to say that this year was a transformational year for me and for my business, as Garrett so kindly introduced my story in a nutshell. My social media following starting in January, around January 12th this year, was at 5.5 thousand followers cumulatively. That's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. And over the course of 6 months, that grew from 5.5 thousand to 1.5 million. And the 7th month, it went to 2 million. And so it's just continuing to take altitude. And you can imagine there's a lot of cool things that can come with building a personal brand, but I want to share with you one of the reasons why I didn't start sooner. And quite honestly, it is one of my biggest regrets. And I'm probably speaking to a handful of people in here where you've been hesitant about putting yourself out there online, about sharing a message that whether you believe in God or not, you know that if you're truly called, there's something higher, there's something greater. And that person, that individual, that entity, in my perspective, that loving Father has placed something inside of you that is not meant for you and is not meant for me. It's meant for the world. But for so long, I was just too selfish. I was too afraid of failure. I was too afraid of losing business for sharing a message that might be a little controversial, that might be a lightning rod in the culture that we have today, that might even get me canceled. If I'm truly being honest and authentic about who I am, why I'm here, and where I'm going, that message didn't really see the light of day. And maybe you can relate. Maybe you know, maybe this conference right now is a pivotal moment for you, your brand, and your business, because now you're colliding with the reality that God has something so much more in store for you and your business and your customers and your audience and your family and generations to come than some comfort here and now until you pass away and drift into eternity. Am I preaching to somebody right now?
Oh my God.
And so you haven't stepped in, and here's the question I want to ask you. I'm going to pull out my nifty clicker here. Here's the question I want you to ask yourself, honestly. Whose life is on the line because you're not online? That's kind of dramatic.
Cool.
Some of you
That's
are
awesome,
like, whoa, bro,
Kate.
you're taking your thing way too seriously.
Enjoy it.
I want to share with you why this is so important to me. To introduce myself briefly, I've been a content creator for actually over a decade. I have a digital media agency. It's called Reveal Media. I've done 2 documentaries. I'm a filmmaker. One of them is called 𝐔𝐒𝐄. It's on Amazon Prime. ACTS, go look it up. It's a pretty cool story. And then another one is called The Time Is Now, which showed the behind the curtain narrative of everything that happened during the pandemic. Anybody remember that? The pandemic? Is that in the distant past?
Oh, for the love
and so
of God.
God's used me in a variety of ways to create media and to use it to serve people. And I'm also an online pastor, but I'll tell you this. The thing about my business that was so special to me was that it was really a vision from God. You see, I went to the University of Miami for film school from 2010 to 2013. The U, let's go, baby. Go Canes. Football season. Best time of the year. Just started. Anyway, get back on track, squirrel. Come on, come back. Where was I? University of Miami. So I go to the University of Miami, and I enter the University of Miami as an atheist. And I went to the University of Miami for all of the things that you can imagine why a young man with a ton of testosterone would go to the University of Miami. And so I went for all of those reasons. God was not one of them. But in this college, #1 party school in the country at the time, and also the 30 for 30 documentary about the Canes came out as well, so it was a wild time, to say the least. I joined a fraternity for all of the same reasons, and I had somebody who loved me enough to share an inconvenient truth with me about where I stood before a righteous and just God.
Oh my.
Yet this God had a plan for my life, and he didn't want to judge me for my sin, but he wanted to invite me into relationship. And what he showed me as I'm talking to this friend, this conversation and continued to a point where I was in my car by myself talking to a God that I didn't even really know existed, and asking him, if you're really real, I'm done with this life. It's not working out for me. All the things that I'm chasing after, they don't lead to peace. I'm not getting fulfilled in any of these things that I'm pursuing, whether it's drugs, whether it's women, whether it's my own achievements in school, starting a business in college. And bawling my eyes out in my car on the way to the gym one morning, the Holy Spirit spoke to me, and he said, there's only room on the set of your life for one director, and you're not him. Did you catch that?
Yeah, they heard you, buddy.
He said, Cap, you're trying to play a role that you were never meant to play. I have an amazing plan. I have an Oscar award-winning plan for your life and for your career, but you got to stop being the director. You got to learn how to be directed. And it was from that moment that I began this journey of learning what it meant to be directed by the Holy Spirit in my craft, my career, my calling. God called me to start this business, Reveal Media. And the idea was that we would go around the world and tell the stories of what God is doing in the most remote places on planet Earth. 𝐔𝐒𝐄, the documentary I was just talking about, is one of those stories. But along the way, if I can be completely honest with you, I hit a point where I was chasing after secular clients, secular work, for the sake of a great intention of being able to monetize and support this more ministry-related endeavor of telling these stories. Because we all know that to do kingdom work, there's no money behind it, right? So I had to go chase after it in the world. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. I chased after it in the world, hoping that all of these things would come into place and be able to do God's work. And this led to the worst year of my life. Last year was quite literally the worst year of my life. We hired some new employees based off of some contracts that were supposed to close. Those contracts were broken after we had hired those people. And so I was taking on debt to keep these people employed, hoping that I could sell our company out of this situation. Meanwhile, my wife and I go to a CrossFit workout one day. She says at the end of this workout, she's feeling really lightheaded. She's feeling really sick. She took her blood sugar
What's
test.
this guy's name again?
Because she had gestational diabetes during her pregnancy. The blood sugar test read over 400. If anybody here is familiar with diabetes, that's the point when you can go into organ failure. So we take my wife to the ER. The doctor says, hey, guess what? This is your new normal. You're a type 1 diabetic. Oh, and by the way, you have 3 other autoimmune disorders on top of that. Oh, and here's the best news. Your health insurance isn't covering any of it. So here I am, trying my best to run a company to honor God, taking care of our employees, doing the right thing, and everything is just falling apart. I'm being squeezed at every level.
It is.
And on my face, in my office before God, I said, God, what gives? I'm trying to do this to honor you. I'm trying to build this business. It's not going anywhere. And he reminded me of the vision that he gave me originally for the business. And as a loving father who disciplines, I love how Ray spoke about this earlier.
It doesn't look like him, though.
Cap, you're so busy telling everybody else's stories, you don't even have time for my stories. And I was humbled in that moment, and I realized, God, I've been chasing after all of these things, hoping that the kingdom would be added unto it. But if anybody here knows Matthew 6:33, Jesus' promise is this: if you seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, everything will follow. Everything will fall into place. A lot easier said than done. But I was against the wall, and so I said, God, all right, I'm going to bet on you. And in that moment, I made re-established a covenant with God about my business.
Oh, God.
And I said, God, this is all yours. Within 30 days after that, the Lord brought in more top-line revenue for our business than he had the entire year. He completely snuffed out the wildfire of debt that was accumulating. And then he said to me, Cap, don't get too comfortable. This is just to take care of some of the issues that have been happening. But he said, now I want you to get serious about telling my stories. And I'm telling you this because you're in that place right now, likely, where you're thinking, I know what God's telling me to say. I know there's a message burning in my bones like fire, but what's going to happen to my business? What's going to happen to my reputation? What's going to happen to all the opportunities that I'm chasing after if I really go after God's plan for my life? And Jesus reminded me before I began this journey, still with no income, 3 to 4 months of savings lined up. He said, those who chase after their life will lose it, but those who lay down their life for my sake will find it. And I said, God, I have no other choice, but if you got my life, if you got a plan for how to provide for this vision, I'm in. And so beginning a 4-month journey, I said, God, I'm going to go all in. I'm going to take the skills that you've given me, and I'm going to create content for your glory around an extremely controversial message and saying, God, I'm throwing it all to the wind. I'm going to bet on you.
Sorry, everybody. Cap.
So I want to share with you. Yeah, you can praise God for that.
Sorry,
but it gets better, okay? I got 7 minutes left, so I want to make sure that I can get to like the meat of this. And take out your phone because I'm going to try and get through as much some practical stuff for you. But I want to share with you the most simple strategy ever that actually works if you're consistent with it. And here's the strategy that I kind of kicked off. So the first thing that I did was I created a medium form video. It was about 12 minutes long. And the video was about, are you going to heaven or hell? Teaching people, hey, what is the Bible? You know, did you know the great statistic? 10 out of 10 people are going to die one day. Did you know that? Not a lot of people know that, but the reality is that we are all going to face this truth one way or another. And so I said, God, I want to create a video to teach people about what Jesus says about this very topic. I created one 12-minute video. I put it on my YouTube channel, one video. And then what I focused on was creating tons and tons and tons and tons of 60 seconds or less vertical videos. The idea was to take all of those videos, point the traffic in the first comment on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook, and on TikTok.
He has 746,000 subscribers on YouTube. but his Will You Go to Heaven or Hell only got 55,000 views. So I don't know what he's doing.
The end of this video, when I said, hey, if you know that you want to give your life to Jesus, if you want to be forgiven of your sin, if you want to receive the calling of God on your life, I want you to pray this prayer. I led the people who watched the video in a prayer, and they said, after you finish that prayer, I want you to click the link in the description. I want you to fill out this form to let our team know about the decision you made, and we're going to follow up with you. We're going to send you some free resources, and we want to pray for you. Okay? That was the simple strategy. Marketing doesn't need to be all that complicated. In fact, what I would tell you is simplicity is king. But you got to be consistent. And so what I did was for 4 months, I showed up every single day and posted 3 videos every single day. Now, here's something I want you to see. This was in January. I started doing this for 2 weeks. I'm telling you, there's got to be somebody in here, you've stuck with your content strategy for 2 weeks and then you gave up. You're like, dude, this is impossible. There's no way. There's no way I can build a personal brand. And that's exactly where I was. You see that red arrow? That was on January 14th. I got negative followers that day. Negative. So here I am chasing after God's plan for my life, with my wife's blessing, by the way. I need to make very clear. I wasn't just doing this without her blessing. She supported me. But on this day, I was like, this is the dumbest idea ever. But the Holy Spirit said to me, are you trusting in yourself or are you trusting in me here? And I said, well, I know the right answer to that, so I'm going to trust in you. So I kept on going, and look at what happened after that. This was just in the first 30 days. After that moment, look at the gold mine that was struck. Simply by being consistent, getting clarity and conviction around one message and hammering that message home every single day. And I'll tell you what, I want to share this with you, this little flywheel, because a lot of people are going to need this. So few people succeed in building a personal brand because they don't first start with clarity around their message.
Who did this?
Clarity around your message
Who did this?
is absolutely critical.
Who did that?
You got to get clear.
Who did this?
Because if you're going to commit to a journey of
Who did
creating
this?
X amount of videos for months, you got to make sure that you know what direction you're going into. You got to get clarity around your message. And after that, I'm telling you this, like, look at the way this thing flows. Too many people go in the opposite direction. They don't get started because they're so concerned about quality of the content. Production's great, lighting's perfect, editing's perfect, and that will kill your momentum more than anything. I'm telling you, I want to free somebody up in here. Today, I want to challenge you, post the worst video you can possibly imagine. Just post the ugliest video in the worst lighting, stutter, like trip over your words, do something dumb, and just post it, because when you do, what you're going to realize is, you know, that wasn't all that bad. And it didn't take me all that long. And if you can just be consistent, what happens is if you choose a cadence of consistency, you soon become efficient. You learn how to do it better, faster. And when you do it more efficiently, now you can increase your frequency. Go from 1 video a day to 2 videos a day to 3 to 4 to 5. And then over time, you have volume and you have data to know, what does quality actually look like?
I mean,
What
part
does
of
my
what he's saying
audience
makes
actually
sense.
resonate with? So I did this cycle for the longest time, and here's what the final results were. 2 million followers in total, 710,000 on YouTube, 604 on Facebook, 523 on TikTok, 162. This was a couple weeks ago, so it's gone up significantly since then, because it's this compounded interest.
Yep.
But I want to tell you this. There was a moment halfway through where someone posted a video about me, shaming my character, dragging my reputation through the mud, and that video went viral. That was another moment for me to say, God, this is the dumbest idea ever, and it was yet another moment for God to say, Cap, I want you to crucify your own desires with this, because again, your message is not about you. It's about the people that you're serving. And if I quit halfway through that moment, that journey, I wouldn't have experienced what we're talking about here right now. I want to share with you guys the greatest win of all, because I opened up this talk asking you the question, whose life is on the line because you're not online? And I have the privilege today. Yeah, the followers are cool. The brand partnerships, great. The ad revenue, amazing. It's all super cool. But I get direct messages every single day from people all over the world from my basement. I'm literally able to speak to the nations from the studio in my basement at scale because I'm focusing on this vertical video strategy that's just reaching the world. And I get direct messages like this every single day. This one's from a young man who said, I almost committed suicide again today. Thanks for this video. I'm fighting demons daily.
I hope people feel that they can go
Your
to...
message isn't about you.
God, okay.
Your brand
Dear
isn't
God.
about you. It's about something so much bigger, so much deeper, so much more meaningful. And until we come to the place of saying, God, my message isn't my own. I'm surrendering my
Bye,
platform to you. I'm
Sarah.
surrendering my profile to you. Regardless of what it costs me, let me tell you,
Sorry, I'm, like,
the reward
crocheting
on the
to
other
keep my
side of
mind off
complete
this shit.
obedience to God. I believe, is there anybody in this room right now, before we close, is there anybody in this room right now who says, you know what, I didn't even know why I was brought here. I don't even know why God led me here. But I sense that there's a repositioning happening in my business, that there's a reclarification around my mission and my message. If you'd be so bold to raise your hand right now, praise God. That's a ton of people. Let me tell you, yeah, praise God for that. First of all, I'm so honored by your humility to share that, but let me tell you this right now. Jesus has not set you up for failure. He sets you up for success.
Fuck this.
Come on. Greater is he. I'm about to preach. I'm about to be an online pastor for a second. Greater is he who is in you than he who's in the world. God has not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and of a sound mind. Power to be able to do what he's called you to do. Love to be the right motivation. Sound mind so you don't go crazy in the process. He has not set you up for failure. He set you up for success. But I believe that today he is looking for people that will say, God, I'm tired with vanilla messaging. I'm tired carrying a vanilla brand that doesn't impact anybody. I want to carry a message with my brand and my business and my influence so that generations can be transformed. I want to pray a very simple prayer for you. I want you to put your hand over your heart right now.
Oh, God.
I just want you to simply agree with this. Father, you can repeat after me.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't want to listen to this.
Okay? How to cut up a long-form video into multiple short-form videos. How to go from spending 12 to 15 hours a week editing content to just doing it in 5 to 8 hours. How to create a simple funnel. How to get your messaging super clear. All of this stuff, I want to teach you guys all this stuff. I don't have time today. How to create a content solar system so you never run out of ideas to talk about. I have a lot of stuff that I could share with you. But here's what I'll tell you. If you want to learn more, I want to make it very simple for you. You can scan the QR code right there, or you can text movement to that number on the screen. They both go to the same link. Just fill out that form. It allows me to get in touch with you a lot quicker. But let me just remind you of this before we close. There is a soul behind this screen. It's not just a number. It's not just a username. It's not just an avatar. There is a real soul behind this screen that is waiting for you to get online. Their life, quite literally, might be on the line.
Oh my God.
Amen. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Come and make these dead bones.
Oh my God, 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 oh my God. Flashing lights, avert your eyes. Oh my God, it's Ray Higdon. We can't hear you.
Okay, good. And I just want to share, there, you have something inside of you that could impact someone else. And it reminds me of my second mantra, which is, we have to be as brave as the people who need us. We have to be as brave as the people who need us. And so I just salute this man for being brave.
Amen. Bless you, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Awesome. Awesome, man. Good day so far? Can you believe this is day one? I feel like we've been together for like a week already. Like,
No,
so
no
much
breaks.
fun. What day is this? Where am I? So this next speaker was the absolute last minute addition. And, you know, I interviewed him. He came and talked with me, and I'd met him, you know, quite a few years ago. We had done an event together, or I had spoken at one of him and his partners' events up in Michigan. Very nice. Yes, I also reside there. Great. It's always interesting. Calgary. See what I mean? See what I mean? Texas? All right. Okay. Sorry. Go Colts? Really? You're from Indiana? That's amazing. Okay, we're done. All right. That's enough. But seriously, I'm interviewing. So he came to me and he's like, "Hey man, I really believe in your vision for this event. I think it's very powerful. I want to buy a bunch of tickets and just like give them away and stuff." I'm like, "Cool. That sounds like a great idea." And my man Sean, can you stand up? Sean did the same thing. Give him a hand. And those of you who were here last year, right? It's a little smaller last year, wasn't it, Sean? But those who are here last year, you know, Sean had massive transformation in his business from that event. It's just been awesome watching his journey. But this next speaker, he said, "Hey, I want to buy a bunch of tickets. I want to give them away." I'm like, "Super cool." And so I'm like, "Hey, let me interview you." And I interview him, and we get on the topic of grief. And what he shared moved me so much that, I mean, here I am, I'm on the interview crying. How he shared about grief challenged me as a man, challenged me as a man of faith. It just shook me up, man. And I'm like, "Bro, you need to speak at our event. We got to have you."
Did you pay him? And
I told Vanessa, I'm like, "Hey, just give him some of my time." Because my poor, please, you may or may not have worked with her yet, but my COO, Vanessa, let's give her a hand real quick. She's amazing. She has done so much work, and she deals with my zaniness. Like one day I hit her with 3 new speakers. She's like, "You're killing me, Ray." And after she just finished the agenda, and then I'm like, "Okay, don't hate me, but I got one more." And just the way he shared about losing his wife. Never heard anything like it. It just moved me so much. I'm like, my audience has to hear this.
Please pop out if you need to.
I know that there's people in this audience that are hurting, that you've lost someone that you love, and you don't know how to process it. You don't know what to do with it.
With a therapist.
Why did it happen?
With a therapist.
Why was it so unfair? And what he shared just moved me so much. I had to bring him here. I had to get him in front of you because I know there's someone in this audience, probably a lot of someone's, that need to hear what he has to say.
Therapy.
So please help me welcome to the stage Reggie Flowers.
I know that
Therapy. Pop, literally do not get slimed. Don't get slimed. Don't do it. We could be crying. Oh my God. He looks so nice. He looks like I'm gonna
Hello,
start crying.
everyone. Listen, Ray asked me to really provide like a masterclass level of information in less than 10 minutes. But here's what I understand. When you truly trust in God, for those of you right now who are in need of whatever's in anyone that's speaking, you're going to get it. So it doesn't matter if they have 5 minutes, 30 minutes, you're going to get what you need. How many of you agree? Say aye. Okay. And so my responsibility right now is to really begin this conversation with my walk in the hallway earlier today. And so nature was calling. I needed to run to the potty. And yes, I said potty because right now my 2-year-old is watching this and we're going through potty training, okay? I'm a father of 5, he's number 4, right? We're almost out the game. We're almost there. And a gentleman by the name of Chris. Chris is in here somewhere. Chris, wherever you're at, thank you for stopping and saying hello. Chris says to me, he says, Reggie, I heard your conversation with Ray, and it moved me. And I listened intently because I always know that when people speak to me, there's something I can take away from their conversation too. And what Chris said to me was, I shared your message with Dexter. Dexter recently lost his wife 3 weeks ago. And I said, in my mind, I was thinking for Dexter's wife, after he told me that Dexter and his wife were both, husband and wife of faith and that they were Christians, I thought, congratulations to his wife. But Dexter, this conversation's for you. I know right now in this season exactly where you're at because it wasn't too long ago that I was there. So there's going to be 4 pillars for fanatical faith. How many of you want fanatical faith? Can I get a show of hands? Fanatical faith. And if you want fanatical faith, there's 4 things we want to focus on. The first thing we want to focus on is gratitude. So if you're taking notes, please write this down. And in my story, you'll be able to extract these 4 pillars. So there's gratitude. Then there's trust, unwavering trust too. Selflessness, and then wisdom. Okay. So in 2016, I want you to imagine, just put yourself in my shoes. We are on a struggle bus financially. My wife was working full time. I was a struggling entrepreneur, not producing any type of income at that time. But I had the vision, and I was entrusting God, and I was working really hard, but the fruit wasn't there yet. I was sowing the seeds, putting forth effort each and every day. It just wasn't there. And so where I would go in order to restore myself and kind of revive myself was my prayer closet, which is the shower. And so you could find me in the shower sometimes 2 or 3 times a day for 30 minutes. There's prayer, there's vision. I'm able to see out of the circumstance that we're in. And that is the crucial point, is that wherever you're at, you got to be able to see beyond it, become bigger than it. And when you trust in God, He will enable you with that ability. And so in 2016, I remember praying, and I got this vision that it was my children. They were happy. We were doing well, but my wife wasn't there. And it startled me. I go, huh. And I keep in mind, we had an exceptional marriage. So there was nothing in my mind thinking like I didn't want her in my life, but I was just like, wow. So the very next day, I was praying, and again, same routine, and that vision came to me again. Now, the first time I thought it was the enemy trying to put fear in my heart. So I was like, no, you can get out of here, right? Like, that was just my attitude, get out of here. But when it came back, I knew it was serious. So we fast forward into 2017. This is in the back of my mind. And we're still trucking along, and we're trying to get things going. And in 2017, June of that year, my wife lost that full-time job that helped sustain us. But in that moment, I chose faith over amen. And so literally within 2 months of her losing her job, for involuntary reasons, but primarily based on her health, we knocked down one of the biggest deals I've ever done in my life. My partner, Janos, he's here right now. And I looked up, and within 35 days, there was more than 7 figures in my business checking account, okay? So life began to shift. And now you can imagine, yes, thank you. I was very happy. You can imagine that in this time, momentum's happening. You've been sowing, you've been sowing, you've been sowing, and now you're like, it's time to reap. It's my time to reap. I'm excited. I said, baby, we are going to live life right now. We're going to invest properly. We're going to be good stewards, but it's time to live. And so in that season, from August into the close of December of 2017, I made sure that she saw the world, because there was a piece of me that said, you need to make sure she sees everything that she's ever wanted to see, that she did everything she's ever wanted to do. I just had to do it. I can't tell you exactly what was the conscious thought, but I just knew I should. Coming into 2018, we're coming back from our 50,000 miles of travel, seeing the entire world, honeymoon in the Mediterranean. I mean, life was just going exactly as I envisioned it. And as we descend in from San Diego in 2018, my wife sneezes 3 times. Achoo, achoo, achoo. And normally you just think, oh, something's in her nose. I was like, that's odd. Fast forward 2 more months, she has a heart attack. And we're in the kitchen, and the children says, Daddy, Mommy's on the floor. And so I run in there, and I didn't panic, but I knew we obviously had to call 911, and we got to the hospital. We found out that there was nothing wrong with her heart. She had what's called 𝐔𝐒𝐄 𝐃𝐈𝐒𝐒𝐑𝐄𝐓𝐈𝐎𝐍𝐃. And for those of you, the simple terms was, you sometimes get that heart attack from either a broken heart, which I did not do, ladies, so I did not, or a virus. So in that point, she's on medication, blood thinners. We're going through this. We're preparing for another trip in May. And in April, we had just found out that her PET scan was clear. She was free of cancer. We were excited, right? We're riding high. And then in May, all of a sudden, her equilibrium was off. She could barely stand up. She would stumble when we would be out in public. And I'm like, listen, before we travel, let's just go get this checked out just to ensure, everything's okay. And we went to the hospital, and that was May 29th of 2018. We did not leave the hospital until July 19th of 2018. In that season, my wife went from walking in to leaving the hospital blind. She was a paraplegic. I watched her transform. The doctors were using languages that I wasn't familiar with, or terms, like first leptomeningeal, metastatic. I'm like, what does this mean? But Holy Spirit helped equip me to say, you need to go research. You need to understand these terms because they're not going to dummy it down. You got to smarten up. And I realized that they were telling us that she has one of the most severe cancers. Like when you think of cancer, like we used to wish she had brain cancer. That's how severe leptomeningeal is. And so going into that season of watching her shift, there was always a piece of me that knew that we were now into that season, that God gave her to me. I was so grateful for our season together. But it was my responsibility to be a good steward and faithful during this season and be at peace with this season, because it wasn't for me to question why God was doing it. That was irrelevant. What was relevant was, how are you going to take care of my daughter as I bring her home? And so I literally stepped into that place vigorously, and the most challenging part of that was knowing that our lives were shifting. And so she came home, I became her full-time caretaker, and I cut off all business operations. And that's when I learned something very valuable. I said, you don't really know how much your spouse really loves you until life really tests you, okay? And that was my test, to step up and be a caregiver for 4 months. And so during those 4 months, it was a great time. I remember going to the doctor, and she would be in the wheelchair, and we had a lot of steps in the condo, so I had to take her down the steps. But she would always keep her glasses on even though she was blind, because she was believing God to restore her faith. So we would go to the doctor's office, and they would go to reach and shake her hand, and they're like, why is she shaking? I'm like, well, she's blind now, right? And she's believing that she's going to be able to see again. So they would laugh, but her faith was so strong. And then when she transitioned that morning, I'll never forget, I walked into the bedroom, and I walked back out, and in that moment, I seen, her absent of the body. And there's 2 little boys that are in the other room that have no idea that mom, when they come home from school, mom's not going to be there. And so we went to the hospital, and they tried to revive her. We weren't able to successfully do that. But I want you to know this whole time, there's a peace over me. There's an understanding. There's a focus. Because I know that God blessed me with her. She made me an incredible man, a credible husband. So I was grateful. And these 2 little boys she's given me are exceptional. So I was just filled with gratitude, knowing that although their season's coming to an end, that God has the final say, right? And I'm going to back him, not based on how I feel. So it created a selflessness within me not to question that. And so the biggest and most challenging conversation I was going to have was coming home, when the boys came home from school that day, explaining to them what happened. And one of my mentors said to me, and I got to move fast because I'm running out of time. My mentor said to me, he said, that's going to be the most important question that you'll ever have with those boys, and it's going to be imperative that you establish a clear understanding for them so they have a faith foundation to propel them into life versus being an anchor. And there was a piece of me that I was nudged. I ended up recording that conversation because I wanted them to be able to look back on it as adults to know that we were very intentional about their benefit. And today, those boys at 10 and 11 are straight-A students. They're operating their own business, right? Our family has expanded. God's blessed me faithfully by bringing me another bride. We have 2 additional children today. And I just look back in this season and just think to myself, that what God did for me in that season was a season of refinement. And when you look at faith, being able to step through and be grateful for the seasons that you have, to be fanatical about your faith. If you look at those 4 pillars that I provided you, and trust me, I really have thought through how I wanted to deliver this conversation for you, but we have limited time. But if one thing I want you to walk away with is just walking away with understanding that the moment you have unwavering trust in your Heavenly Father, because I knew a whole year in advance that our season was coming to an end, but I operated in faith, not fear. And when you choose to operate in faith, not fear, then there's nothing that you can't take on. There's nothing that won't be bigger than you, and you will conquer all because He gives you the strength to do that if you allow yourself to step into your God-given power today. So thank you all for your time. It's a blessing. Have a great day.
I know that all things.
I don't know, like, if this is appropriate, but I've never disliked Ray Higdon more than I do right now.
No, you did a great job.
Yeah, you're muted. You're not on. Sorry.
How we doing? That's pretty exciting. Notice the jacket is buttoned. It's been so long since my jacket buttoned, I had to ask Garrett which one's the button. And what's so funny, he didn't know either. So, I think you should look at my shirt. It's rather nice. It stands for sober and faith, in case you're wondering. So that's awesome. And love you guys. This is so amazing. This is the most important part of this night. All you rich people, all you poor people, all you beggar men, and all you thieves, you have got to figure out how to get money, because we are going to save some alcoholics' lives. And it's going to be unbelievable. You heard my man, EC, talk about his treatment center that cost him 40 grand the last time. He forgot to tell you about the other 40. And it's the way it goes in the world of treatment. And nobody's got any money. And they humiliate the crud out of you. And if you don't have the money, you don't get treatment. And Darren figured that out. And he said, we're going to stop that. And what we're going to do is stop that on an unbelievable level, and we are going to reward you greatly for parting with your money. Watch this video right now and prepare to swallow your cigars.
Your story, your experience is a powerful one, isn't it?
Yep, very much. I was an opiate addict for many years, probably 20 plus years of my life, more than half my life. You know, accelerate my success in business ultimately became my downfall. You know, like any other substance, it turned on me. At first, for me, it started when I was a teenager, experimenting and insecurities, not feeling confident with myself, not feeling comfortable in my own skin. Made me feel like Superman. I chased that feeling for many, many years. Then I miraculously, somehow, with the right people, got involved in the entertainment industry with some enormous
I need to go get
global
a Kleenex.
superstars.
To my friend, Darren Prince, man, I am so proud of you. I want to say I am so happy that I have seen the change in you, and it's been wonderful. You affected a lot of people's lives, so congratulations.
Hi, Darren. I'm proud of you, buddy. My longtime friend for those years. Would you shut up? I'm talking. For all those years of sobriety and, you know, making things work for you. That's great. Love you.
Hello, Darren. Charlie Sheen here. Just want to say congratulations. Your tireless commitments through service and faith while empowering others in body, mind, and spirit is beyond noble. Congratulations.
Hello, my name is Brian Reddy. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Oaks Recovery, a nonprofit organization located in upstate South Carolina. We've had the beautiful opportunity to partner with 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃, and I've got our admissions director here to talk to you about that process and what we've been able to see over the years through our partnership.
Absolutely. It's been such a beautiful partnership that we've had over the years, and I just want to thank 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃 for all that they do with the epidemic in our country. It's such a vital resource that's needed right now, and I've personally been working with 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃 Foundation for the last several years, and it's been amazing to watch someone reach out and within 24 to 48 hours they're on a plane to go get help, and we need more of that in our country right now. So thank you for all you do, 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃 Foundation, and hopefully y'all will support such an amazing cause.
Donate. They need our support. Help 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃.
Hey, what's happening? My name is Brandon Novak, the owner of Novak's House of Sober Living, and what we are is an organization that aims to provide scholarships for any man in need of a bed after they complete some form of treatment. And in order to do so, we rely heavily on the 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃 Foundation. They provide countless scholarships that make individuals who at one point in time are completely hopeless find a bed, come upon a scholarship, and then actually become full of hope. And for that, we are forever grateful. So anything that you can do to help further our mission, we will forever be indebted to you. Thank you.
It's about God. It's about God being here right now with you and I, and I'm feeling him through me. Because sometimes I don't even know what I'm going to say, and I know it's going to come out the exact way he wants me as a vessel, because for such a long time, even in recovery, I knew I needed him. And then he started sending messages. I need Darren Prince. The agency life was just a byproduct of what your purpose is going to be. Something is going to happen through the notoriety you've gotten through your industry, where you're going to touch people around the world.
And I love that, because you're almost acting as an ambassador of God in your way for the people that can connect with you, and you're using and engaging the platform that you built for that purpose.
𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃.org is we donate all the proceeds to get people scholarship to go into treatment that can't afford it. And then I've got my foundation for anybody willing to make a contribution. 100% of the proceeds go to scholarship people. It's called the 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃foundation.org.
Hi, everybody. I'm Roy Firestone, and I want to tell you about a very good friend of mine. You know, I go back with Darren Prince over 20 years, and yes, he has represented some of the most iconic names in sports and entertainment. But what I really respect the most about Darren is how he found his purpose through his pain from a 24-year opiate addiction. So please contribute what you can to his 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃 Foundation, where 100% of the proceeds scholarships those in need in treatment. That's where they go. So go to www.𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃foundation.org.
Holy moly. How about that? So the guy is the greatest. He called me on the phone, said, meet me at Red Rocks in Colorado. That's where the Beatles played. I want you to give me my 15-year sobriety chip. So we went there. My wife and I then went down to meet Chevy Chase and Henry Winkler. And Henry Winkler was walking by, and it was hysterical because I go, hey, Henry. And he thought he knew me and walked right into a door. It was horrible. So he won't talk to me ever again. But I am going to tell you, this is the most connected, most loving guy you will ever meet. All you Audible people, get his book, 𝐓𝐈𝐍𝐃, and listen to it from stem to stern. You all know somebody with an alcohol problem. Like every speaker has brought it up. And this is what is taken over our society, and we've got the solution. It's called a nonprofit that takes no rake, no salaries, no nothing. He just does it from his heart. He uses his connections to help drive the bus, and we're going to change the world. God bless Darren Prince. God bless Ray Higdon. Ladies and gentlemen, Darren Prince.
Hello, peace. Hello, joy. Hello, love. Hello, strength. Hello, hope. It's a new
Wow. Thank you, Tom, my spiritual brother. So much love. And to Ray and Jessica for all you do each year to put this incredible event on, and Vanessa. And I got to give a big shout out to another spiritual brother, Lingerie, the greatest healer I've ever met in my life.
So to give you guys a little bit of background on the AMHAV Foundation, I got to give you my whole story. We got to go a little bit backwards into time. And I'm more or less here to share my experience, strength, and hope of what it was like 24 years with an opiate addiction, going through hell and coming out of the other side. So I grew up in New Jersey, great loving mother and father, sister, close family. And you would have thought that I had it all. You know, perfectly normal kid, a lot of friends, but that wasn't the case. And I remember specifically I was put in special ed classrooms, and I was told I had a severe learning disability and verbally teased quite often. And I remember there was a day I was walking down the hallway, and one kid goes, "There goes one of the idiots." And I look left, I turn around, I look right. I was the only one in the hallway. It took everything in me not to cry at that moment, but I never spoke up. I never told a guidance counselor, teacher, my mother, my father, and I took that with me. So at 14 years old at sleepaway camp, I think I was a prime candidate for the disease of drug addiction and alcoholism. It's the reason why I'm so passionate to speak to teenagers nowadays so they don't become what Darren Prince was. And I had terrible stomach pains one night. I asked the counselor to take me to the infirmary, and this nurse gave me this green liquid in a clear cough syrup cup. I took the liquid. It tasted disgusting, but the most amazing thing happened. About 5 minutes later, walking across the softball field, this guy became whole. I felt like Superman. All those inadequacies, insecurities, not feeling worthy, not feeling a part of, not feeling good enough went away. That liquid introduced me to the world, because when I got back to the bunk, I was the cool guy, the popular one, the funny one. I started flirting with the girls in the bunk next door, not thinking anything of it. I went to bed that next night, did all our activities in camp, and I learned at 14 how to lie in con. Because I healed over and I told the counselor my stomach was killing me, we got to go back to the nurse. So I did this for 3 weeks until my mom and dad came up for visitation day and found out I was taking liquid Demerol. So that was the end of that. I don't blame the nurse, because about 3 months later I had a dentist appointment. For those of you who have kids, 1 in 3 kids that get opiates from a dentist nowadays become addicts. I was one of the 3. My mom gave me these white pills, thinking nothing of it. I took 2 of them. Wow, that same feeling, some sleepaway camp came back. I'm on the phone now, I'm talkative, I'm calling people. The introvertedness turned into extrovertedness. I'm the smart one, the popular one, the funny one. The only thing was, the next day, I didn't realize he only gave my mom 6 pills, so I was devastated. But I thought back to camp, and I said, hey, I pulled it off with the counselor, and what do? I put on the crocodile tears. I go downstairs to my mom. I said, Mom, my tooth is killing me. I got a horrible infection. We got to go back to the dentist. As a loving mother, who wants to see their child suffer? She took the bait, went back to the dentist, and I found out I was taking extra strength Vicodin. For the next 4 or 5 years, to be honest, I'd say I partied like a rock star with no legal repercussions whatsoever. No issues, no health problems. But I'd say it was around the time of 2021, it all hit the fan. I wound up getting arrested 4 times in 6 months. But never once did Darren look at himself and say, I might have a problem. It was always other people's fault. I shouldn't have been in that position at the concert, catching the bag of drugs or all the alcohol. It wasn't my fault. It was theirs. But the judge thought differently. He put me in a program called the Alliance in Livingston, New Jersey at a St. Barnabas hospital. He told me if I don't complete it for a year, that I'll be going to prison for at least 6 months. And now I kind of had to take it seriously. The only thing was, I thought I graduated because I got this great news with about 2 weeks to go from the counselor that said, you know what? You're being released. You've done such a great job. And the only thing my brain said, what do? You celebrate at a time like this. So I called up a good buddy of mine. I said, let's go to New York City to the Village, get some mind eraser shots and party our butts off because I'm home free. Not the best idea, because we wound up doing these mind eraser shots, took a handful of Xanax. The next thing you know, see, his car fell into a ditch on the highway. My face went into the windshield. I woke up in the ICU with 90 stitches in my face, my lip split in half, glass everywhere, concussion. Who are the first two people I see when I come through? My mom and my dad. With tears rolling down their face that they can't help their baby boy that's so sick and so suffering and doesn't realize what the heck is going on. Because that's what the disease of addiction, alcoholism, and substance abuse does. It destroys families. And I had a lot going for me. I started a multi-million-dollar baseball company in 1984 that became a big company. At 19 years old, I sold it. I eventually started my agency, Prince Marketing Group, with Magic Johnson as my first client. But never once did I look back and say, I have a problem. Because there's people, when you're successful, that are around you that are yes people. And everybody's blinded by the fact that Darren was with the biggest stars in the world. Darren's at the biggest sporting events,
I can't hear you. Hold on.
Music festivals, whatever it might be.
Can you try again?
Some of you
I'm not talking.
right
Oh, good.
now,
You're good. Oh, yeah, you're good.
Because don't be blinded by financial success. To me now, I know that the real success comes from internally in your heart and your soul and what you do to give back to other people. But at one point, I would say it worked for about 5 or 6 years. I was a little bit of a networking machine, but it turned on me. What was once living to use, the way I put it,
has an echo?
was eventually turning to using to live. I was like, how is this happening? My superpowers were being taken away slowly but surely. I had my first overdose in Las Vegas. I was out there in 2006 for NBA All-Star Game weekend, celebrating a TV show deal we did with one of our big clients, and I had a horrible case of bronchitis. I called a doctor to the room. He wrote a prescription for Vicodin, antibiotic, and a big bottle of Tussinex cough syrup, which is an opiate-based cough syrup. On the way back from the pharmacy, I called my then wife. I said, do me a favor. Order me 3 vodka Red Bull
I can't hear
cranberries,
echo. Let me ask them.
I actually think I'm okay to go out.
Okay.
I came back to the room. At this point, I was chopping up and snorting my Percocets and OxyContins. That's what I did. I finished half the bottle of cough syrup, down went 2 drinks. Within 5 minutes, I was on the ground. I had no idea what happened. My eyes were dilated. I couldn't breathe, foaming out of the mouth. All I can think is, God, don't take me. I don't know what I just did. I promise I'll never do this again. Obviously, my wife panicked. She called the paramedics. They actually broke down the car. Next thing I know, I have an oxygen mask on my face.
Oh, no, I can't hear anything.
Oh, now you can't hear it? Okay.
What I did was I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I looked at myself with bags under my eyes bloodshot, and I said, you sick bastard. What is wrong with you?
Hold on, let me figure out what's going on. Is there an echo right now? I turned it down from him, so let me just see if there's an echo right now.
Okay. I can't hear it anymore.
I can't find my audio for my tab real quick. I'm trying to find it.
Can you hear me though?
Oh,
I don't know if you can hear me now.
I don't know where my sound levels are.
Ooh.
So,
It's a boxing, but I like
Oh, it sounds better now.
I was taking Xanax, mood stabilizer, snorting
is it
Ambien
echoing
at night,
now with him?
drinking a couple days a week.
He sounds fine. Oh, I think I'm echoing now.
Okay. It's
I was just miserable, suicidal. But my God moment finally started to happen on July 1st of 2008. You see, my uncle and his then girlfriend were visiting my mom in New Jersey. They were in town from Miami. They paid me a surprise visit. I never met this woman before, his girlfriend, Andrea. And she looked at me and said, is everything okay? I said, no.
It stopped for a second.
She asked me what was
But I think
wrong.
it's back
I
now.
actually opened up.
Sorry.
I never opened up to another human being like this in my life. And she goes, do you realize you're an addict, that your life isn't manageable? And I said, yeah. And she goes, do you realize that you're powerless? And you have a
Let me
disease?
try
I
something
said,
real
yeah.
quick. Hold on.
Okay,
She
no
goes,
worries.
I realize all this. And
I was not prepared. I was not prepared for that.
I said I'll do anything. She put me on a detox plan on that 24th hour, which was July 2nd, 2008. I came back from the gym. I'm detoxing. I'm miserable, absolutely feeling horrible. I come back from the gym into my apartment in New York City. I called them up. I said, I can't do this. I'm going to call this freaking doctor and get what I really need to get into my system. There's no way I'm going to make it. And with that, my uncle grabs the phone and says, the damn disease is all down. It's finally time to find God and find some faith in your life.
Hold on.
And kick the crap out of this and find yourself a 12-step spiritual
Am I
meeting and
echoing?
tell these people you need help.
Not to me.
I said, there's
Are you
no
echoing?
freaking way. I've never understood those meetings. I hung up the
Ooh,
phone
he's
and ran
echoing
to the
now.
bathroom. I
Okay,
locked
I don't
myself
know
in
why.
the door. My then wife thought I was going to kill myself.
Let me try one more
because she was
thing.
part of another overdose. Baby,
I don't
don't
know.
do it. Don't do it. She's banging on the door.
That's fine now.
I went into the medicine cabinet to
But
take
can
some
you
him.
can hear him
anxiety
right now,
pills.
Yes.
It
Yes.
became
Gotcha.
2
So let me
extra
not
strength
share
Vicodins,
tab
which was
audio. Hold
crazy
on.
because we swore we cleaned out every single medicine cabinet of
Is this good?
opiates. For that split second, it seemed like a gift from God. It was exactly what I needed. But then the miracle happened. Because for the first time in my life, I fell on my knees and I screamed out to God with every fiber in my soul, God, I can't do this anymore. Take the money, take the business, take the notoriety. If you take me out of hell, I promise one day at a time I will take other people out with me.
He's fine. I'm still echoing.
Oh. You have
If
echo
you have to-
cancellation turned on?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
And with that, I had a white light moment because something came over me.
Is that better?
I heard a voice say, I've got you,
and
and you're ready.
I don't think so.
My right
Yes. No.
Oh, now he's
cheek
gone.
bills.
Okay, let me fix it. Hold on.
Sorry. If it's too much, I can go. I don't want to
You're
cause
good.
problems. Oh, I can't hear the echo anymore.
Wound up in this
Can you hear
taxi
him now?
cab in the
Yeah, he's fine.
going to the
Oh,
church basement.
I think that's good.
O'clock at night, looking up at the
I think you did it. I mean, they can let us know, but in my end, it's fine.
sober.
Okay.
More than I wanted to get high, and that
You
date,
did
July
it.
2nd, 2008, is my sobriety date.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, DC. Sorry,
Cool.
my bad. But good for him getting sober.
I had the incredible blessing of Tom Chanel giving my 15-year coin just this past July. That's what we do. And I walked into this church basement. It was absolutely incredible. I heard them say, is anybody new coming back, sick and suffering? This hand went right up. The big-time so-called super agent was a fraud that couldn't stay sober one day at a time. And the gig was up. And I knew that I had to be accountable and take an action. And when I put that hand up and I told people I'm sick, I'm suffering, I'm suicidal, I need your guys' help, the most incredible thing happened. You talk about faith in God. I had about a dozen spiritual brothers and sisters come over to me. And they said, we could help you. You're in the right place. Stick with the 5 A's: attitude adjustment, accountability, action, and acceptance. Stick with the winners. And then I heard something I never heard before in my life, that they would love me before I ever knew how to love myself. And that's all I needed to hear. And for the first time in my life, with all the celebrities, with the money, the agency, these people made me feel a part of for the first time in my life. I wound up becoming so immersed into meetings every day, 90 days, 6 months in a row. And once I got to that 1 year mark, I realized that the biggest gift that I can give myself and to keep this gift I have is to give it away to other people. And I started becoming very open on it on social media, not about anything but a 12-step fellowship, because there's so many people that are sick and suffering out there in these rooms. We all know somebody in our family, coworkers, friends. This opiate epidemic and alcoholism is running rampant. While I'm speaking up here, we're probably going to lose a dozen lives to opiates just today. And I realized the biggest gift is giving it away to other people. And I've experienced highs and lows, drama, heartache, terrible situations in recovery. But what recovery has taught me is so much about spirituality and staying in faith and being a believer, that as far away from fear as I need to stay, my perspective changed, my perceptions changed on everything. I've lost clients in recovery. I've had surgeries in recovery. I've been divorce, broken engagement, but nothing really impacted me more on this journey, I would say, than losing my father. He was my best friend in the world, perfect health, 81 years old, and one day had a aortic aneurysm.
Oh my
And the
God.
doctor said that he wasn't going to make it past the night. I was in LA. I wound up taking a red-eye flight home that night. I remember going into the bathroom stall in the United Lounge, and I said, God, just whatever you do, please let him stay awake enough for me to see him.
Oh my God.
But I understand I'm going to stay in faith and tell myself, you got the plan. Because if he doesn't make it, for whatever reason, he had a sober son for 8.5 years. What a beautiful gift that was.
Oh man. I'm so happy for him, but this should not be here.
Yeah.
My
This should
dad
not
made
be
it
here.
32 days in the hospital after coming out of the coma. And one of the greatest miracles on this 15-year sober journey was I was able to see him the night before he passed. And I held his hand. I rubbed his head. I told him what he meant to me. And I said, you and I, what a incredible, magical experience this would be that you got your son back. And he put his thumbs up. And I said, but Dad, I'm going to touch the world with this gift. Because the fact that I just got through the most uncomfortable situation in my life without ever feeling so comfortable is a miracle of this fellowship that I'm a part of. And I could feel my spiritual muscles growing. And these incredible GMCs, as I called them,
Not
God-managed
Maxis too,
coincidences
no.
started happening after he passed away. And I wound up hooking up with a publisher in Southern California. And she's like, your story is incredible. Why don't you write a book? I said, I represent athletes and icons and celebrities. Those stories are private. She goes, I'm not talking about making it about that. I'm talking about blending that in, a fly on the wall, but taking people through this hell of a journey from addiction and coming out the other side so you can shine the light on people. And that's when it clicked. I said, that's it. So 𝐔𝐒 𝐃 was released in October of 2018. It became an international bestseller in 3 countries. And speaking engagements were coming in left and right. High schools, colleges, charity events, businesses. But the incredible thing about it was I would get a chance and an opportunity to speak to people after I was done with my keynote. During the Q&A, the engagement, I could see the light come on in people's eyes. And I said to myself, there's something missing. There's something missing. And that's when the Aiming High Foundation came about. And I said, I want to be that guy in an area where people can't afford treatment. And I see the lights pop up in somebody's eyes and said, I need help. And I want to be able to say, you got it. You're going to get the life that you deserve because tonight we're putting you on a plane to a treatment center.
Wow.
And it's been the most incredible gift to be able to do that for people. Why we're here to talk about whatever we can do to raise funds for the 𝐔𝐒 𝐃 Foundation. It's life and death out there, and there's so many people suffering and struggling they can't afford it. And to me, it's the greatest gift in the world. If my business shut down tomorrow, that's not what defines me anymore. This beautiful gift. I have the blessing to be, an agent of change now, rather than an agent to icons and celebrities. And it's just such a beautiful thing. And now I get to stay in this spiritual place of saying what I mean, meaning what I say, not saying it mean. Not engaging with people and trying to kind of always feel all right rather than right. Trying to understand people more than me being understood. All the
Sure.
keys to spirituality that keep me in a place of faith rather than fear and this character defects coming out. But I'm not perfect. There's a couple of quotes I wanted to end with, and one I love by Denzel Washington. He always says, put God first in everything you do. Everything I have is by the grace of God. I never say I always stuck with him, but he always stuck with me. And
They're
I
using
know
all
I've
this
been
as an altar
corrected,
call all day
I've
long.
been directed, I've been protected. And it's a beautiful thing to have that relationship with God. And I'll finalize it with this because I'm still not perfect. I'm evolving every day. I still make mistakes. I'm human. They're better quality mistakes. I'm not exactly who I want to be. I'm not yet where I want to be. But thank you, God, I'm not the person I used to be. Thank you.
This is what Ray does. He gets you on all angles.
Yep. We need him.
Ugh. Ray.
He doesn't want to give you a long hug, girl. Stop it.
Yeah, leave
now
it.
you got to see the perfect example of my first mantra: help the person you used to be.
Oh my God, Ray.
Agree?
Make it about me.
Was that powerful?
Me. I.
Is that powerful? All right.
Shut
I know,
up.
I know
They're
it's,
tired.
What, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, whatever time it is. And so we were called to help him, help some people. You feel that? You like that idea? Good idea?
Ray, stop.
Right.
Please.
Perfect.
Let him off the
And
stage.
so I know that we all have this heart of generosity. We want to help more people. We want to do what we can. And I also know that if we bribe you, we increase that heart.
Oh my God.
that heart of generosity.
He's
And
uncomfortable.
so
At least he has
we've
a
all
soul. At least
worked
this dude
together
speaking
to
has
come
a
up with
soul left.
some ways that you can donate, and you get some cool stuff, and we help out the foundation as well. Jess, you want to share anything?
Your story is incredible.
Yeah.
The people that you've helped. Imagine, and I was just talking with a mom who couldn't be here because her son was sleeping 16, 17 hours a day. And
Not your story to
was
share,
told that
Jessica.
this medication would help the emptiness that he felt inside.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh my
And she
God.
so desperately wanted to meet you, but she couldn't be here in person. She's watching online, I'm sure. Imagine if that's your son or daughter and you don't know what to do. You have no idea how to handle this disease. You don't even know that it is a disease.
Oh my God.
And the problem is
up.
that in this country, they're enabling it,
Stop.
not stopping it or helping it. Except for people like Darren
Big Pharma,
and
anti-medication.
his foundation and
Fuck you.
everyone who has come together to help.
Darren's not the only one. He
This is
literally
a
said how
problem
much
for
help
our
he got.
kids.
Yep.
And we need to intervene for our kids.
Oh my God, Jessica.
And the more that you give monetarily of your heart, the freer you are as an individual.
Wow.
It opens up something in you. And I wouldn't be surprised. And it could be $1, whatever you can. It can be 50,000 too. But I wouldn't be surprised if some miracle happens to you
At
when you
least we
start
have that.
shifting your
Get
heart
some.
to a giving heart and focusing on putting yourself in the place of these families.
God.
So we're not big on guilt in the Higdon group. There is
Oh,
no
really?
guilt here.
That's such a lie.
If you feel called with what we're sharing with you and what we're about to share with you, then give. Give as fast as you can, as much as you can, and as much as you feel called to.
Oh
If
my
you don't,
God.
and this calling doesn't speak to you, this amazing organization doesn't speak to you today, then don't. We're not going to guilt you into it.
You already did, lady.
We don't believe in that.
Didn't he
We
say
want
that
you to
he was
give
going to do
out
that
of
earlier?
wanting to give. Does that make sense?
Oh my God, stop it.
Screw you.
So
She
I
doesn't
just wanted
care.
to share that.
Oh,
We have
she does.
people within this community that are suffering with this and that have children that are suffering with this. And so who better than the 𝐓𝐇𝐎𝐒𝐿 Foundation to
I
support
think it's a
today?
cool organization. I think that's like that he told his
And
own
so
story though.
we've
He
put
didn't tell anybody
together
else's story.
some different options for you. Obviously, if you would like to give anything, and this does go directly to his foundation, which 100% of of the proceeds goes toward
That's cool.
helping
That's
others.
cool.
We're
That
not
is cool.
the middle person, goes straight there.
Just a lot of these people
But
don't
we
have
wanted
anything
put
to give
together some
anyway,
things that may
you know?
Right.
increase,
Because they're already
your
losing in
desire
multi-level
to give.
marketing.
And so if we can show on
They
the
spent a lot of money to
screen, so
get
we
to
have
this conference
a few
already.
different tiers.
Yep.
And
He
I
should have just
always,
said that
you know,
first.
we go to a lot of charity auctions, and you know, I remember
Oh,
the first
stop
kind
it.
of big
Look what
time
you're
charity
selling.
auction we went to, and
Here,
I'm
let me
like,
try to
you
make
know,
it bigger.
we're making okay money, you
Look
know.
at that.
So I'm like, I'm
It's
feeling
all
pretty
rank
good.
maker
And
shit.
the first auction goes for 150,000. I'm like, all right. Next one goes for like 300,000. I'm like, okay, all right. You know,
Oh
how
my
much for this
God.
cheese? Right. So I got a little nervous. So I don't like the options when it's only the big dollar shot caller that gets to feel good. You know what I mean? So we wanted to put together some
I
options
can't
so that
believe
you
Ray's
feel like
doing
it's a
this right
win,
now. I
even if you're
cannot
only
believe
able
Ray's
to
doing this.
give, you know, a little bit. And so
It's all about
tier
him.
one, and again,
Yep.
you can give less than this, no problem. But tier one, if you decide to give
Bye, Kate.
$25 or more, you get one of our just epic trainings, and you're going to hear
Epic.
from, well, you're going to hear from Stacy. Well, you heard from her
He's
this
giving
morning,
everything.
but you're going to hear some training from her, I believe,
If you give
tomorrow.
25, like they're giving it
But
all
she
to this
has
guy.
a
They
really
don't.
powerful 90-day run to Black Friday course, which is pretty good timing for you to be studying that.
It's
Really
worthless.
powerful if you're, especially if you're in a product-based company that makes sense to
It's
have a
all the
promotion around
same
Black
as what he's been
Friday.
doing before.
At $100 or more, you get that course. You also get training from
Oh my
me
God.
that I did to our clients, how to set and
Please.
crush your goals in the new year. And you also get our AI playbook, which is with one of our speakers, Donna Valdez. Pretty nice, pretty cool.
He's doing
cool.
it.
At $500 or
into his
more, you get
funnel.
all of that, plus free access to any challenges that we run for the year. You know, we sometimes do 14-day challenges. We do different kind of
Oh
short
my
video
God.
challenges
This
to
is
help
disgusting.
you grow in a very micro commitment, you know, kind of
He's
way.
turning this good
And
thing
that's at
into a funnel for
$500 or
rank
more.
makers.
Yep.
At $1,000 or more, you get everything there, plus admission for one to a speaking workshop with me in Naples in Q4 of this year.
Oh my
So
God.
that, and I want to
It says
specifically share what that
2024. You
is, because
idiot.
I've never done it in a work. Bless you. But no more. Okay, that's enough. All right, thank you.
You're
Trying to
not
speak over
funny.
here, you know what I'm
Stop
saying?
it,
No.
please.
Holy shit.
And so I'm doing this speaking workshop,
For
and
Q4
because this is, I
2024.
was actually in this room at a John Maxwell event a few weeks ago, and they had some people sharing their story, and they would kind of critique them, and I'm like, ooh, man, I could really do that good. Like, I could really help some people. And so we're going to do this workshop. It's a one-day workshop in Naples, conveniently located for mainly me. And you know, I'll just drive there. It'll be nice.
Oh
And
my God.
but we're actually going to take the participants, and we're going to have you know, break down either a 2 or 3 minute story. You're going to share it, and I'm going to critique that and help you tweak it.
He's probably
Make
going
it
to
really, really
do a
powerful.
write-off
'Cause
for
if you
this
can get a
thing that
good
he's
2 to
going to
3
do.
minute story, then that's going to be pretty amazing for you whenever you meet anybody, to have
Here's
them connect with
Kate.
you
We need
instantly,
her.
to have them relate with you,
Holy
and want to
shit.
know more about what it is that you do.
You're the
And so
worst,
that'll be in
Ray.
Q4 in Naples. That's at 1,000 or more donation. At 5,000 or more, you're getting admission, all the different things, plus admission for 2 to that speaking
30-minute
workshop,
coaching session
and
with
a
any of our
30-minute
expert
coaching
trainers.
session with any of our
No.
expert trainers
No.
for you or your organization.
Expert.
You'll hear more about that, but you've seen some of our trainers if you've been following us for a little bit. And then we have this top tier, which there's really two opportunities for this.
25.
And this, we combined forces. He got some amazing things gifted. But this is, you know, if you're able to swing this, then awesome, like amazing. You're going to help a lot of people. And maybe you can talk about that. Like, what does $25,000 do for the Aiming High Foundation? What is Aiming High able to do?
What does hot seat with
that
Ray
size of
mean?
donation?
$25,000 will get, I'd say, about 8 people scholarship into treatment that can't afford it. And I had a situation at Oaks Recovery just a couple of years ago where a father saw me speak. He came over, kind of a middle-aged guy, maybe mid-30s,
early 40s and
30s, middle
he said,
age now?
"Thank you."
Holy shit.
I
Girl.
said, "You enjoyed the speech?" He goes, "No." He goes, "I'm
So are you
thankful for
geriatric in your
something else."
50s then? What is happening?
About
What is happening?
3 months ago, I was dead on the side of the road of Massachusetts Turnpike, and Narcan saved my life. And the judge wanted to put me in prison for 2 years, being my second offense. But the prosecutor fought and said maybe we should get him into a treatment center. He's got 2 young daughters. The treatment center in Massachusetts was completely booked up and they didn't have funding, but I already sent in a scholarship 3 weeks earlier, Brian Reddy, the founder of Oaks. And when they called over to Oaks, they said Aiming High Foundation just scholarshiped us. So his
Wow.
father pulls out his cell phone and said, "These 2 beautiful girls right here, because of you and your foundation, they're going to have a sober dad and a chance at an amazing life because you were able to scholarship me here to Oaks
Wow.
Recovery." And I've got countless stories like that.
Ray is going to use as her tax write-off. They're donating to Ray. Ray's giving it to this guy.
And
Then Ray's
so
going to use it as
you're
a
getting
tax
everything that
write-off.
And it's
I've
all a
talked
funnel.
about. You also get what we call a hot seat with Ray, where
Hell
I
no.
can dive into your business, see where you need some help there. And what's this other thing that they get?
The Jerry West experience.
Yeah.
Jerry West, the NBA logo, and
And
NBA
who's Jerry
legend.
West for the people that don't?
Yeah,
don't know.
he has offered 2 packages, 2 amazing seats to a game of your choice at the Crypto.com arena. It could be any game versus the LA Clippers. He's part of that organization, and it includes dinner with him before the game at the VIP
Very
lounge
generous.
at the Clippers.
I hate that Ray
VIP
was
area. It's
associated with
absolutely
it.
one of the best in the country. I've been to so many games. The food spread's incredible. The vibe's unbelievable. All the great people there. And just to have that experience with him, he's a wonderful man and has had probably a more successful career, for anybody that doesn't know, working as a front office GM. He's the reason Kobe and Shaq were brought together. He's the reason the Showtime Lakers of the 80s, for anybody watching Winning Time, had the success that they had. And if anybody's watching Winning Time, by the way, that's not a portrayal of the real Jerry West. I like the show myself, but that's not who he is.
Awesome. And so obviously, if you're able to give at that level, you have 2 opportunities there, 4 tickets total at $25,000, which would be simply amazing. And so, recap: you got several different tiers. The website, and this is just to make it easy, right?
Somebody focus
This
the
goes
camera.
directly to his foundation, higdongroup.com/donate. So for those
Higdon Group's
online, if
gonna
you feel
take the
called to
tax
donate at
deduction.
any level,
Why don't you just do it to their website directly?
Donate, and you can go there. You'll see little button there at what level you can donate.
That's shady. I'm
And,
sorry.
And feel good that your money's going 100% toward helping someone else. And this man, again, is just living by that mantra of help the person you used to be. And definitely appreciate him coming here and sharing. And anything else you'd like to share?
That's it, man. Just thank you.
Yeah, because he's not slimy like you are, Ray.
Nope.
Look, and just really look at what he is doing, taking who he used to be, and he's made it.
Let
such a
him
part of his
leave,
life and
Ray, for the
mission
love of
to help
God.
He's
those
trying to
people
walk
that are
off the
going through the things that he went through.
Ray
And
doesn't
so
cannot read
I
a
appreciate
room.
you so
You
very
saved his
much.
life, and I say this kindly to people who can't
If you
read
feel
rooms.
called to donate, we appreciate that. And just
Let him
appreciate this man
leave.
right here. So thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I struggle with that too, but they could have choreographed this a little better. You know?
Ray should let him leave.
Do they only know that song? They keep playing you too many times today.
All right.
Oh, not this guy.
Wasn't that absolutely fantastic?
No clapping.
Guys,
I'm not
personally
clapping for you.
knowing what addiction can do,
Oh my God.
and our son, through the grace of God, being saved.
Oh my God.
But it can spread so far beyond the person that's addicted. Our daughter was affected, our family is affected, friendships are affected. I want you to know they are truly doing God's work, and anything that you can do to contribute truly does make a big difference. And again, Darren, everybody that spoke here today, thank you so much. It was absolutely beautiful. God bless you. Appreciate you. Very grateful for all of you. All right. I've got 4 things that are very quick. Number 1,
God, we're late.
super VIPs. There is an event for you. It is a get together, a mixer, light hors d'oeuvres. It is not a heavy meal because we all know that unclear expectations are future frustrations under construction. So do not expect it's going to be a heavy meal. It is light hors d'oeuvres, and it's 1 hour, and it's over here.
Did they not
Number 2,
say that earlier?
in the morning for the super VIPs, the doors open at 8:30 in the morning for you, so you guys can come in and get your seats in about 10 or 15 minutes. After that, the doors will open up for everybody else. Number 3, Tom has been asked that Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, they will be an AA meeting, will be held at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And it's the Magnolia 22. So that is Magnolia. You're going to see that. You can talk to Tom. That'll be tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And number 4 is, just want to say we love you. We appreciate you. We're grateful for you. And wasn't it a brilliant first day? How many people feel like you've got amazing breakthrough value? And it's just day number 1, guys. We still have day 2 and day 3. So let's make it a fantastic evening. Love you. Thank you. And appreciate you all.
You did it, DC. You did it. You did it.
Oh my God.
That was...
Okay. Oh.
Thank you to our sponsors. Oh, yeah. Ray got sponsors. Oh,
yeah. One of his sponsors is Jessica Higdon. Selfpublishing.com is owned by one of the speakers, who I'm guessing is speaking for free. I don't know. Now Site, Simplified Investing, Lion Chasers. That's one of the speakers' companies. AICE is one of the speakers' companies. I don't know. Garrison, the Garage Truck. I don't know who did Premier, Sotheby's, International Realty.
Oh my God. I just had like a little light bulb. Maybe instead of actually paying them, he said you can promote your company by being a sponsor.
Holy moly.
Because you're saying a bunch of these are speakers' companies?
Yep. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I have to get through 2 more days of this stuff. I barely survived with my life. I'm being sarcastic, but like with the amount of emotional manipulation from the morning session, one of the speakers has claimed to one of the preachers has claimed to raise 12 people from the dead. He spoke this morning. His cult leader, his cult mentor, Yahya Bakar spoke this morning right after Ray did. Ray spoke. Ray gave like an altar call sermon. It was like one religious thing after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. And you know, just the wildest thing is that this guy who seems to have like a really cool story, and he wasn't too overtly Christian about it. And it was like, the fact that he's with Ray about this, twisty as hell. Because Ray twists things, and then Ray made it all about himself, and then everyone's going to be donating to this thing that Ray has, and Ray's going to be making a donation on behalf of the Higdon Foundation and getting a tax write-off.
Yep. It's just layers on layers. And that's what Ray does. He gets you on all angles so that even if you don't like the training, you're walking away on with lots of emotions. I'm not even going to say an emotional high, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. Apparently 2 of the speakers earned their spots on stage by selling enough tickets.
Yep. So they paid for the privilege, literally, of being able to speak on stage. And it's like, no, Ray can sell his own tickets. If Ray was actually good at marketing, he would sell his own tickets.
And he probably wouldn't need 3,000 speakers.
Yeah, there's so many speakers. It took us 7 hours to get through all of the speakers the past 3 days that we were doing. Like, we looked up each speaker. And then it's like, oh my God. And thankfully we did do that because it was a little less twisty. but still, I didn't imagine it was going to be this awful. I didn't imagine. I knew of like what it possibly could have been. I thought there was going to be more business advice. I thought there was going to be something you could have gone to for free on Ray's YouTube channel, listen to it. You could go to Julie Anderson's channel and learn all this stuff. And you wouldn't have learned one new thing. Other than this guy that spoke at the end is being generous with his time, and he's paying people's salaries, and all donations 100% goes for scholarships, which is hella cool.
Yep.
That, you know?
I feel like the guy at the end, all he heard was, okay, I have an opportunity to share my charity in front of like hundreds, if not thousands of people. And he took that, and I understand that. I just also wish, maybe they could have looked into the Higdon group a little bit more and seen some of the stuff that people have said, because this Higdon guy really hurts people, and I'm really, really glad that they are doing this whole thing, but they're not doing it. I don't think Ray is doing it because he actually cares. He's never done anything, in my opinion, because he actually cares. If he did, then he would not be attaching his own courses to it to try to get people who are donating and maybe who are not super interested in it initially into your funnel.
Yep. And that is a twisty part. Pay for access to Ray by helping people who, and you're already emotionally worn down by the entire day. And it is an honorable thing to be able to give your money to help people get out of addiction. That's incredible. Absolutely. By itself, that's incredible. Ray sticking his fingers into the situation, making it all about himself, and then twisting it by putting literally shoving people into a funnel. I've gotten probably 35 or 40 emails from Ray since signing up for this event.
Wow.
About please get the one-on-one coaching. Please do the one-on-one coaching. Please do the one-on-one coaching.
No.
Oh, here's this. I'm like, you literally are butchering email marketing. If you want someone to unsubscribe from you, this is how to do it. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah. And just going from one issue to the next issue to the next issue, no time in between, just like boom, 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 da, 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 da. Like, I just feel so emotionally overwhelmed. I almost forgot about how awkward and almost like sexually harassing a little bit, just because of John and Nadia. That was not okay. Having people massage each other, they're calling each other baby on stage, they're saying that you need to find a forever partner in the audience. Like, I'm sorry, like that crosses a line, even if that's not like the technical definition. Like, it's beyond the lines of what should be acceptable. It's not okay.
For sure. And even the master of ceremonies or whatever it's called, you can watch him like excessively touch the women that he was hugging. That was my interpretation.
Mine too.
Because I like, one, your hand has gone way low. You're touching someone at all. Like, normally when guys are being respectful, they're like, if someone wants to do a hug, they keep their hands like on the shoulder area and they release as soon as possible. This guy was like sliding down the back of the girl. And so I used funds from members to pay for a ticket to do this, because I thought it was going to be important to, I don't know, stream it.
This is a big deal, and I'm grateful that if you can't sit through the whole thing, you're still going to get the recordings. You're still going to be able to send it out to people. Like, take care of yourself first and foremost. The fact that you've gotten through so much already is like an accomplishment in itself. So put yourself first. Like, this is already making a huge difference. So take care of yourself, because that was like, I didn't even see the whole thing, but that was a lot already. Oh my gosh,
thank you so much.
That's I don't so even kind.
And again, like that's one of the I guess one of the cool things. I don't normally put MLM stuff behind paywalls. I'm just doing this to not get booted from the conference, because I did get booted from Jesse Lee's conference that one time. So we're releasing everything Saturday night once I get all of the recordings, and I'm giving them to the entire anti-MLM community. And so the nice thing about having this tier membership, or any members at all, is that I get to use the money to buy, like, to expose this stuff. Because honestly, like, Ray doesn't do the best on my channel. Not that I don't want to cover it. He's so twisty though. He's so in the how mean he gets, and I feel like we saw like, oh, he's trying to be religious and calm and nice. And then I don't know if we're about to hit our max on this stream because it's gonna hit 6 hours. So if we run out of time, that's fine. But he was like being all churchy, and then he got snarky and mean and sarcastic when he was doing his little pitch earlier. And I was like, there he is. There's our buddy Ray.
That's who he is.
Yeah. Let me leave this. Leave meeting. Yeah, we're still going. Okay.
We're still good.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm I don't even know what to say.
I'm proud of you. That was a lot, okay? You need I don't know if you need Stardew. I don't know if you need sleep. I don't know if you need like multiple showers, but do it, okay? Because that was that I didn't even see like the first part, which was apparently like some of the worst, and I already feel whiplash.
No, but it's a cult tactic too. We got one break today, which was over lunch, and thank God Jessica could like manage the stream, and it was just a little bit of a technical difficulty. My dad came and unmuted my computer, but we started at 7:30 this morning streaming, and now it is 5 o'clock right now, and we're done streaming. But it's like they break you down. It's that we had worship this morning, Val. Like they had a worship guy and a piano playing lady. They sounded awful. And they did that. I know. I was like, I can't do this. I can't listen to Ray and listen to pitchy people like in the morning. Jessica, welcome back. And it's like it's like emotional lunch break. And then it's like more emotion, more a few tactical things. Oh, here's a story about my wife who passed away, which was devastating.
Oh my God.
And then it's like, here's an organization that may actually be on the up and up. Probably the best thing that maybe Ray could have brought in for this situation. And then you're even like devastated about that. And I felt like he was respectful as someone. I'm guessing that he does believe in Jesus or whatever, but he was respectful about it. He didn't hit you over the head with his own stuff. And I was like, I can appreciate that at least. And I can appreciate that all donations are 100% go to scholarships. Like that's freaking cool. And some organizations don't do that.
Yeah.
So,
and Jessica was wrong. She was super wrong because she was saying there aren't people out there who are helping. It's only people like Darren. If you listened to Darren's story, he said that he got help from those AA meetings. And there's lots of ways that people can get sober, but like there are lots of people out there who devote their lives to sobriety and to recovery. Like how dare you say there aren't people out there who care? That is so far from the truth. The reason that there's such a huge supportive sober community out there, that is I was just, and she's just, I understand like there are strides that the medical community could make to, be more supportive of addicts, people who are in recovery, etc. Right? I'm not saying that there are no issues with society or with anything, but to say there aren't, there's only people like Darren out there. Like he literally said that he got sober because there were people in that meeting who came up to him and said that I believe in you.
Yep. And there's been like while the system isn't perfect, while like the addiction is not treated like the disease that it is, like the hold that it can have and the influence it can have on people, it's not treated, in my opinion, with enough like respect when in terms of like people getting like just okay, you're going to prison instead of actually having a functional like path out of addiction. Like that could be better, but there's lots of organizations that try to do a lot, and there's a lot of people using their own money, just like Darren's using his own money and doing his best, I'm guessing, to pay for the salaries of all these people so that if your donation comes in, it's going 100% to scholarships, which is hella cool. That's
and like he said, there's people at those meetings who they got sober and they keep going to meetings, or they have the AA meetings, but they also have meetings for people who are in family situations who somebody is in recovery or an addiction or whatever, they have groups for family too.
Yep.
And there are people who will devote their lives to going to these meetings. They can be sober for years and years and years, and they still continue to go, not so much because they even need it, but because they want to share their stories with other people and provide their experiences and their hope, you know? Yeah, addicts encouraging each other is probably the biggest help there is.
Yep.
And that support network has grown, and it is there. And Jessica's saying like, oh, it's not. That kind of support isn't really out there except for Darren. So Darren is doing great work, but he said in his story that there are a lot of people out there who are willing to help, and there are.
Yep. And and so it's just it's so I don't even know what tomorrow's gonna hold, but I can't imagine I mean, I guess it could get worse, but I don't know.
Ray we're talking about. It could always get worse, but one thing that we have is it's all gonna be recycled with him. Anything that he says. Are you kidding me? The peas? How many times have we heard those peas?
Julie Anderson, she literally debunked that stuff, and she's like, "Oh, he's repeated it all. You know, he repeats everything, and then he expects people to pay a premium for regurgitated information." And I hope that more people watch this stuff and realize they are not paying for something that's going to be new, in my opinion. So.
Because it's not new. Julie Anderson has the 14-day challenge from 2019. And even there, she said that she had been in it before, and he was saying the same stuff before.
Cool. Yeah. Yes, it will be an MLM shit show, just as Ava says. Yeah, so I will be, if it gets too much, I definitely won't continue it. I'm going to double check that they're going to be sending the recordings out at the end of each day. I'm hoping that's going to be the case. And you know, if I feel, and I'm going to try to do it. The only problem that I have is that the reason I was trying to do it in eCam is because I'm trying to hide the room number I'm in. But if I don't release these until after the conference is over, I don't think it's going to be a big issue. So that's why I'm trying to like navigate this, because like doing it in StreamYard would be better to be able to just have someone pop in and it be fine. So, oh my God.
Oh, I'm proud of you. You need a rest, honey.
I'm gonna go. I don't know. I gotta let my brain just like calm down and like, I don't even know.
It needs to reform into its normal form.
Yes. Yes. We're about to hop off 6 hours into it, and we are gonna.
You did it, DC. I'm very proud of you. On behalf of all of the snarky squirrels, thank you for your patronage, for your service to the community. We appreciate it. And even if you're not able to do all of it, like it's totally okay. Like what you've done means a lot. So I hope that you know that. So
I mean, I appreciate the support, and I mean, I'm hoping that this highlights the fuckery that's going on with Ray Higgins.
This is as bad as it gets, man. I mean, I've seen a lot of horrible stuff from Ray, but
it's so bad. It's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's awful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, we'll see. I'll see y'all. Thank y'all for if you were able to get on this for the live chat and the replay crew. I'm guessing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whenever y'all are able to see this. If you make it to 6 hours in, bless you. So I'll see you. I'll see you next time. Okay. I probably should play my outro. I don't know. Where is it? There we go.